walls, it finally clicked. A moment later, I was back upstairs and I called the police, telling them what I'd found. There was no need for them to tell me the woman's name. The moment I'd understood what was going on here, I knew who she was. She was Elizabeth Johnson, the old man's wife. School Lockdown, from Anonymous. I was 12 years old and in the 7th grade. I should probably mention here that the middle school is across the street from the elementary school. The population of our town was slightly above 1,000, so it was enough to have a school district. It was the day before winter break, and it was snowing lightly outside. I was in my 8th period class, which was algebra. My teacher let us have free time, as we did all of our exams for the semester already. Besides, it was the last period before winter break started, and everyone was antsy. My classmates and I were having a good time doing whatever we wanted, until the principal's voice came over the loudspeaker. "This is a red lockdown alert. Red lockdown." My teacher and my classmates were freaking out, because red lockdown means that an intruder has gained access to the school and is actively armed. My teacher shushed us into the corner and locked the door, telling us to be quiet. The teacher ended up breaking down and crying as soon as she did this. We knew then that this was no drill. She ended up telling us that the elementary school across the street is having a lockdown too. Some kids were already injured. Apparently, the assailant had gone there first. We would later learn that 20 other children and teachers would be injured here in our own school. I remember shivering, terrified. I didn't think something like this could happen to us. I prayed that the intruder would not find us. I prayed that myself or someone that I cared about did not get hurt. It was one of the first times I remember realizing that life is fragile and that the people around me could be taken away from me at any moment. And then I heard it, a deep voice telling us to open the door as someone began to bang on it, rattling the doorknob. I could tell he was trying his hardest to break down that door with his body weight, but luckily it was sturdy. I should probably mention here that the windows on every classroom door are bulletproof. That's the standard now. After a dozen failed attempts to break in, he tried to open up the door by firing at the window. But all that did was ricochet the bullet from the window. We heard the guy curse from his frustration. He was grunting in anger and began to march down the hall to the next classroom. He didn't have a target. He was just trying to get into any door he could. After a few minutes, a SWAT team came and opened the door, escorting us out of the building. They tracked down the man in the school, which was easy enough because his footprints were covered in snow from outside. It was chilling to the bone outside, but thankfully, they quickly found the man and escorted him away. He gave every kid he saw a stare of anger and malice. I knew that at that moment the weather wasn't the thing causing me to shiver. My parents ended up picking me up. They were crying hysterically. I could tell that this was something they had feared before. I can't imagine being a parent, hearing about all these school lockdown incidents all over the country, and wondering if, or when, it could happen to your own child. Our small town was devastated by the attack. A website was created for donations of the 20 victims of the attack. Everyone came out okay. No lives were actually taken that day, and everyone came back from their injuries. But there's a memory in my head that I've created, one birthed by paranoia and fear. A false memory of the horrors that could have happened if the man had gotten inside. Home Alone horror story. From Anonymous. I was 9 years old when this happened. I lived in a small town in Ohio. The house we lived in at the time was about 40 years old, had those creepy, creaky stairs. It was rusting and rotting all over. The incident happened around 11:20 one night. I was of course home alone at the time. Out of nowhere, I heard a big bang sound, like someone was smashing their entire body weight or an object against the door. Immediately after, I heard footsteps circling around the back door before someone's hand tried the doorknob. But because the house was rotting, the doorknob gave way, and the door literally fell from its hinges without much force, hitting the wood floor with a loud boom. I held my breath out of fear and pure terror. My 9-year-old self imagined what the intruder was going to do to me. Was he going to hurt me? Take me away from my family? I could even picture the incident on the news tomorrow. A headline like, "Young boy taken, presumed dead." Maybe I was being overdramatic, but again, I was only 9 at the time. Soon after, I began to hear drawers, cabinets, and doors being thrown open, stuff being moved around, some of it being taken. That's when I quickly remembered that my bedroom door did not have a lock on it, and I did not have any weapons to defend myself. Plus, I was too young for a cell phone, so the only phone was downstairs. All I could do was hope and pray that the intruder did not find me. I began to hear some heavy footsteps making their way upstairs. The intruder then placed their hand on my doorknob. The door began to creak open. A silhouette began to form in my doorway. A moment before I could make out who it was, what they looked like, I began to hear screaming outside, multiple voices, as well as sirens. I cowered in the corner. I heard heavy, frantic footsteps running back downstairs and outside. Adults continued to shout until I heard my name amongst the shouting. I was carried outside by a police officer. There I saw the neighborhood and my family waiting for me. It was only by chance that when this man broke into the house, a neighbor saw him and immediately called the police. Just think about that. If that neighbor hadn't been looking towards my house at the right time, I could be dead. That was definitely my creepiest experience. Hadley Jack, from Howard. There's a couple of stories I'd like to share about the small town I grew up in, which have really been playing on my mind recently. To give you some background, I still live in the town. I'm actually a solicitor and a town councilor, so I can't mention it to any of my associates, but everyone who lives in my town knows there's something going on. Call me Howard. The town in question is Hadley in England. Hadley is an ancient settlement with a long and distinguished history, but also some dark, dark days. Many tourists visit the quaint medieval shops or Gothic church. You can also take a walk up the Gallows Hill, where the old town gallows used to stand. It's the principal location for this tale. In the early 1700s, the town hangman was a strange individual named Jack Partridge. He was strange looking with gangly limbs and beady eyes. He had been the butt of many jokes when he grew up, but was much feared once he took up the job as hangman. It was said that he'd always wanted the job, practicing knots, and eventually persuaded the previous hangman to take him on as an apprentice. When the previous hangman killed himself on his very own gallows, Jack was elevated to position of hangman himself at the tender age of 16, making him the youngest hangman in all of England. In light of what you're about to hear, You may be wondering whether the old hangman's passing was his own demise, or whether someone had a hand in it. Well, everything was fine in that sleepy town for some years, and from time to time when a local criminal was found guilty for a heinous crime, it was always remarked upon how proficiently Jack Partridge undertook his services. Many people even visited to watch his proceedings. However, after a time it became notable that increasing significant crimes were occurring in the area, and each time the person or persons responsible vehemently denied their crimes. But there was always some piece of persuasive evidence which resulted in guilty charges. Whatever the town council did, irrespective of how many hangings were ordered, crime seemed to be on the rise. A couple of years after this dangerous trend started, another alarming trend emerged. Every Halloween, there would be a killing. The first was in 1720 when a young woman named Mary Clark returned to her cottage one night and was disturbed to find a stick figure hanging from the porch above her front door. In the morning, she was found dead, hanging from the rafters. In the following years, the pattern emerged. A strange stick figure would always be the prelude to a death every Halloween. Even when people realized the significance of the figure and often took refuge in neighbors' houses, they would nonetheless be found dead by morning. Finally, after much slaughter, chance intervened. A local girl named Matilda Groom was found hanged. One of her neighbors, Sarah Rand, claimed she had seen Jack Partridge leaving the property early in the morning. The magistrate and his men quickly attended Gibbet Cottage, where Jack lived on the edge of town. There they found him. An inspection of the house discovered a cache of stick figures. This was proof enough, and Jack was taken from the house, marched straight to the town gallows. There he was, tied to the gallows, and a fire was built around him. To the shrieks and delight of the town, he was killed. In his death throes, he cursed the town and its residents, claiming that he would return and take his vengeance. It was reckoned later that Jack had developed a lust for killing. Once his regular flow of prisoners stopped being enough, he contrived to get townsfolk convicted of crimes so that he had more to hang. But his bloodlust increased, and he began his own reign of killing terror. For a while, after these events, Hadley became famous, and people began to visit the town, the location of the notorious story. Jack Partridge became forever immortalized in the children's rhyme and game Hadley Jack. In this popular English playground game, one child represents Jack and has his back turned, while the other children have to creep up on him, chanting, "Welcome back, Hadley Jack." At some point, the child playing Jack spins around screaming Jack's back and begins to chase the others. Well, now to my experience. I was in my teens working a pizza delivery job. We got a lot of prank calls back then, and as you'd figure, Halloween was a particularly bad time for this. So when I was asked to take a delivery of a 12-inch Tex-Mex stuffed crust to Gibbet Cottage, I thought it was likely a hoax. Gibbet Cottage was a wrecked cottage at the end of a deserted lane, and was believed to be the original hangman's cottage for our town. No one had lived there for decades, but my boss insisted it was a genuine call, and after all, perhaps someone was finally doing it up. When I arrived, I was surprised to see the cottage looked recently renovated, and there was even smoke rising from the chimney. Though I was slightly disturbed to see a stick figure hanging from the door knocker. But I quickly reminded myself it was Halloween after all. The chap who answered the door was very tall and ungainly looking. He had piercing eyes which seemed to follow you around the room and freaked me out. I happened to mention that I didn't know that anyone lived in the cottage. He said that he was simply visiting and had a job to do that night in town. This all sounded strange, and I wasn't going to hang around long, So I handed him the pizza, and he thrust a quantity of coins in my hand. Like I said, I was in a hurry to get away, so I simply thanked him. Didn't even bother to count and check the money. When I got back, my boss was furious. All the coins turned out to be extremely old and not even proper currency. The following day, when I told a friend about it all, he said that we should go check out the house, so we drove back in daylight. I was amazed to see the cottage all tumbled down like before, with no roof and no sign of life at all. The following shift at Pizza Hut, I handed in my notice. Besides looking for bigger and better things, delivery was just too much of a creepy, unpredictable mess. But I have a second experience. A couple of years ago, I was walking home on a Halloween. I'd been to a town council meeting, which had gotten quite rowdy, and the beer had been flowing. I was pretty desperate to use the bathroom at one point, so I went into a wooded area and did my business. Once I'd done my business, I retraced my steps out of the wood, coming face to face with a stick figure dangling at about head height. I freaked out. I didn't remember it being there. I've traveled this part of the woods before. I immediately thought of the stories of Hadley Jack, and I was scared. That whole night I expected something to happen to me. I was afraid that I wouldn't see daylight. Fortunately, I'm here to tell my story still. Considering I was alive in the morning, I was actually beginning to think the legend was just toothless. Until I went into my office the following day, when I discovered that the photocopier was not working, despite it being new. I laughed and thought, if anything, Hadley Jack was finding new ways to take out his revenge. I have one more story. One day I was mucking around online. I came across a family tree website and decided to research my family. Anyone out there who's done the same thing usually winds up discovering their family's pretty dull. That's how mine started too, until I began to notice some pretty scary coincidences. The first thing I noticed that I was related to Sarah Rand. You may recall she was the person who implicated Jack Partridge. The next thing I noticed was that Sarah Rand died the following year. The date of her death was the 31st of October of 1736. In fact, I began to see that an alarming number of my family died on October 31st. Now, I don't believe in legends, but every time I wake up on November 1st these days, I think to myself, well, I've made it through another year. Mothman in Ohio, from Zachariah. Even though it's the summer of 2019, I think the Mothman is still here. I used to live in Florida, but moved in with my father, who lives in a small town along the Ohio River. When I moved in, I was mostly homesick from my old place, under the weather, so I stayed inside and watched through the windows at all the new animals that I'd get to see here. Now where we live, the neighbors keep to themselves and don't really socialize. One day, I sat down watching the birds and rodents outside. Now, there is a large widowmaker in the yard, and it had been calm all day. As I was eating, I looked out the window and noticed all the animals were gone. Then some branches began to fall in the yard. I blamed it on the harsh wind, but when I looked around, none of the other trees or bushes were swaying at all. Puzzled, I went back to eating and went to watch TV. Later that night, I filled up my water bottle, and as I did so, I looked out the window above the sink, talking to my father. As I finished, I saw these two red objects in the window. A little confused, I asked him if there was anything outside that could reflect red like that. He said no. I laughed, saying, must be some critter then. That's when I saw what I now assumed to be red eyes, one last time in the widowmaker tree from earlier. I didn't even realize I was staring for so long until my father interrupted me and said that my stepmom almost hit an animal and swerved off the road into a ditch. We needed to go pick her up. Now I've heard legends and myths, and I know the Mothman is considered a bad omen. So, a bit freaked out, I shut all the blinds and went to bed. But not before seeing that thing flapping its massive wings before fading off into the sky. That was no bird, way too big, and the timing was too perfect. What was that? From J. Ion. I spent the first 6 years of my life in a neighborhood for working-class people that was made of very old apartment buildings in a small town in Malaysia. The buildings were constructed 50 years ago and were upgraded since, so the exterior of the buildings had a neglected look. Rusty metal installments, dented roofs, brown and black stains on the walls from years of exposure to rain and wind, peeling paint, and plants growing in the cracks and crevices. The worst part of it all, the inside of the buildings were infested with rats and cockroaches, and a myriad of other insects and critters that should belong in a sewer, not in the walls and ceilings of family homes with young, vulnerable children. To make things even worse, living in a tropical country, thunderstorms are regular occurrences, which affect the supply of electricity to homes, and sometimes entire provinces, due to lightning strikes and damage to old grid lines. Because of the lack of upkeep, coupled with the vermin infestation and bad weather, the power grid for my neighborhood gets cut off at least once a month, plunging every household into darkness at night and uncomfortable humidity and heat in the tropical climate. Whenever this happened, my family would leave their bedrooms and just sleep on the living room floor. It was the most aerated and cool area in the whole apartment, despite the lack of functioning fans and air conditioning. One such night was no different. My entire family was asleep in the living room because a particularly powerful thunderstorm was slamming down on the province. Coupled with extremely strong winds, it was as loud as police sirens blaring, just 20 meters in front of you. Yet, my entire family was sound asleep. We were used to it. I remember it being past midnight when my eyes opened wide. I looked to my right at the entrance of the living room, which was a sliding glass door attached to a balcony. I remember hearing the loud wind howling and the door and windows vibrating in resistance against the wind's strength. But there was something else at the door. It moved in tandem with the intensity and frequency of the wind, pushing against the glass door when the wind picked up. And it was quiet. No sound came from it, other than the times it pushed itself against the glass, with the increasing and decreasing intensity of wind. I was horrified, but I stayed silent. I didn't want it to know that I was awake, that I was looking in its direction. I stared at it trying to break into my home for about 3 minutes. The whole time I was imagining what death by this creature would be like. This creature definitely was no living being, or didn't resemble any. The creature had a head that looked like it was decomposing, with flaking gray skin, pink purple-brown patches with little gray and white hairs around the mostly bald top, and a lumpy face that looked bruised and gangrenous at the same time. But the worst part was the body, or lack thereof. Where the torso and limbs should have been was instead a dangling bunch of equally decomposed lumps, with the same colors as the skin on the creature's head. What I supposed are its entrails had less mobility than the head, but the entrails did slam very hard against the glass door when the creature rammed its head out of frustration and desperation after trying in vain to get into the living room for several minutes. Surprisingly, my family did not wake up despite the loud sound the creature was making, trying to break the door. As the winds died down, it gave up slamming itself against the door. Instead, it stayed silent and still while looking into the living room. That's when I realized it was basically floating, There was nothing beneath the dangling lumps and nothing above its head. Somehow, I fell asleep after this realization, or maybe I fell unconscious from fright. In the morning, my parents woke me up for breakfast. I told them not to open the living room door in a panic because there was a monster trying to get into the house, and that's when I turned my head and looked at the glass door in absolute horror, as it was already wide open. But the sun was up. It was a bright and beautiful morning, and I could hear birds chirping with a gentle breeze sweeping leaves away in the background. My parents smiled at me, said that it was just a bad dream, and that I have an overactive imagination. I didn't argue with them because I believed everything my parents said to me when I was little. Almost a decade later, after my family moved to a much better neighborhood, I was allowed to use a computer. I eventually found articles written about indigenous mythical creatures and folklore in Southeast Asia. Apparently, the creature I saw matched a Penangal, which means literally the remover in my native Malay language. It's a creature born out of a black magic practitioner who has to remove her head and organs from her body to go hunting for fresh blood at night. Before daybreak, the Penangal has to reattach its head and organs with its body, or it will perish from the slightest exposure to sunlight, as it is considered an affront to God due to its unnatural form, and to prevent damage to its organs. Based on what I've read on this creature, it's always female, and its long hair, glowing red eyes, fangs, and blood dripping from its dangling organs give it away. Yet the creature I saw trying to get into my family's living room did not match all of those features. Besides the floating head and entrails, it was different in the other aspects, such as the lack of discernible eyes or mouth, and the fact that the creature I saw looked more like a balding male, and its supposed organs looked like 5-year-old air-dried meat. So was the Penangal that tried to enter my home an exception to the rule for the Malay undead? Or was that an entirely different creature? Results of bad behavior. From Edgar A. This story is true as much as my memory allows. Some of the details may not be exact. This happened to me back in the early 80s, when I was around 21 or 22 years old. I worked at an oil field construction company here in my hometown, which is in West Texas, a small town of 10,000 people. I won't give all the specifics. I want to protect my friend's anonymity. I worked with a guy we'll call Kevin, and we became good friends. I had a bad habit in those days of drinking way too much, but I've tried to change my ways because of what happened to me back then. We would work all day and then go home, Kevin to his house and me to mine. I would get cleaned up and then usually go get some booze, a bottle and a case of beer. Then we'd meet up at Kevin's house. Kevin lived in a very old home. Not sure when it was built, but it was old. We would spend our evenings drinking, talking, listening to music, and occasionally some other friends would show up for the festivities. Mostly it was just me and him, though, boozing it up until late at night. Kevin was a very talented and interesting guy. He would swig down beer and chase it with whiskey. The guy was a heavyweight when it came to drinking. He would play his guitar and sing. We'd have a great time. But I kept thinking in the back of my mind that my life was going nowhere. I knew that I should be doing something more with my life. Something more constructive. This is where the story starts to get weird. Somehow, I don't remember exactly how or where it came from, we ended up with a spirit board. I think someone must have left it there because I didn't bring it myself, and I don't think Kevin bought it. Yet, there it was, and we made the mistake of using it on several occasions. We'd ask it all kinds of questions. Sometimes, to our amazement, it would work. We would get intelligent answers. Other times it would do nothing or just go in circles. So we ended up putting it away, but it was too late. I believe we may have stirred something up. On one occasion, I was there as usual, drinking with Kevin, and things had gotten quiet. He was strumming his guitar, and I was reading a magazine. All of a sudden, I got a strong smell of perfume. I asked Kevin if he could smell it. He said with a concerned look on his face, "Yeah, I smell it." We could both smell a woman's perfume in the room, but we were the only two there. The smell faded away and we both just kind of forgot. On another night, we were sitting in his living room talking, and I happened to look up at the light fixture in the middle of the ceiling. It was a heavy iron fixture, and I could have sworn all that time I thought it was black in color. But as I looked at it, it was most definitely green. I said to Kevin, "Hey Kev, don't look up, but tell me what color the light fixture is." He looked at me strangely and said, "Black." I said, "Okay, now look at it." He raised his head and looked at the light with an expression of confusion coming over his face. He was like, "What the? I thought it was black, it's green." On another occasion, after a night of some drinking, I told him I had to go, and we walked out onto his front porch together. I started walking toward my car, which was parked under an old dead tree in front of his house. I was saying goodbye, see you tomorrow, or something to that effect, and I happened to look up in the tree above my car. There was a huge bird, a blackbird with a yellow beak. I've lived in West Texas all my life, and I've never seen a bird like that before. It was making a noise similar to a crow. What the heck? I thought that it seemed very strange, but just continued to my car and drove the 10 blocks or so to my house. I had a digital clock in my room, and when I came in, I noticed it was 11:11. Thinking nothing of it, I went to bed and almost immediately fell asleep. I began to have terrible dreams. I was dreaming of another friend who had killed himself. I saw my friend in the dream, and he was sitting on a green velvet couch that was on a huge carpet, suspended in the air. The dead tree with the creepy bird was above my dead friend. And yes, in the dream he looked dead. He didn't say a word to me. He just looked at me like he was in a trance. I woke up, at least I think I was awake, and I could feel a hand on my left foot. I tried to move my foot, but I couldn't. I was petrified. I slowly got the courage to look at the foot of my bed. Nothing. Nobody was there. I got up and turned on the light. Nothing, no one. I don't think I got much sleep that night, but it doesn't end there. I continued all that summer to go to Kevin's house and drink with him. I would go home when I'd had enough to drink, and when I'd arrive at my house and look at the clock, it would nearly always be 11:11. I never would look at Kevin's clock and think, "Oh, it's getting late, I better go." No, I'd randomly just leave when I felt like it. But more times than not, my clock would be 11:11. I started to think there was some significance in the numbers 11:11. Looking back on that time in my life, the only explanation I can come up with is that a higher power was trying to tell me that I wasn't living right. I wasn't being a very good person. I got into a lot of trouble as the years went by because of my drinking. Kevin moved on to some other town. He was very restless. He was a good friend of mine all those years ago. I hope his life turned out good. I quit drinking in October of 2000. My life is good now, and I don't have nearly as many problems as I did back then. I still, to this day, get the chills, and I'm very freaked out when I look at the clock, and it's 11:11. I feel as though this story has a positive message, though. Don't mess with the paranormal and don't drink. That was the message for me, anyway. Late Night Park Visit from PX5389. I'll start off by saying I live in a suburban setting in a small town. Unlike me, My friend had lived in a more rural section of the county at the time. This incident took place near my house. My friend's name is Ryan. He and I have certainly witnessed a whole bunch of wild crap throughout our time of being friends, and this experience was certainly memorable for its unnatural turnout. I met Ryan about a month before this occurrence happened. As funny as it sounds, we actually met through the twins we were dating. Who knew that our long-dead relationships with them sparked the friendship between two like-minded, adrenaline-junkie individuals that's lasted to this day? This happened back in the summer after freshman year of high school. As any other day of summer, we had made it our goal to make the most out of the time off from school. One late night during a summer sleepover, we figured, what better way to have a fun summer than to sneak out to the park at midnight? So that's exactly what we did. I live in a small neighborhood which connects to the village I live in. This park is in a relatively desolate area of the village, so there isn't much foot traffic going through that area, especially at night. Something about sneaking out just made each of us really excited, and we could hardly contain ourselves. We figured we'd have the opportunity to mess with a couple having fun in their car, or better yet, find some shady people to stalk, just for the heck of it. Don't ask me why we thought this was a good idea. The only reason I have is moronic teenager behavior. I know at least one of you felt the same way we did at one point in your lives. Looking back, it was dumb. But then again, if we didn't do something stupid like this, we would have no good stories to share. Anyway, we were hanging in my basement. My parents had recently had it finished, and one of the safety requirements was an escape latch. To us, that escape latch was our way of getting out and not being caught. It worked perfectly, and I've resorted to using it ever since when needed. Before we left, I made sure we brought a basketball along, because I knew that during the summer the park hosted a camp, and they put up a basketball hoop for campers to use. As we climbed out of my basement, we were exposed to the hot night air. One problem we had were the mosquitoes. The dang suckers were everywhere we walked. As we walked onto the sidewalk, we started to have a conversation along the lines of, wait until the twins hear what we did tonight. At the time, we thought we were savages, but now I realize we were just impulsive teenagers that were way over their heads. Before I continue, it's crucial that I give you a good idea of how the park looks. There's a traditionally paved road that leads to the parking lot, all the way on the other side of the park. We, however, had come through the neighborhood, which has a rough dirt path that we would usually bike on during the day. As we walked across this dirt path, there were baseball fields on either sides of us, with their dugouts empty. We continued to walk, wary of our surroundings, until we made our way to the dimly lit pavilion. Next to the pavilion was one area with playground equipment. This was often referred to as the little kids area. The parking lot connected to the pavilion and this playground. About a quarter mile down the parking lot was the big kids area, with more complex equipment. This area was located much closer to the entrance of the park. The big kids area connected to the parking lot, and a gigantic soccer field, which stretched all the way to where the pavilion was located. Seeing this field in its uninhabited state put both of us in a feeling of unease. We made jokes about something possibly being out there watching us from the field. Obviously, they were just jokes, though. We had actually not seen anything. But saying we did scared the heck out of each of us, nonetheless. For now, we were just sitting in the pavilion, listening to music and talking about future plans with our girls. Those were certainly some nostalgic times. I couldn't help but look back towards the field every so often, just out of paranoia that someone or something might be out there. Nothing ever showed. After about an hour of just chilling, we figured we would make our way down to the basketball court.
To be as descriptive as possible, we made our way across the main parking lot area down to where the big kid area of the park was. Instead of going straight, which would lead to the exit of the park, we made a right to the parking lot, which exposed a whole other area of unused parking spaces. This extended about a half-mile down. All the way at the bottom of the parking lot was the basketball hoop, along with dense forest which surrounds the area of the sector of the parking lot. Now, before we made our way completely down, I stopped and I told my friend to stand still. A faint car outline was visible in the furthest corner of the area. This instantly caused us to become suspicious. The car was black, which only made it blend in more with the night. What made us more curious was the fact that the outline was not that of a police car. Instead of turning back like normal people, we continued on our merry way right down to the basketball hoop. I guess we were just testing this person to see what they would do. There's that typical untouchable macho kid stereotype again. Their car was completely off, and had been for the past hour, which we assumed because no one had driven into the park while we were there. At first, I figured they must be lovers, but no. There was no one in the passenger seat, and the only light illuminating from within the car now seemed to be that of a phone screen. This hoop was a few yards away from the car, which we thought was a safe distance away. We decided if anything went south, we would book it back to the pavilion by cutting through the field, which we really didn't want to do, but if it came down to it, we'd have to. We started to play some basketball for a few minutes, but as time went by, we only became more unsettled. The fact that this person was sitting in their car unbothered by us made us each on edge. Instead of shooting around, we had begun to occasionally dribble the ball, while just staring at the car in our peripheral vision. During an interval of my friend dribbling the ball, I could swear I heard the evermost slight crack of the car driver's side door opening. I told my friend to quit it, and we each stared at the car waiting for something to happen. We were silent. A few moments passed, and at this point nothing happened. Now sort of teed off that this guy was ruining our time, I yelled some profanities his way, and foolishly threatened to call the police, which I was quite sure he heard. Right after I finished, the car engine came to life, and the car began to violently back out of the spot it was parked in. It was truly disturbing how a night so silent had turned into an episode of screeching tires and burning rubber. As soon as this guy began to back out, that's when me and my friend booked it. We ran up the little hill that led to the field and hopped the fence. Screw whatever imaginary cryptid could be stalking us in the field. Right now, the main priority was to get away from this lunatic in their car. As we made our way through the field, we saw the car driving full speed right out of the parking lot and out of the park. We were left in the confusion, not even knowing what to think. So many questions had been running through my mind. Had that guy just tried to run us over? Why had he been in such a hurry to leave? What if we hadn't run to the soccer field in time? What if I hadn't noticed him open the door ever so slightly? All these questions have remained unanswered to this day. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. This wasn't even the most freakish part of the night. That is yet to come. As we had made our way back to the pavilion, we sat down on one of the benches and sat in complete silence for a few minutes, contemplating what just happened. After just sitting there for a few minutes, we started to just talk again, watching the entrance to the park, just in case anyone drove in. We sat there for a decent amount of time until Ryan suddenly whispered to me, "Dude, check it. Is that someone on the swings?" My stomach sank. On the other side of the park, where the big kid area was, we saw a dark figure. We watched closely as the silhouette went up and down. We fell silent, studying what was right in front of us. What really spooked me was the distant yet familiar sound of that rusty chain swinging slowly back and forth. I got goosebumps as I picked up on the sound. How could someone have gotten there without us noticing, especially if they had not come through the neighborhood entrance or road entrance? This wasn't one of those cliches where as soon as you notice the thing, it stops doing whatever it's doing and looks you dead in the eye and comes towards you. No. Instead, my friend decided to yell out to them. That's right. He literally said, "Hey, you want to play some basketball?" Whoever we were looking at stopped swinging and looked in our general direction. I was on the verge of punching Ryan so hard in the mouth for what he just said. I told him, "Dude, what the heck? What if he runs towards us?" He simply replied, "Don't worry, bro. He's outnumbered, and we have pocket knives." As I recall that line now, I cringe so hard, fully understanding what clowns we were. It's honestly comical to a certain degree when you take out the potentially life-threatening dude that was only a sprinting distance away from us. But no, that figure didn't advance towards us. They didn't make a sound. All they did was get up off the swing and head into the small bathroom facility that was located right next to the park area. They were hooded, and we only saw the back of them as they went in. Judging by stature, this person looked tall and lanky. Me and my friend were officially freaked out, but we stood there in anticipation for a few minutes just waiting. 10 minutes passed, and we had been staring right at the door the person had entered, waiting for the door to open again. A few minutes after that, the door swung open. The same individual came out, but they faced us this time. We were able to distinguish their face. Their eyes were enormous, and their hair was a wild mess across their face and beneath their hood. At first, I was confused and thought we were looking at a complete freak. I was so disturbed. I looked down at the mouth and it was twisted in this horrific, static grimace. That's when I realized it must have been a mask. Thinking about it now, it reminded me very much of that Momo character that was hyped up a few years back. They gave a quick wave in our direction and motioned us to follow. It was a quick glance I got because as soon as this person came out of the bathroom, they swung to their side and walked towards the end of the parking lot, where the basketball hoop was. To give a better image of this parking lot, it was forked into two areas. If you were coming from the park road entrance, you could either go straight towards the pavilion or take a left and go down into the bigger parking lot which extended to where the basketball hoop was, closely followed by the tree line. My friend and I stood and watched as this figure continued their way, not looking back at us. We weren't sure of what to do. We just sat there, stunned. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the figure had broken into a full-on sprint heading right into the woods. That's when we noticed the headlight beams appearing at the entrance of the park. We saw the grill and realized it was a police officer. He continued driving towards us. As opposed to most people, we were actually relieved to see him come our way. He got out of his car and in a stern voice asked us what we were doing out at this hour. We replied, just hanging out. The officer told us it would be best if we went home. That if he catches us here again at this time, he would escort us home himself. He was stern yet considerate, and we appreciated that. After he said this, I asked if he had seen that person running into the woods on his way into the park. He replied no, and asked us if we were under the influence, clearly skeptical. We quickly said no and asked if there were any security cameras in the park. He said, "Yeah, that's how I knew you were here." Then it hit me there were other security cameras that had been scattered throughout the park. I asked if any of them were recording, to which he responded, "Only one that's working right now is the one located in the pavilion." This disappointed us greatly and left us with a feeling of dread. He asked us a few more questions, then sent us on our way, making sure we left the park. Once we'd gotten back to my house, we had snuck back in through the basement escape hatch. We discussed what happened, both of us shaken. The following day, we walked back to the park at noon, when there were other people around. We went over to the bathroom that had been used by that person the other night. Nothing seemed wrong, but on our way out, Ryan caught a glimpse of the garbage can and said, "Hold up." Curious, I turned around and we both looked. In the garbage was that mask the person had used, or at least what used to be the mask. It appeared to have been cut up and ripped apart with something. After that, we left in a hurry. Ever since that day, we haven't really went to the park, period. It just sketched us out too much and we didn't want anything to do with it. Sure, it's a crazy memory to share, but honestly, retelling the story in its entirety has given me goosebumps and a feeling of anxiety, traveling back in my mind to the night this happened, knowing how dangerous it could have been. Your typical questions had swarmed into my mind after the whole ordeal. Was the car in the parking lot earlier connected to the person? Why was that person alone on the playground at that time? Most bizarre of all, why did he wear a mask? Most chilling of all, had that person been watching us the whole time we were there? These questions remain unanswered, and I still obsess over them to this day occasionally. Living in a small town like ours, this certainly wasn't ordinary. Our town in general is safe, and nothing majorly bad has happened in the years I've lived here. Maybe it was some sort of weird prank, but that couldn't explain it considering the fact that these people had no idea we were coming. If anyone has suggestions, I'd love your input. This has honestly stumped me. It would probably ease the intense curiosity I found myself in after remembering this incident once again. Even though this was seriously messed up, it hasn't been the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, but it certainly was eerie and unexplainable. Nowadays, I make an effort to steer clear of any obvious possible trouble. Being young at the time, I was daring, and I guess that's what led to my naive personality. Town Demon, from Megan. I've lived in the countryside my whole childhood life, up to the age of 18. Before it was just fields and trees, it used to be a small, thriving town called Gladwin in the early 1900s, until a train derailed and burned the town to the ground. It was never rebuilt, and sadly there were fatalities. I'm 26 now, and I still clearly remember a few things that happened in our house. My earliest memory was when I was around 5 years old. My sister was 8. To this day, she still claims this true, and she was the good child in the family. My mother, sister, and I fell asleep in the living room from watching movies. The next thing I remember, my sister was waking us up in the middle of the night, explaining that she got up because she had to use the restroom, and a green skeletal apparition told her no. My mom brushed it off, saying she's just making it up, trying to scare me. I always felt uneasy in my bedroom. I felt as if I was being watched often, especially at night. The first time something happened to me, I woke up. Now, my Barbie house I had was on top of my Barbies because I knocked it over earlier that night. I awoke to the sound of my Barbie house squeaking from moving. I had a nightlight in my bedroom, so I looked down from my bed, and I literally saw my dollhouse moving. Like the Barbies underneath were moving the dollhouse. I bolted out of my room straight to my parents. My mom said I was just seeing things. It was just my imagination. You know, what parents usually say to try and calm their kids down. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I slept in the living room for 3 years after that. When my sister moved out of the house, I switched to her bedroom, which was smaller, but felt more pure. I never had an uneasy feeling in her room. I stayed in that bedroom until I moved out of the house. At the age of 19 or 20, my sister and I were visiting our parents. Around 11 p.m. we heard 2 bangs on the side of our house. The next day, we found my grandmother deceased in her home. We think it was her spirit saying goodbye. My grandparents lived like 15 yards from my parents. I feel sorry for my mother because she also found my grandfather's body years before that. Horseshoe Trail, from Eric C. Before I begin, I want to let you know I'm not Native American. My name is Austin, and this experience happened to me when I was 14. My friend Travis invited me to go visit his uncle's house in Sedona, Arizona, for 2 weeks. It's a small town with a population of a little over 10,000. We left the school day ended. We soon arrived, and mark my words, Sedona is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. The red mountains and red rocks are breathtaking. On the third day, Travis's uncle wanted to know if we wanted to go hiking on one of the mountain trails. We said yes, and we were excited. It was very hot out, so we decided to go around 6 p.m. It was about a 10-minute drive, but we ended up making it there around 6:20. There were multiple trails, but we went on one called Horseshoe Trail because Travis's uncle, let's call him Scott, said there was a lot of wildlife on the trail. It was a 4-mile hike and it wasn't going to get dark anytime soon, so we weren't worrying, and we did see a lot of wildlife. About 2 miles into the hike, Travis said he thought something was watching us. I said nothing's watching us, and if there really is something, it's probably a bird. We got to the 3-mile checkpoint when suddenly the noise stopped. No animals were making noise. We stopped to wonder what was happening until we heard something slowly walk towards us. I began to smell something dead and disgusting. Scott noticed it too, and he gave a look like something bad was about to happen. He told us in a trembling voice, "We have to get out of here, quickly." We ran down the hill and into the car. When we got home, we asked Scott what happened, but he didn't answer. So we went to bed. A couple of hours later, I was awakened to the same smell. I got up and woke Travis. We then heard bones cracking and something growling. It seemed to be coming outside the window.
Travis, it is your uncle Scott. Come outside, I need you.
That wasn't his uncle. We ran to Scott's room, and sure enough, there he was. We woke him. Scott ran outside with a pistol and shot after whatever that was, but none of us really knew. I will always remember what happened, but I'm still confused as to what that was.
Number 1. The strangest thing I found in the woods. Submitted by Wendigo Runner. Back in the day, I used to go hiking through the woods in my small town with a couple of friends. Let's call them Dave and Matt. Matt conveniently lived just at the edge of the forest, so we did this with some regularity. I actually have a couple of stories from our time out there, but I'll keep focused on the subject at hand. This particular experience occurred during the winter. Everything was covered in a nice layer of snow around a couple of feet deep, give or take. There's not much to tell about the hike itself. It was the usual relaxing hike through a snowy, densely wooded area, filled with our usual conversation and a silent admiration for the natural world. You know, like typical outdoor things. Life didn't get weird until we reached our typical midway point a number of hours into the hike. This was an old dirt road with an equally old stone bridge over a lake. This bridge was not especially high above the water. You could probably say that it was around 8 to 10 feet up, and it was a nice place to stop and rest before continuing the hike. We'd never before seen any indication of other people being back here, but this year was different. We crossed the bridge and looked into the water beneath us, which had of course frozen over with thick ice. This year, however, the water wasn't empty. Just near the top of the ice was an animal's remains. It looked like it had been floating near the surface prior to the freeze. Whoever dumped it must have expected nature to take care of the rest. The remains had been expertly tended to. The cuts were clean, even cuts with no excess bone exposed anywhere. The skin had been removed, its tail removed, all 4 legs had been removed, and its head had also been removed at the base of the neck. The 3 of us looked at it and agreed that it was disgusting and wrong for hunters to just leave the remains out like this, especially since it was covered in meat still. It was a huge waste that would just rot away, especially in the water. Then I noticed another bizarre feature: a hole in the animal's chest. It didn't take long for us to see that the hole was cut just as cleanly as the rest of it, and it was precisely where the animal's heart should have been. Someone had taken considerable effort to almost surgically remove the legs, tail, head, skin, and heart from this animal, all while leaving the meat perfectly intact. We all agreed that this was quite wasteful, gross, and bizarre. Why would someone hunt down a deer only to pull its heart out? But there wasn't much for us to do but look at it, so after discussing the oddity for a while, we turned and continued on our hike. We hadn't walked far on that old snow-covered bridge when we spotted a pile of fur. Unlike the remains in the water, this one was easily accessible, and so we did what any curious group would do. We rushed over to it. To our surprise and disgust, this wasn't a separate piece. No, as if that frozen body in the water wasn't enough, we had just found its skin. Stranger still was the precision with which it had been removed. The skin and fur had been cut cleanly and laid out so deliberately that from a distance, it looked like a fully grown animal laying on its side. If I sound impressed, it's because I am. Nothing short of a scalpel could have done this. Furthermore, there was no blood anywhere around, not in the skin, not on the body. Everything around us was pure, undisturbed snow. Somehow it had been drained of its blood, and the skin and fur cleaned as well, all done before dumping the remains at the otherwise serene and secluded location. We started talking about it for a while again, and how incredibly strange the entire situation had been. But once more, we couldn't really do anything about it. So a little bit quicker than before, we began heading down the old dirt road. I don't think I was the only one that found a new kick in his step. I didn't want to be in these woods much longer. Yet again, however, it wasn't long until we were stopped once more by something unusual. Boot prints that led off the road and down the side of a hill. Matt quickly decided to investigate, and it didn't take long for him to call us over. Down on the side of the hill was an area where old bushes had formed a small cul-de-sac, and tucked up inside of it neatly was a full second body, another animal. It had been placed neatly into this area, as if to hide it and display it at the same time. It is quite strange considering how obvious the first had been. Besides, why bother hiding it in the first place when the area itself was so secluded? This second body had no immediate obvious signs of what had happened to it, but we weren't about to touch it. You might be wondering what kind of animals they were. Well, they were solid black goats, and the second was almost whole. On closer inspection, without touching the body of course, we saw that its eyes had been removed with the same level of precision that had cut the heart, appendages, head, and fur from the first. Yet, once more, the second goat had no blood, no cuts, no marks of any kind. Nothing at all on its face or body. Its eyes were simply gone, and its pulse was no more. We broke off a horn from the second goat and reported the findings to the police department. But of course, they laughed at us, openly laughed at us, and assumed that we were making the entire thing up. This was a very small town, and it would have been easy to investigate it. But of course, they never did. Nonetheless, we insisted on writing a police report. It was the least we could do. It would at least make us feel better. Sometimes humans are the strangest things out there. Something is going on in my small town. Something sinister. Sometimes small towns are the most horror-filled places. Number 2. One Last Cigarette. Submitted by Christian. I lived in a small town in the northwest of England in the United Kingdom. There I lived with my mother and later on my girlfriend. Even back then, I always had a soft spot for the horror and paranormal genres. I think that through this I learned how to explain things that would otherwise seem strange maybe to someone else. My story begins when I was a mere child. Upon moving into this house due to my parents' divorce, I never really liked the place. The environment was more or less the same. Typical English town, side streets filled with terraced houses as far as the eye could see, always filled with the gray, cloudy, dreary sky. I never quite got the feeling of comfort in this new town, nor in the new house. Being only 6 years old at the time, it could have just been the stress of everything going on in my life. But as I got older and more used to living in the house, that feeling of comfort and the feeling of being watched never left me. When I was 13, I remember a typical night in my life at the time. My mom would make sure I was in bed in time for school in the morning, and nothing seemed too weird. Until one night, I woke up out of nowhere. As I opened my eyes, my room was dark, but I could still make out the silhouettes of the furniture in the room. Nothing seemed wrong. That is until I heard a woman screaming in fear. It was so loud, and it was coming from directly by my bed. I covered myself in my blanket so fast and tightly that I nearly suffocated myself. There I laid, being quiet and still. But by the time I breathed again, the room had fallen silent. Slowly, I lifted my head from under the blanket. Everything seemed fine. What I eventually noticed was how unnaturally cold the room had gotten, a chill that seemed to diffuse even through my blankets. How I got to sleep that night is still a mystery. About a year later, on what seemed like a normal day, I got home from school, and as I got through the door of my house, I put my bag and coat on the hanger as always. Then I went upstairs. I was on the way to my room, my bedroom being at the far end of the landing to the stairs. As I turned the corner at the top of the staircase, I was almost caught in my own momentum, unable to stop myself walking as I saw a shadow walking into my bedroom towards the wall. Still caught up in the momentum, I barely managed to stop myself at the other corner on my landing leading into the room. Safe to say, I stayed downstairs that night. Fast forward a few more years. I was 18. I had just arrived home one day from the cinema with my friends from college. Once again, it was a pretty typical night, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I was sitting on the chair watching TV when I saw a shadowy figure emerge from behind me. In the split second that I saw the shadow, it seemed to fall from the ceiling. I turned my head in a snap reaction, and I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. If I wasn't already filled with adrenaline already from what I had just seen on the wall in front of me, I barely noticed that my bedroom door was swinging like there was some kind of breeze in the room, or as if someone had walked in and opened the door too hard. I specifically remember my window being closed that night, and no one else should have been awake, let alone in my room. I turned around and my heart began to race when I saw my window still tightly shut. I was so freaked out that night that I remember running out of the house to my grandma's, who thankfully only lived around the corner. Maybe 5 years later, I'd recently lost my job and had to move back to my mother's house, along with my girlfriend. After I'd left home previously, my mother bought herself a dog to keep her company around the house. But what with me and my girlfriend living there once more, my mother seemed a lot happier when we were all around. One night I remember my mother was out with friends, and my girlfriend was working at her job as a caseworker. She usually worked the day shift, but had been called in late due to another staff member being off sick. I was home alone with just me and the dog. I decided to stay up late and wait for her to come home, as she had left and forgotten her keys. And this was around 12:30 a.m. I went outside to go for a cigarette in the backyard. George, the dog, typically sniffs around for a while, then looks outside the back gate to pique his curiosity. Upon finishing my cigarette, I shouted for him to come inside when he turned around and just stared at what I thought was me. After shouting a few more times, I realized he wasn't looking at me, but he was staring past me. I was horrified. I slowly turned around to my right. I began to hear footsteps behind me. Quickly, I turned. The footsteps were coming from the yard now, with no idea how they were in front of me now. I looked in their direction. I could clearly see a silhouette of whatever was making those footsteps. I couldn't believe it. Was this the thing that had screamed in my room 10 years ago? The thing I saw walking into my bedroom? The thing that was on my wall? Rather than continue to question what I was seeing, in a split second, I grabbed the dog and ran into the house, slamming the back door behind me. I looked out the window as quickly as I got back in, only to see the yard as if it had never been touched. It was empty again. All I knew then was that I needed to get out of that house. I looked toward the dog and saw him growling at the door like he was ready to pounce at any moment. I didn't even think about what to do next. I just grabbed the dog and ran over to my grandma's house. The next morning, I decided that enough was enough. After all these years, I had to tell my mother. When she woke up, I pulled her to one side in the kitchen, away from my girlfriend and grandma. Then I began to tell her each and every one of my experiences, the screams, the shadows, everything. As I told her, her face seemed to lose its color. She began telling me she thought it was just her seeing and hearing things, but she had also experienced things inside the house herself and had even heard the scream that same night. I asked her if it could have been a neighbor, to which she said no. The house to our left was empty and still for sale at the time, and the neighbors to the right were on holiday. Not long after this, I managed to find some work, and I moved back out with my girlfriend. My mother, too scared to be alone there anymore, even with the dog, she sold the house, then moved in with my grandmother. We never mentioned or went back to that house again. Number 3. Small Town Haunts. Submitted by Lucas C. This happened 7 years ago, so bear with me. I moved a lot as a child. I ended up going to 3 different elementary schools back then. At my favorite of these schools, it was in a super small town. All the kids would claim it was haunted. I've always been a skeptic, even back then, even when I was that young. I knew it couldn't be true until something happened to me. First of all, let me tell you about what my school did. If you did exceptionally well in class, a teacher would give you a slip of paper called a high five. You got to save them, and at the end of the month, there would be a little store full of cheap toys. You could spend your high fives on them. I still have a bracelet I got from one of those stores. So my class was out at recess, and one of the recess monitors gave me a high five slip. I don't even remember what I did to deserve it, but that's not important. Excitedly, I asked my teacher if I could go inside and put my slip away in the desk. She said it was okay, and I headed in. My classroom was super dark and just plain creepy to a 3rd grader. I sat in the back and had to walk a ways to my desk. I felt my arms go numb as I slipped my high five in the desk. It felt like someone was poking me with a safety pin on my neck. I was alone in that classroom. Not even the teacher was there. But someone was there. When I looked up slowly, in the darkest part of the classroom facing away from me, I saw the silhouette of a woman. She was swaying back and forth and just staring in the opposite direction. I remember being so frightened, so horrified, that I ran full speed outside, back to recess. That experience changed me. It frightened me, yet woke up something inside me. That was the start of our little paranormal club that I began to host for the rest of the year. We told stories, exchanged sightings, like shadow figure hauntings, haunted bathroom stalls, everything you could think of. Heck, even one of my favorites was a classmate who saw red glowing eyes from under the stairs. Ever since my experience in that classroom, the doors to the mysteries of this world were blown right open. I no longer ignore the stories of the paranormal. It really just goes to show you that sometimes small towns have the biggest secrets. Number 4. Something chased me one summer. Submitted by Gus S. This story took place 8 years ago when I was 15. I was living in Lehigh Acres, a small town in southwest Florida. I loved fishing and would find myself in all sorts of remote locations chasing fish. On this particular day, I was fishing a large brackish canal at a local park nature area. There was a small playground at the front of the park that led into some deep woods. The canal itself ran along the woods for several miles. It was maybe 2 in the afternoon on a very hot and sunny day. I hadn't had much luck, so I was just zoning out and daydreaming while continuously casting out my rod. Basically, I was on autopilot. I was maybe 3 miles down the canal, walking and fishing, when I became aware of a strange sound coming from the woods behind me. Honestly, I was so distracted that I thought it was something from my imagination, and I ignored it. After a few minutes of silence, I tried to focus on the noise, and what I heard made my heart sink. It was a sort of guttural growl. It didn't sound like any animal I'd ever even heard of. It was vibrating my bones, it was so loud. My line was still out when I turned around to see what it was. I was shaking, I was so scared. As I scanned the trees behind me, I saw 2 huge furry-like cat feet, but not truly cat-like. More like a large cougar that had some sort of deformity or maybe a disease. Being so close to a large animal like that, I almost accepted that this was going to be my end, but I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I began to reel my rod in and run, all the while screaming to myself inside my head, "No, no, no." When I made it to the playground, I looked over my shoulder to see a large dark silhouette of some kind of wolf-like thing with a tail in the shape of a cat's tail. The sun was high in the sky, so I couldn't make out any colors or real distinguishing features, but I could easily tell that this thing wasn't natural. The growl it made still made me shake and sweat. I remember riding my bike home at full speed, shaking all the way. When I made it home, I told my dad. He ended up driving out there to check it out later that day, but he didn't see anything. I'm not sure what I saw, or why something like that would be in such a public area, but I do know that something lives in the wilds of our small town. And number 5, something new in a mountain town. I live in Romania, the land of legends like vampires, werewolves, and all sorts of things, but I didn't really believe any of them, not until recently. I live in Brasov, but I visited my native city for the holidays. It's called Sinaia. It's a small mountain town in Romania, and it's well known in our country. We are at the base of the Bucegi Mountains, and we have a lot of roads in the forest that go into the mountains. 2 nights ago, me and some friends, 2 guys and a girl, Ghost, Strong, and Anna respectively, went around 9 p.m. to a well-known road that goes over a bridge and into the forests. We couldn't go in with the car over the bridge because there was a big hole there, so once we reached the bridge, we left our car on the main road. Let me explain the place a little bit. When you cross this bridge, there is a big hill with a thick forest On the right, there is a road that leads down, and on the left is a bulkhead with running water. We had 2 airsoft weapons with us, just in case we needed to scare off some sort of animal, or just for our imaginary safety. We began our trek over the bridge. We crossed on the left on the bulkhead, one by one with Ghost going first, the other guy behind him, Strong, then Anna, then me. Ghost and I had the airsoft weapons, as we were on either end. After we crossed over, we stopped to listen and watch the hill for a moment on my left. After a while, I heard a noise, and I saw something moving on the hill. I called the others over, telling them to go back a little. We ended up crossing over the bulkhead again. Then we went uphill to see what I saw there. At this point, we told Anna to stay at the base of the hill, as she wasn't in any shape to run. So again, Ghost was first, Strong after him, then me last. We went in silence for 2 minutes on the path, until we began to hear something. I can describe it as a man trying to scream, but his voice being too hoarse to do so. The 3 of us stopped for a moment, then Ghost went ahead 2 or 3 more steps. I was scanning the tree line when I saw 2 yellow eyes up the hill. At first I thought it was lights from a vehicle, but headlights don't blink or follow you, nor are they attached to a figure that leans out from behind a tree. When we saw that, we ran. We went to the base of the hill, when Ghost told me, "I'll take the right and you take the left." We started to scan the tree line again, and there we saw 4 or 5 of these things. They were big, muscular, and covered in fur, and they walked on 2 legs. Their ears were extremely pointed. They were coming down the hill, coming towards us. That's when I realized airsoft weapons weren't going to do anything. Then again, that's all we had at the time. So we did what we could. We aimed the airsoft weapons at them, and we fired. It seemed to give the creatures pause for a moment. Not like they were scared, but more like our desperate attempt at defending ourselves weirded them out a bit. One of the creatures began to breathe this heavy, audible, raspy breath, as if that was some kind of warning to us. As they continued to approach slowly, we ran out of ammo. We crossed back over the bridge and took one last look in that direction. Those creatures were now where we had just been. I couldn't help but think then, what if we had stayed there? What would have happened to us? They weren't moving now. Instead, the creatures were just staring at us. Needless to say, when we were able to, we hauled tail out of there. After a few days of building up our lost courage, we ended up going back there, this time during the middle of the day. We came back to the same spot we'd seen those creatures. We found no animals, but we did find several sets of large footprints. We still do not know what they were, and it's the first time I'd ever seen them in my life. What really freaks me out is how close our sighting was to a nearby neighborhood. What are we going to do when strange creatures like that are that big, get a taste for human flesh? Let's hope I'm just being paranoid, and it never comes to that. Number 1. Monsters are real. Submitted by Lion Fox. So here is my story. My name really is Lion. Yes, that's my real name. My story takes place when I was 12 years old. I never really believed in monsters or ghosts. But what happened to me is true, and it changed the way I thought and my belief towards monsters. I was living in Boston at the time in a small town called Stowe. My house was in a very small neighborhood, up against a forest line with only a few other houses and lots of forest all around. I was often left home alone in this house for days at a time while my mom was traveling. It was one of those nights that I saw, well, at the time I was not sure what I saw. But I later found out the creature I described to my friend told me that I encountered something that sounded like the rake. It was around 10 at night in October. It was raining with a loud thunderstorm outside. I was in the living room doing homework, feeling uncomfortable, like when someone is watching you and staring intently. I looked around and thought I was being silly since I knew I was alone. I went back to doing homework when my cat, who was never far away, started to hiss and scream. Immediately, he ran off and hid. I had never seen our cat act like that. I started to get chills. My whole body went cold and I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I somehow knew I was being watched, but I felt too scared to look around and see who was watching me. When I finally found the courage to stand up, I walked to the hallway leading to the rear door of the house. I looked down the hallway, and in the window of the door I saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. In the window, there was a large face staring at me. The head was larger than a person's, with massive reflective eyes and a grin that was just not human. I froze and stared back at the creature for what seemed like an hour, even though it must have only been a few moments. As soon as I started to back up, the creature started to hit the window hard enough to break it. I screamed and started to run up the stairs to my bedroom. As I ran, the creature let out a sound I can't describe. It was like a shriek and a baby's wailing at the same time. I heard the glass shatter downstairs and the creature fumbling with the door. As I reached my room, I moved my dresser up against the door and tried to hide. I could hear whatever was in my house stomping around downstairs. I reached for the phone to call the police, but realized it was not on the hook in my bedroom. I had left it downstairs from talking to my mom earlier in the evening. At this point, I was scared, really, really scared. I heard the thing slowly coming up the stairs. I could hear the creak of the third step, and I knew it was already looking for me. It stopped at my door, and I saw the knob turning, and I heard it rattling. That's when I started to cry. I started shaking almost uncontrollably. I didn't know what to do, so I made the decision to jump out of my window. It wasn't too far off the ground. I opened my window and climbed out. I heard that creature banging against the door. It knew I was inside. I jumped out of my window and ran to the neighbor's house, screaming and crying. My neighbor was a nice older man and was a hunter, so I knew he had guns. He had protection. When I saw him, I told him what had happened, and he told me to stay inside his house. He called 911 and then grabbed one of his rifles and started over to my house. After a few moments, I heard him yelling, "Hey, you! Get off the roof!" Followed by a single gunshot. He came back and locked the door and told me to stay close. When the police finally arrived, my neighbor told the police someone had broken into my house and that he had fired a single shot to scare him away. The police came over to me and asked me what had happened. I told them the story, and after the police finished looking around my house, they told me that it was someone who wanted to break in and that I was a smart boy for thinking so quickly. I tried to tell them that it was not a person, but they dismissed it as me being frightened and imagining things. They never found any evidence of the creature or my cat, who I've never seen since that day. Just the broken window and my bedroom door forcefully opened from the outside. I know it was no man. The way the creature looked at me, it just couldn't be human. The head was all wrong, and I will never forget the sounds it made. I still have nightmares about it to this day. Number 2. Ghost in the Hallway. Submitted by Lizzie Liz. I live in a small town where the school has roughly 150 kids, and that's kindergarten through 12th grade. And if that doesn't tell you how small my town is, nothing will. And of course, every small town has its own haunted house. That house happened to be mine. My mom has always claimed that our house was haunted. She claimed to see shadows, hear voices, and footsteps in the hallway. But I was always a skeptical kid. Anyway, I was about 12 at the time. I was home alone waiting for my mom one night. She was to come home and take me to a church activity.
It was 7 o'clock at night, and I was sitting on my couch with my dog at my feet, most likely sleeping. I had always been afraid of ghost movies and such, but that night made my fear of the paranormal activity much worse. The whole house seemed to be alive. The floors were randomly squeaking, walls moaning, and there was a terrible wind outside. I was terrified. I tried my best to just pay attention to what was on television, but all I could hear was my scared breathing. But suddenly, all at once, the squeaking and moaning stopped. It was dead silent, but out of the silence I could hear obvious, heavy footsteps coming from the hallway behind me. My sleeping dog instantly shot up and started barking and running around the house. Being a scared little 12-year-old, I curled up in a ball on my couch and screamed, "Please go away." And just like that, the footsteps stopped. Everything stopped. The squeaking, moaning, footsteps, all of it. Since then, I have never stayed home alone. Number 3. Never sleep at a deserted gas station. Submitted by Jack's Bro. Before I start my story, I would like to say that I'm about 6 feet and 3 inches tall, and this took place during the middle of summer in 2015. I had recently landed a position in field sales, and I couldn't be more happy with it. The money is great, and the company I worked for even gave me a company vehicle. The only downside to the job is that my sales territory is quite expansive and could at times end up with me driving across several states, and the people I work for sometimes expect me to drive to most of my customers. I was grateful, however, since not that many people my age get these kinds of opportunities. After a couple of weeks of getting the hang of things, I had gotten a business call from a clinic in northwestern Florida that wanted me to come and provide a demonstration of our product. I told them that I'd be there by noon the next day. This drive would take me straight down the middle of Alabama on Interstate 65 and then bring me through Alabama State Route 113 down to Florida. I planned to get there by 11 p.m. the night before. Once I got past Montgomery, it was almost 9:30, so it was already dark. I have experience with driving long distances during the night, so the fact that it was night didn't really bother me. Once I saw the exit sign for Flomaton, I took the exit. I had just noticed that it was already 10 p.m., so I stopped at a gas station and bought myself an energy drink so that I would arrive at my destination on time. Once I had gotten back on the road, I realized this drive was going to bring me through the middle of nowhere. After about 25 minutes of driving past farms, fields, and small towns, I arrived at another small town, and I stopped at a McDonald's to stretch my legs. Once I got back onto the road and headed south, I noticed a sign. The sign read, "Farm Machinery and Deer Crossing." Crap, another long drive through the middle of nowhere. After about 10 minutes or so, I noticed that my car was running low on gas. After a couple of minutes, I was just praying that I wouldn't be stuck on a country highway in the middle of the night, because it didn't look like there was going to be a gas station anytime soon. As I was driving down the country highway, I tried to use as little gas as possible. Just when my car was about to completely run out of gas, I saw a small gas station barely a quarter mile away. I pulled up, and I noticed that this gas station was pretty run down and there were no cars at all around it. When I started to think this place wasn't open, I found out that the fill-up tanks were. Once the car was filled up, I was looking at my phone when I heard a sudden but barely noticeable sound on top of the gas station roof. I then looked up, being really quiet to try and hear the sound again. Nothing. Everything was silent. Thinking it was probably nothing and I'm probably just tired from driving so long, I decided to just stop driving for the night and sleep in my car. I looked at my phone for a bit and then fell asleep. I was out for a good hour or so, but I woke up to the same noise again in the same place. This time, I went outside my car to investigate. That was a big mistake. I went to the road so that I could see the roof better,
and when my eyes adjusted, I saw a huge, man-like figure crouching on the roof. "Hey, what are you doing up there?" I called out. The thing then suddenly stood up. It locked eyes with me, and then let out this huge, ear-piercing screech, which I remember clearly to this day. The next thing I remember, it jumped down, and I was amazed by how tall the thing was. Based by how tall I am, this thing seemed to be over 8 feet tall. It then ran inhumanly fast into the woods. I know after seeing this thing that this was no skunk ape, but something worse. I as well ran as fast as I could back to the car and got out of there as soon as possible. My heart was beating so fast it could have popped out of my chest at any moment. God knows what that thing could have done to me if I was still sleeping. Once I got to the nearest town, I got a hotel room and tried to calm myself down. I stayed awake all night and then drove down to where I needed to be. A couple of months after my encounter, I remember watching this TV show about mysterious creatures in America. I remember seeing this part about a mysterious creature that matched the description of what I saw that night. Honestly, I still have nightmares about what I saw. That experience has now made me scared of driving through country highways at night, and whenever I go to a gas station after it's gotten dark, I make sure there are at least 1 or 2 cars there already. Number 4. The Leg. Submitted by Emmeline. I had recently been on vacation in South Dakota with my family and 2 others. In my family, there was my mom, my dad, my sister, who I'll refer to as Julia, my other sister, Gretchen, and myself. I was 15, Julia was 12, and Gretchen was 10. In the second family, there were 4 people, the parents and their 2 daughters. The last family was made up of 2 parents and their 3 kids. I woke up on one of the last days of the trip and went outside to sit on the porch of the camper cabin. My parents were up, along with Chet, Carl, and Julia. The adults were at the picnic table and talking about whatever outdoorsy people talk about. I was more of an indoors person. I had no interest in joining their conversation. I was only outside because Gretchen was not a morning person. Julia ran over to me and said that she had to show me something. She brought me only a few feet away from where I had been sitting and pointed at the ground. What I saw made me queasy. It was a leg, half covered in furry skin, that was slowly rotting. You could see the bones poking out. Julia thought it was a pronghorn leg, but I thought it was from a coyote. We told our mom. She said that Nathan and Calvin had brought it over after finding it in the woods near their cabins. Needless to say, I was horrified. The next day, we went to Bear Country, USA, which not only has bears but several other animals as well. And one of the enclosures was a coyote. Remembering that terrifying leg, I looked at the live coyote's legs, and I was right. The leg was the back leg of a coyote. My stomach churned. Whatever had killed that coyote had severed its leg, was big, and obviously a carnivore. There must have been only one creature in the park that fit that description, either a bear or a mountain lion. The thing was, Nathan and Calvin weren't allowed to wander more than about 80 feet away from the cabins. This mountain lion or bear had been near where we were staying, and us kids often played outside in the dark. I was the oldest and the tallest. I was only 5 feet tall, but I was skinny and weak. That mountain lion or bear could have taken us down easily. It just scares me so much to this day to think that that leg could have been one of ours. It's so horrifying that I can't even imagine if that was ever the case. What makes small towns so small sometimes is how much nature surrounds it. And this time around, nature was too close for comfort. Number 5. I'm pretty sure something was stalking me when I lived in the country. Submitted by Skin Rider. This is a story about a culmination of events that happened over the course of a decade, or almost a decade, from when I was a small child to the present day. It's probably one of the most unnerving things that's happened to me, and I'm going to share it with you. It started after we moved to the country outside of Afton, Oklahoma. Afton is a very small town that is barely big enough to be on the weather map. It's mostly a residential area for Grove, Miami, and Veneta, as there are very few places an Afton resident can work. My father moved out there to the country by my grandmother, down the road actually. It was out in the middle of nowhere. I lived most of the year with my mother and stepfather, but during the summer and every other weekend, I'd spend it, or most of it, with my biological father. The house was on a hill, as was our neighbors and my grandparents up the road. You'd go up this huge hill, then you drive by my grandparents, and further down the road, you'd drive on a ridge, and there's a split to go to our neighbors or go down the ridge to our house. It may not seem important, but I'll have an explanation later. The area was by a creek called Horse Creek. Horse Creek had a legend surrounding it, that a tribe of Indians was living on that land in the mid-1800s. The Union wanted to take the small snippets of land on the border of Indian Territory, so they sectioned off a bit and went in to find it inhabited by Creek Indians. So they decided to kill them all. They sent cavalry to secure the village and force the warriors upstream. They positioned riflemen to pick them off one by one. They shot them in the creek like animals, and the horses continued to run upstream until the waters rose too high and they drowned trying to escape. I will post another time with my experience with that, but back to this one. When I was little, I remember seeing a very tall man or shadow of a man in the woods by the house. Whenever I would look at it, it would hide behind a tree. This went on for a few years. I got older, and I'd hear whispers sometimes that would pierce the air. I always brushed it off as me hearing things. As I continued to get older, things started to quiet down just a bit, but they started to pick up again after one night. It was a weekend, and my father came in at night and told me to stay inside because he saw a tall man outside. So he grabbed his gun and the dogs, and he went outside to confront this man. There was a singular power light outside, and when my father got out there was nothing. Things picked up from that. Relatively shortly after, my father was sitting outside at night and our dogs perked up their ears. They turned to the barbed wire fence and started growling deeply and viciously. At the time, we had a basset hound, and we still have 2 dachshunds. The basset, Sophie, was a sweetheart and never growled at anything, and they growled at the darkness like they hated it with their very being. My father went inside to get his gun, and whatever it was gone by the time he returned. My father eventually took up a job at a wellness center 30 minutes away and left me alone for most, if not all, of the morning. One day we looked out of our bathroom window that overlooked the pasture down at the bottom of the ridge, and we saw a coyote. That's why my father had called me in. But it walked wrong. It stumbled but kept a steady pace, stumbling but not slowing at all. And it was the middle of the day. Most coyotes come out at night to hunt, but not this one. We took out a pair of binoculars and looked at it. Then it, and I kid you not, started galloping into the trees like some kind of horse. A few times I heard my father calling me, but the problem with this was that he was at his job half an hour away, and his voice just didn't sound right. It was too resonant, like he was yelling through a tube. Sometimes I'd be outside and I'd hear 3 sharp whistles, but I'd always assumed it was birds. There were lots of birds, but doing some digging, there were no birds there that could have made that noise. Sometimes I'd hear this terrifying screech out from the hills. It pierced the air and felt like a knife on my eardrum. I always thought it was some kind of animal, but again, no animal could have made that noise. We'd go camping occasionally by the creek, and we'd feel watched, or I'd feel watched. One night, I went to relieve myself at the edge of the woods by the clearing. I finished, but I heard a branch snap nearby. Only 2 things snap branches: large animals and people. I saw no deer, and all of the cows were about a mile away from us. I heard some thud, 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 like footsteps, heavy footsteps. I quickly went down back to the campsite. Here's the pinnacle. One night a few years ago, we were driving home and it was a clear night. The sun had set an hour previous. Then, as we were driving down the road, a fog swept across the road. This confused me. Then something dashed across. It had to have been 7 feet tall, and it had spines running up and down its back. Its limbs were slender and were bone thin. It had large hands and long claws. It had long legs and large feet, and it had a slouched position. When the headlights hit it, it took 2 strides to get across the road, and a third to bound over the ditch and barbed wire fence on the other side. I shouted, "Whoa!" and my father just saw a blur. I was silent for the rest of the drive home. The next day, after my father left, I went outside to see the dogs, and there was a tall figure standing at our mailbox up at the top of the hill. I thought I was seeing things. After a few hours, it finally went away. And a few hours later or the next day, we were coming back from something and checked the mailbox. Some of the dirt around it was misplaced. I didn't notice it until I remembered. I didn't notice it because it was so big. It was a handprint. That thing's handprint. We moved away a few years ago. I'm not sure about anything, but after hearing more stories and accounts, I think it was a skinwalker, a Native American monster. They are tall, humanoid things that steal the skin of animals and people and wear them to become like them. But there's always something small they get wrong. They can mimic voices and sounds, but they always get it slightly wrong. Oklahoma has a long history of Native Americans living here, and also has the largest or very large number of disappearances that the body was never found, and a lot of freaky unsolved murders. I'm glad we don't live there anymore. That's my story, and I'm terrified at the thought and wondering why it never tried to hunt me. But I thank whatever power was looking after me that it didn't.
My Small Town Nightmare from Broday 6. In September of 2020, I moved 5 hours away from the only home I've ever known, into a small country town in the north corner of Louisiana. This happened in January of 2021, and it has changed the way I look at nature. This winter I stayed at my cousin's house and we had a guys' night, doing just what teenage boys like to do when we're unsupervised. It was me, my cousin T, my other cousins S and K, and my girlfriend at the time. She was the only girl we allowed to hang out with us because she was just one of the guys. We stayed up late, playing the latest games on our phones, and board games we found in the closet, when suddenly T popped a question into our heads. Hey, what if we sneak out and explore that mill down the road? I thought about it for a second, considering all the things that could go wrong. But we were all bored and looking for some adventure. After the parents went to sleep, we all piled into S's car and drove a couple miles down the road. The mill was an old sketchy warehouse, used way back in the 50s for old cars and car parts. We called it the mill because it had a massive water wheel on the side that did God knows what. Everybody says it was haunted and stalked by the dead workers that died on the job, but we didn't believe that stuff. We pulled up, freezing our tails off because it was 20 degrees outside. Me, being the oldest out of all of us, got out and walked up to the front corridor, pushing the doors open. We all turn on our lights and make our way inside. The layout of the building had the main room that we were in that led to 2 different hallways on either side of the room, one leading to a giant garage and the other leading to small office rooms. So we decided to make our way towards the garage first. I opened the door and tried the light switch, but of course it doesn't work. I turned around to see if they were behind me, and as soon as I did, I heard a piece of metal hit the ground in the far corner. I stopped dead in my tracks, as did the rest of us, and slowly turned my head towards where the noise came from. I shone my light around and found nothing but a metal pipe lying on the ground, still rolling slowly. I figured it was knocked over whenever we opened the door. We looked around and found nothing of interest, so we decided to walk down the other hallway. All of us were severely anxious, but so curious that we had to know what the rest of the building was like. S and K went in the first room as me, T, and my girlfriend walked to the second room. We get inside and the first thing I noticed was the smell. It was horrendous, like a skunk had eaten some pot and exploded everywhere. I know that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it was absolutely horrible. I walked over to one of the closet areas in the room, and I find the source of the smell, with T gagging behind me. It was a dead deer. Its head was missing, and its innards were everywhere, not just on the ground, but all over the walls and ceiling of the closet. I freeze as I hear T start whimpering. What is that? I turn to my left ever so slightly, and I see the outline of a 5-foot man standing there baring his teeth. I quickly shine my light on him and wish I never had. He had no lips. All I could see were sharp, serrated teeth glistening in the light. His eyes, they bore an amber tint, reflecting back at me, and his nose, well, he didn't have one, except for 2 holes in his face. I started to whimper and shake uncontrollably when my girlfriend screamed at the top of her lungs, and this thing lunged at me. I felt a sharp pain in my right calf as I looked down to see a sharp claw sticking out the other side. That's when I felt a wave of anger rush over me, and I kicked at whatever the heck this thing was, right in the face. I picked up my girlfriend and pushed T out the door. I went for S and K, and they rushed out and started running down the hall. I was in full-on protective mode while my leg dripped with blood. I heard whatever this thing was beginning to scramble in the room, and it hit the wall hard. I told everyone to move faster, and soon we were out of the building and in S's car. He quickly locked the doors and cranked it up, and as the headlights turned on, we all got a good look at what it was. It wasn't 5 feet tall. It must have been crouched down in the room because outside, this thing was 9 feet tall at least. It stretched out its long arms, and at the ends were hands with knives for fingers. S puts his car in reverse and speeds out of the lot, kicking up rocks everywhere. We get back on the main road, and behind us, this thing was keeping pace. So not thinking, I told S to brake check it, and we soon feel the whiplash. It felt like an elephant running into the back of us. S quickly floors it, and we get back to my house okay. Of course, I had to tell my parents I was gushing blood, and I had to go to the hospital, getting 28 stitches. But besides that, we were all okay. A little shaken up, but otherwise fine. When my dad asked what could have happened, I lied and said there was a crazy maniac at the mill. I know we were caught, so there was no point in lying exactly. But I did lie a little bit, because no one was going to believe that we saw a Slender Man-type figure or whatever that thing was. We were all then grounded, but at least we escaped with our lives, and we didn't end up like that poor deer. Anyway, that's my story. It was a horrifying experience that really changed the way I view nature, and that even though we think we know everything, we haven't even scratched the surface.
Dancing in the Woods. From Lots of Turtles. La Ciudad Muerta, the City of the Dead. This was the local name for an abandoned village at the base of a small mountain range in my hometown in Mexico. It was a good mile away from where the paved roads turned to dirt, and next to impossible to access by car. No one in my family cared much to talk about it. When I was a kid, other school children would whisper about it on the playground. A story you'd hear often was that the devil lived there. Whenever darkness fell over the village, he would roam the streets, looking for unaware travelers to prey upon. Other tales involved zombies or demons occupying the town. And when the clock would strike midnight, they would leave their boarded-up shacks, living their lives and participating in a society just like our own. I remember one kid even telling me that a witch had cursed the village, causing all the people in it to shrivel up and die from old age in a matter of days, leaving it deserted and empty. When I would go tell my mother and father these tales, they would laugh, telling me that they were ridiculous. They said the village was only a temporary place where people who were mining in the mountains would gather, and when it became unprofitable, everyone occupying it left. That's what I believed for most of my young life. It made sense, and I never had any reason to question it. That's why I was very surprised when a good friend of many years who we'll call Antonio came up to me one evening asking me if I'd ever visited that village. I said no, and asked why he was interested in an old mining town. He looked at me strangely, asking where I'd gotten the idea it was a mining town. According to him, it was once a village at around the time our town was developing, before it was abandoned without warning. He went on to tell me that it would be awesome to camp out and get drunk there. Since he was leaving right after high school, he wanted to have a fun and memorable hangout before the year ended. I told him that if I was free, I would go. He smiled, telling me he'd get a few others we both mutually knew to come with us. As the week waned on, I began to look forward to it, and I found myself wondering what exactly the village looked like now. As you might expect, the memories of the stories I'd heard as a child popped up in my mind once again. They were easily dismissed, although I was now thinking about what exactly to expect. I supposed my parents must have told me it was a mining town just to get me to shut up about the stories I was hearing. Soon enough, the end of the week rolled around. I'd lied to my parents that I would be going to a sleepover at a friend's house, rather than tell them about our plans to visit the dead city. A few hours after school, we'd all gathered at a gas station near the north side of town. Antonio was coming out of the building holding a bag of snacks and drinks. Two people, who I'll refer to as Daniel and Maria, were with him. I recognized them both from a mutual class together. It was the middle of May, warm, with the sun pretty high up when we left. We were all carrying backpacks, mine being packed with only a sleeping bag and a little food. It soon became clear the others had brought different items when Daniel took off his bag, opening it and taking out a joint. I wasn't much of a smoker, declining it because I didn't like how it messed with my memory. The others passed it between themselves as we walked. The pathway up to the village was very strange. The road turned to dirt right away, and narrowed substantially. Only 50 feet in, it would be impossible for a car to traverse because of how tight it was. Forest surrounded the path on both sides, and though it was bright out, the dense trees still made it hard to tell exactly what was inside. We had fun talking amongst ourselves on our way up, and when I say up, I do mean up. As we got maybe a mile in, the hill sloped as it followed the guidelines of the mountains. The climb wasn't very steep, but it still added to the feeling of isolation. We arrived after maybe 45 minutes of traveling. The forest opened up into the village, which was an oval-shaped area quite big. Just in front of us sat a very primitive and decrepit adobe home, low to the ground. Its door had long since weathered out of frame, and its walls were stained a brownish black from age. I looked at it, surprised. Approaching it made me feel a sense of queasiness, and I stopped as Maria told us we should explore the rest of the village. The other homes were like the first, some smaller and some larger. There was one that seemed to have 2 levels. It sat at the far end of the village, although unlike the others, its entrance seemed to be poised to face the bordering woods, rather than the center of the village. Daniel made a remark about how it really did seem like a dead city, before lighting his second joint. I didn't want to join in, but he also took out some beer from his backpack, which was more my speed. We drank and smoked as we continued to wander around. On occasion, we'd find a discarded wrapper or beer bottles, though they all were broken down and matted brown, obviously very old. It seemed like we were all alone. As the sun began to set, all of us had a good buzz on. Antonio suggested we try to find some old sticks to use as firewood in the nearby trees, so we could camp out and eat around a fire. Daniel and I agreed, but Maria didn't. In fact, she didn't say anything. We looked at her, and she seemed to be staring off at something, distracted. Daniel got her attention, asking her what was up. She was still facing away from us, towards the largest of the structures, as she spoke. She told us she thought she had seen something moving in one of the windows, or rather, holes, since whatever glass or frame had been there before was long gone. We didn't think she was serious, and it seemed she didn't know if she was either. She just shrugged it off, suggesting she may have been imagining it. Finally, she agreed to go gather some wood with us, so we headed off into the woods. She and Daniel split off to one side of the village, so Antonio and I went to the other. We ended up passing the large home Maria was looking at, and as we did, I felt my skin prickle. There was something foreboding about looking at the old structure. Antonio suggested we take a look inside and see if there really was something in there. I didn't really want to, but I was relaxed enough to follow him. We went around to the side of the house facing the woods, but we got stopped by a door. Unlike every other home in the village, this place still had its door intact. It looked to be in great condition too. It was made of a thick, black wood, which seemed out of place because of how differently colored the trees in the forest were. Without much thought, Antonio goes up to it, pulling on what appears to be the handle. He throws most of his weight into it, but despite trying both directions, it didn't budge. I suggested it was probably sunk into the frame, and he just shrugged. He moved over, looking through one of the holes in the wall. After a few seconds, he got off, telling me no one was inside. A while later, we'd found a good amount of wood and went back into the village. We brought it into the center of the clearing before noticing that there was a strange smell that wasn't there before. This smell was metallic and heavy, like how your fingers would smell if you had your hands in a pocket full of centavos, or pennies. Anyway, we piled up our branches around the center of the village. Then we grabbed a few stones and outlined the fire with them. This took us about 10 minutes. By then, Daniel and Maria still hadn't made it back yet. The sun had begun setting, and I grabbed another drink, as I was starting to get a little antsy. And Antonio got sick of waiting, so he ran back into our side of the woods, grabbing a few handfuls of dead leaves, taking them back to the fire. He dropped them on top, then whipped out a lighter, igniting one of the leaves. Then it took off real fast, beginning to blaze. It wasn't bad work, considering we both had a few drinks in us. Just when I was about to ask if we should go look for the other two, we began to hear heavy footsteps from the other side of the village. Antonio and I looked over, and we saw our two friends sprinting over to us. They both skidded to a halt by the fire, but neither of them were holding any wood or anything of the sort. As we looked at them, we could tell something had happened. Maria's face was strained like she was crying, and Daniel's outfit was super dirty. He goes on to explain they were searching around for branches. When they thought they'd found enough, they were about to head back when they see someone standing in the middle of the woods. This person was between them and the village. They said whoever it was faced away from them. They called out, wondering if it was one of us. Daniel said that right as they called, the person turned around, but they still couldn't see anything. It was still pretty light out, but somehow the figure was totally dark. They could make out their clothes, but not the body. That's when they noticed the metallic smell, the same one we were smelling now. Then, without warning, the figure broke into a dead sprint, running straight at them. So immediately they dropped their wood and run the other way, booking it away from the thing. Daniel said they ran a few minutes, and when they couldn't see the figure anymore, they circled back to the village. I looked at the both of them. It was obvious they were terrified. I was a little on edge too, and being surrounded by a village of old abandoned houses wasn't helping much. Antonio told everyone to chill out, saying it's probably someone messing with us. Then Maria said she wanted to leave right away, but Antonio replied that it would be dumb, because if we did leave right away, they would probably chase us through the woods on our way out. So we decided to stay. Maria was pretty angry about it and still wanted to leave, but for the most part, she was fine. We started to eat some of the food we brought along, cracking open a few more beers, just trying to relax. A few more hours passed, so it must have been close to midnight by then. That weird smell never got stronger, but it never really left either. We all fell asleep by the fire. We were all awakened by Maria screaming. We got up immediately and looked around. She was still in her sleeping bag, but she was as white as a sheet. She looked at me and everyone else before stammering that she had rolled over, opened her eyes, and saw that same black figure from before, standing right over her. She said the figure smiled at her with these pointy teeth and put its fingers to its lips, like it was telling her to be quiet. So all of us freaked out. We just watched her as she began packing her things, telling us that she was leaving right then, right there. Daniel and Antonio started to try to calm her down. I was about to do the same when I took a glance around the clearing. I took a breath, then realized something was different about the houses. I looked at them, trying to figure out what exactly it was. But then it hit me. There were lights at every house in the village now. I told this to the others, and they looked around, confused as I was. There was an old-style lantern sitting in the window cutouts of every darned house. We were all dumbstruck, wondering what was going on. A moment later, we heard the sounds of people behind us. We turned towards the path we came up on, and on either side of the woods, there were people, dozens of people in pairs. There were about 10 different pairs of men and women, the men holding lanterns, just like the ones in the windows. They were wearing charro suits, and the women were in China poblana, traditional Mexican clothes. Then they began to dance. They weren't speaking, just staring at each other as they danced. The only sound was coming from the shoes pressing on the branches and the leaves. It was almost hypnotic. We were all just staring and listening to the forest floor being stepped on, no idea what to do. Then Antonio shouted something at them. He asked them what the heck was going on. Then they all turned, cutting their movements and staring dead at him, before the lanterns just switched off. Right as that happened, all the ones in the houses behind us went off too. Our fire, now dwindling, was the only source of light remaining. Our group was quiet, wondering what we were supposed to do, when we heard a sound from the woods. We looked, and we could barely make out a black figure, just like the one they had seen before. It was skinny but tall, really darn tall, and it was taking these huge strides towards us. One of us screamed, "Run!" I'm not sure who, but we listened. We all booked it down the trail, leaving everything behind. I don't know how, but not one of us tripped on our way down, despite sprinting in the dead of night. We must have straight up ran for 15 minutes, using only a bit of moonlight to see where everybody was. When we finally hit the bottom of the hill, we chilled out, turning into more of a jog, then a walk as we neared pavement. Soon enough, we were back in town, my heart beating up into my throat and my lungs starved of air. That night, we all slept at Antonio's. We didn't touch on what happened. Instead, we all just fell asleep. When we woke up the next morning, Maria was already gone. Daniel, Antonio, and I ate, still totally avoiding discussion of the night before. Then Daniel left pretty soon after that. We had left all of our stuff up at that village. I told Antonio that, and he said we ought to go get it. He told me it'd be fine, since it was light out now. To be honest, I didn't understand how he was being so cool about it. But I decided to go with him, since I couldn't afford a new backpack, let alone a sleeping bag, anytime soon. We barely talked on the climb there, and once we made it, we were confused to see all of our stuff gone from where we'd left it. First, he suggested that an animal might have dragged it somewhere, but that didn't make sense because not one item was left behind at all. So we looked around the village a little bit. There was no evidence anything weird happened. Even that smell was gone. I remember passing by the tall house, the one that had that weird, out-of-place door that was facing the woods, before I noticed that door was gone. I called him over, and Antonio was surprised as I was. We go up and look inside, and sure enough, all of our stuff is there. We could make out the inside of the house, thanks to all the light streaming in through the window. All our bags and food and bottles were just sitting there, perfectly stacked against the wall. Antonio just shrugged at me, and so we packed it all up, only leaving our empties before we left. And we made it out just fine. We walked back to the town with all of our stuff intact, but I swear, as we were walking down the hill, I could just barely hear the rhythmic tapping and crunching of the dancing in the woods from the night before. Driving through the ghost town. From Project 32. I live a few minutes outside of town. My morning drive to work brings me through the hills and eventually to the convenience store I work 12-hour shifts at. I like the work, so no problem there. I'd been working there for 3 to 4 years when a friend of mine mentioned that the road I drive on to get there actually branches off at one point. If you take that branching road, you'll find a ghost town, he explained. Now, I love scary things, so this got my attention. My first question was why the town was abandoned. He said economical reasons, the work dried up and families moved elsewhere. According to him, though, there had been rumors for the last century that the people didn't just leave, they ran away. Supposedly, some folks believed the town to have been haunted by a demonic creature, which tormented the farmers and shop owners there. The townsfolk left steadily over the course of a decade as animals were killed. Parents soon began to fear for the lives of their children. Chills ran down my spine when I heard that. I had heard of ghost towns being abandoned due to lack of work or drought or things like that. But I'd never heard of a place where folks were basically chased out by a supernatural creature. Then again, this was over a century ago, I reminded myself. Any ideas I was having about going to see the place for myself, and possibly seeing this creature, quickly dried up. Whatever that thing had been, it was likely long gone or dead. Looks like you want to go, huh? My friend, Alan, must have seen the look on my face. Absolutely. I had no idea this place even existed until now. I put out my cigarette, and I approached the back door of the building to return to my shift. Okay then, let's go this weekend. Just drive through and check it out. Don't even have to get out of the car.
I stopped and turned toward him. Heck yeah, as long as you drive, of course. He nodded and lit another cigarette as I returned to work. That was on a Tuesday. The work week went on slowly, and every passing day had me more excited about our little weekend trip. Friday night, I was even tempted to drive through the abandoned town alone on my way home from work, but I figured it'd be more fun to experience it for the first time with Alan. After all, he admitted that he had never been there either. We could see this place for the first time at the same time. Soon, it was Saturday. That evening, I met up with Alan at the convenience store. We bought some food and drinks and piled into his car, leaving mine locked at the back of the store. Alan began to take the road that would lead me usually to home, but a few minutes into the drive, he turned to the north, down an old road I'd passed hundreds of times before, but never gave much thought into. I remember thinking, so this is the road, the one that leads to the ghost town. It's gonna be another 2 hours, is that okay? I was kind of caught off guard. He never told me exactly how long the trip would be to get there. 2 hours there and back would be 4 hours total of driving. Why not? It's the weekend, I replied. Still, kinda wish I knew beforehand. About an hour into the drive, the car began to sort of stutter between on and off. Everything okay? I asked Alan. Alan looked a bit frustrated, hammering on the accelerator repeatedly. Yeah, it does this sometimes. After about a minute of this, the car went back to normal and we continued our drive. Another hour passed, and soon we began to see buildings in the distance. Old buildings and lodges, doors boarded up, windows busted out. There was what appeared to be an old-timey pharmacy, the only building still standing in a block of demolished structures. Closer to the center of town were buildings made of brick, and in the opposite direction of the pharmacy was rolling farmland. In the distance, I could even see a deteriorating farmhouse. It all looked to be a once beautiful place to live. A very, very small town, but cozy. Hard to believe a place like this was only a couple of hours away from my drive to and from work. You weren't kidding, I said to Alan, staring out the window. Nope, he said, seemingly just as surprised as I was. He went on. But this place feels wrong. What do you mean? I don't know, sort of gives me bad vibes. I didn't say anything to that, but I definitely felt it too. There was this sense of oppression coming down on us as we slowly drove through, occasionally slowing down to get longer, closer looks at different buildings. As we edged closer to the other end of town, I spotted what I thought was a church. There was what looked to be a stone gargoyle sitting alone, perched at the most distant corner of the building. Whoa, I said. I've never actually seen gargoyle statues on buildings before. Not in real life, I mean. Alan slowed down a bit more and asked, Really? Where is it? I turned to him for a moment, then looked back over and pointed it out. But in the split second that I'd turned to him, the statue was gone. I don't see it, Alan replied. Oh, crap, was all I could think to say. Oh, crap, what? Alan sounded a little alarmed. Where's the statue, dude? It's gone. What? Statues don't just get up and... Suddenly, the car began to rattle and stutter again. I could practically hear Alan roll his eyes as he began to repeatedly stomp on the accelerator once more. About 2 minutes later, the car shut off completely. Alan cursed out loud. No, Alan, this is the worst place your car could possibly break down. Give me a second. He began to turn the key in the ignition. The car could barely muster a growl before going quiet again. This happened about 5 times before Alan got out of the car. Where are you going? I called out. Before closing the door, he leaned his head in. Just need to check something. Well, be quick about it. This place is a little too creepy, even for me. He laughed. Gotcha. We had just passed the supposed church when the car died. I looked out the window and up at the roof of the building, waiting for Alan to be done with it. My eyes went wide. The gargoyle statue was there again, and I could have swore it was facing the other way last I saw it. Then, the thing I thought was a statue suddenly stood and crawled straight down the side of the building at an angle only a large spider should have been able to traverse. It took me a moment to remember how to breathe, but when it finally came back to me, I opened the door just enough to scream to Alan, "Get back in the car!" He ran back to the driver's door and leaned in. "You okay? Why are you screaming like that?" "Get back in the car. We need to leave. There's something out there, Alan." Either trusting me or getting unnerved by the horror in my eyes, Alan listened. He sat back down in the seat, closed the door, and continued to try to get the car to start. "What did you see?" The gargoyle, it's not a statue. I swear to God, whatever it was crawled off the old church over there." "Seriously? It wasn't a bird or a dog or something?" He stopped for a moment and stared at me with wide eyes. "Yes, I'm serious, and I don't think a dog could crawl straight down a wall like that." A few more tries at the ignition, and the car roared to life in the most beautiful way. I couldn't have been more relieved. I glanced back at the building, looking up and down for the statue-like creature, but I didn't see it. We continued to drive down the road to exit the town a little bit quicker. Thank God. This place is... Alan looked over at me and suddenly swallowed air. Then, he slammed on the gas so hard, I was thrown back into my seat. We raced down the road at dangerous speeds. "Alan, what the heck are you doing? What was that about?" I asked. He shook his head. He simply kept racing down the road for another half hour before finally letting up off the gas a bit. When he did finally speak, it had been quiet in the car for so long he startled me. "Dude, I looked over at you and I swear to God I saw something in the tree by the road. It was about the size of a huge dog, but it didn't look anything like a bird or cat or bear or dog at all. I've never seen anything like it. It scared the heck out of me. I ain't going back there again, man. If you want to go back to that place, you'd better find a braver friend than me." "Wait, you saw it too? What did it look like?" Short, pointed ears, short stubby snout, bigger than me for sure. Thick hairless legs and wings. I definitely saw hairless wings." The description matched what I could make out when I saw that thing on the building, though I didn't see it up close like he did. So I had no idea it was mostly hairless or pug-nosed. When we made it back to the convenience store, our attitudes about the situation became a bit more excited. We ran inside, telling my coworkers the story of what we saw. One of them laughed and the other rolled his eyes, but both of them were asking to tag along on a future trip, something I surprisingly agreed to. Believe it or not, we've been back several other times, but we've never seen that creature again so far. I don't know why we got so lucky the first time, or maybe we were unlucky. Part of me wants to see it again, and another part of me wants nothing to do with that ghost town. That brings us to the end of this episode of Darkness Prevails. More terrifying stories are on the way soon, so subscribe and smash that like button. By the way, did you know this show? You can't handle the footlong. So yesterday I asked you guys to send me your scary story. It's time for our Halloween special. This year I asked my viewers to send me their scariest, allegedly true stories, and I would narrate them in order of least scary to most scary. So here they all are. Keep in mind, this ranking will be my opinion of which stories I find actually creepy or not. Just because I don't think they're creepy does not make them bad stories. So that means the ones I find creepiest will be at the end. Also, this is not a ranking of believability. Real quick, at this point in time, only the first and second place winners of this contest have claimed their prizes by replying to my email. So if you sent me a story for the contest using the username RoseCoopera, check your email. I emailed you because you won third place. You've got until November 30th, 2021 to claim the prize, or it will be forfeit. Before I begin, I want to thank everyone who sent in their story for the contest. Even if your story didn't make it in the episode, I greatly appreciate you writing it and sending it over. I think overall the quality of these stories you guys sent was fantastic. Now then, sit back, relax, and listen to me read way too many scary stories for your Halloween pleasure. Creepy Rest Stop from Ramshackle 1202. I'd driven up to Oklahoma from Florida to visit my aging mother. I drove instead of flying because I stayed for 3 weeks and I didn't want to spend the money on a rental car. Also, to save money on a hotel while driving the 1,400-mile journey, I would pull over for a few hours sleep at a rest area. Usually, just about 3 or 4 hours was all I needed, depending on how tired I was. All went well on the visit, and as I headed out on the return home, my plan was the same. I passed through Birmingham, crossed into Georgia, and soon began the turn south towards Florida. I'd wanted to leave earlier in the morning, but I ended up getting on the road after lunch around 1. I didn't sleep well the night before, because I was concerned and worried about my mother's health, and how, at her age, although she vehemently opposed it, she was about ready for a nursing home. It was around 12:30 or 1 a.m. on the drive when I started getting really tired. It took another 30 to 40 minutes to find a rest stop along the highway. It was dark and pushed back off the road. There was a truck parking down on the side of the premises, and car parking was available all around the area. I pulled in and angle parked a little further down from the entrance to the bathroom to get away from the streetlights that spread about 15 to 20 yards apart along the curb of the sidewalk. They provided shadowy light around the few scattered cars parked down the aisle from me. The bathroom and snack machine area were dimly lit, like maybe some of the lights were burned out around it. There were a few other cars parked down the way when I arrived, and I jumped out to purchase a bottle of water from one of the vending machines, then used the bathroom. The place was nice and clean, but for some reason it gave me a really creeped out feeling. There was a heavily wooded area several yards behind the facility that was dark, and I couldn't make it out very well. It was a cool night in late October, and after rolling the back windows mostly down, I hopped in the back seat of my 12-year-old Mercedes S430 with a pillow and got fairly comfortable. I'd set the alarm on my cell to wake me at 4 a.m. After a few hours, I was awakened by a car door from another vehicle that had parked only 2 spaces to my right. I lifted my head and thought, sheesh, thanks, bud. There was a tall, lean, nerdy guy with glasses and a long-sleeve white t-shirt on. He shut his door and headed to the latrine. There weren't many cars there to begin with, and now most of the ones that had previously been there when I arrived were gone. I suddenly heard a sharp scream from the bathroom area. I lifted my head again and squinted across the dark walkway and grass yard of the facility. There was an ominous figure dressed in dark clothes with a black hoodie and a shiny object glinting in what light was available that could only have been a knife. I couldn't tell where he had come from, the woods or the bathroom, but it looked as though he was accosting the young man, taunting him. They were off in the distance, and the taller young man that had yelled ran a few paces and turned back to look at the figure. I listened closely as the hooded figure snickered and walked toward the frightened boy. "Are you scared?" I thought I heard him say. "Come on, where are you going?" He giggled under his breath. "I'll show you something. I'm going to get you." The tall kid had quickly made his way back to his car. He placed one hand on the car and the other on his forehead. I could hear better now. He said, No, not now, please, not now." He seemed to be talking to himself, not to the hooded figure that came closer.
He struggled inward and suddenly jerked his sweatshirt off over his head, then slammed his fist down a few times on the top of his car. "Not now." He paused for a second or two and looked up. His demeanor had changed. He looked different. His outer shirt and glasses were gone. An eerie metamorphosis seemed to have occurred. He acted like a different person. He had a wife-beater tank top on, and he didn't look nerdy at all. The glow from the streetlights bathed his arms in a light that accentuated muscular arms and a powerful chest over a thin waist. He wasn't huge, but definitely appeared in great shape. He opened the back door of his car and pulled out a baseball bat. He turned to face the hooded man that had been slowly creeping towards him. The hooded man froze and was suddenly taken aback. The lean, muscular man held the bat in his right hand about a foot up from the handle end, and slapped the fat, heavy end in his left palm, making a loud whack sound. I heard him say, "So, you want to play games, huh?" His voice was low and forceful. "Well, come on then. Let's play." "Let's play" was louder, and he spewed it angrily between his teeth. He took one step, then another quick one, and he began to chase the hooded man figure, who wasted no time in turning and bolting for the forest. As they ran away, I decided I had enough rest. I got into the driver's seat, starting up the car and getting the heck out of there. I wanted to call someone, like the most nearby police, but what would I say? I think I'll just get a room next time. The Haunted School, from Edgar Zayas. This happened around late summer to early fall of 2015, I believe. It's been a while, so I'm not 100% sure of the date. But at the time, I had a group of friends and acquaintances that were interested in the paranormal, as much as I've been since I was a kid, due to experiences I've had all my life. One night, we were all hanging out together, and one of the group, I'll call him Jay, started telling the tale of a school near Lenoir, North Carolina, a town not too far from where we were at the time, that had been an all-African American children's school back when segregation was still a thing in the early 1900s. I have in the following years not been able to find any proof of this story, so I can't be sure how factual it is. I will admit I may have some of the dates he gave in the story wrong due to how long ago it was. Anyway, he told us that back in the 1920s, as the legend goes, the Klan came to this school while it was in session and proceeded to lock all the doors with the children and teachers inside, setting fire to the school. Everyone was lost. A few years later, a new school was rebuilt on the site of the fire, and then after several years of operation, the school became too small and was closed after a new larger school was built a few miles away. He then explained that while the new school was in operation, there were several reports by not only students, but also from teachers and other staff members of odd paranormal activity. Supposedly, the later in the day it was, the more activity there was. So we decided to go to the school and investigate the school and see if any of the stories were true. We drove out using one car, and fitting all 7 of us in it was a sight to see. 3 up front, 4 in the back, in a mid-sized sedan. It was an interesting 30-minute drive, but once we arrived, and pretty much fell out of the car, we took in our surroundings. We had parked on a little pull-off on the opposite side of the road from the school. There was a chain running across the entrance of the gravel parking lot of the school, which is why we didn't park in the lot. I looked around and saw that the school was broken up into 4 separate buildings. The main 3 were set on a graded hill, staggered down with a set of steps running behind the 3 to connect them. The middle of the 3 was where the bathrooms and lockers were. The upper and lower levels were where the classrooms were. There was a larger back building that was newer than the rest, and was the gymnasium. It had been built after the rest of the 3 buildings had been rebuilt after the fire. There were also concrete paths that ran alongside each of the buildings, before the start of the retaining walls that allowed the grade between each layer of the school. We decided to go to the upper building first. We walked up the stairs in the back and entered the building at the top level. Now let me explain that the doors to this building were at least 7 to 7.5 feet tall. They were red and metal. One of the doors had fallen off its hinges and lay in the dirt at an angle.
We proceeded into the hallway of the building, and we had to be very careful, as the floor was rotting and falling in several places. We could see down into the exposed dirt of the ground several feet below. Debris lay scattered all over the floor. We made our way to the far end of the hallway, and we entered an old classroom on the left of the hall. As we looked around at the ruined room, we noticed that the windows that were almost all the way to the ceiling were starting to fog up for some reason. Really, to this day, I do not believe that our breath was responsible for this. Then, one of the members of our group pointed out that there was something outside the window that looked out of place. We all started to look toward the windows, and as we watched, a small child-sized handprint began to appear in the condensation at the top of the windows, which were at least 6.5 feet off the floor level. At this point, Jay mentioned that the upper building was where the original school stood that had been used as a death trap for the children and teachers back in the 20s. We were all shocked, and some of us were flat out freaked out by this. We decided to make our way back down the hall to see if anything outside the windows could have possibly made these marks. We exited the room, and before we made it more than a few feet back down the hall, we all stopped dead in our tracks, because at the end of the hall that had the only exit to the building, we saw a shadow figure that was standing just outside the doorway of the building. Now, the reason I know it was outside the building and not inside is because this figure had to lean down to its left just to be able to look in the doorway. The doorway was about 7 feet tall. The shadow blocked out the light from the outside as it did. The shadow man had to have been over 8 feet tall. It was skinny, not Slender Man type of skinny, but a normal fit man's build of kind of skinny. Not bulky or muscular, but fit. We ducked into the next room, which was on our left, on the opposite side of the hall from where the classroom we had just visited was, and it was just a storeroom full of school desks with attached chairs. We waited a few minutes. Then myself and another of our group, G, decided to look and see if the coast was clear. We walked back out into the hall and looked towards the doorway. Nothing was there. We told the rest of the group. They followed us as we slowly made our way to the end of the hall, skipping the rest of the rooms in the building, as we were done with this place. When we finally made it to the end of the hall, I volunteered to be the first to walk out the door to see if the coast was clear. We then made our way back down the stairs to the second level. Looking back at the upper building, we noticed that about halfway down the building, there looked to be a doorway with a cover over it, with thin pillars holding it up. Right outside the door, under the covering, stood what looked to be another figure, probably around 6 feet tall, that was cloaked in a black robe. I was staring at this figure, trying to figure out what I'm seeing. A couple members of the group started freaking out again, but I'm determined to find out what it was. So I began to walk down the path on the second level towards the figure. This path was on the middle level, so there was at least a 20-foot or more distance between the closest part of the path to the upper building. When I was about 50 feet from the figure, it just faded out of existence. All 7 of us saw it fade out. We regrouped at my location after a few moments, and determined that we had all seen it vanish, as we were all looking right at it the whole time. I have to admit, I was even starting to become unnerved at this point, because this was the most paranormal activity I'd been witness to in one place at one time. But we all decided after a while to continue our investigation. We then went down and entered the middle building from the front. As we enter, we see rows of lockers on both sides of the hall. We find that on the left side of the building was the auditorium. A lot of the floor had collapsed in, and we were able to find a path over to the stage. We found a set of jacks and a ball lying on the edge of the stage. Kind of odd, but we also found a few other odds and ends lying around, but nothing out of the ordinary other than the jacks. After we made our way back out of the auditorium and back into the hall, we made our way down the hallway checking out each room, which were mostly bathrooms or shower rooms for the students, and nothing abnormal happened until we reached the end of the hallway. We began to hear something like running down the hallway towards us from the opposite end. I turned to look back as I exited the building, and in the shadows, I see what looks to be the silhouette of a werewolf running on all fours towards us. This creature was in the shadows,
and anytime it reached the areas of the hallway where moonlight was shining in, it would reset, as in it would disappear and reappear instantaneously back at the far end of the hallway, still running at us. That was it for me. I told everyone else that we needed to go now. I rushed past most of the group, who seemed to be all staring wide-eyed down the hall. I started back down the stairs towards ground level, but not even halfway down in the gymnasium, we heard the sound of sneakers squeaking as if a basketball game was being played inside. We all stopped halfway down and listened. Slowly we crept down the stairs towards the closed double doors of the gym, and as we made it to the bottom step that was ground level, the basketball game noises stopped. For a couple of seconds, there was total silence inside the gym until the sound of several, as in 20 or more, people running right at the doors to the gym echoed through the building. G and I slammed ourselves against the doors in an attempt to hold them shut against the oncoming footsteps. We yelled and urged the rest of the group to run on ahead and get out of the way. As the last couple of people ran past us, the running footsteps hit the doors, almost knocking myself and G to the ground. We held our positions, holding the door shut, as whatever was inside the gym proceeded to slam the door repeatedly for what seemed like minutes, but it must have been 10 to 15 seconds. Then it all stopped. Silence. G and I looked at each other, and without a word we both jumped back away from the doors, waiting for something or someone to come rushing through. But there was nothing. The rest of the group had stopped about 20 to 25 feet down the gravel path back to the parking lot, and were watching intently as we slowly backed away from the doors and finally turned to walk back over to join them. Back with the group, I noticed that the two girls were looking off towards the chained-off field on the other side of the parking lot from the school, but they were looking back down past the far side of the gym in the field. I glanced back and only saw what looked to be an old mechanical pump for a well. I looked back at them and asked what they were looking at. One of them, JS, said, "Don't you see her?" I glanced back and didn't see anything. I asked her, "Who?" She broke her gaze and looked at me. She said, "The little girl in the dress." Then she looked back towards the field. I told her no, I didn't see anything, but we needed to go. So G and I started to usher the rest back towards the car. And as I was the last to cross back over the chain blocking the entrance, I turned back to seal off any spirits from following us from the property. But as I looked one last time towards the field where the pump was, standing right next to it was what looked to be about a 7 to 9-year-old girl in a white and blue 1940s-era dress, facing away from me, looking towards the woods beyond. Needless to say, I did what I had to do to seal the spirits from following us, and I bolted back to the car, being the last to pile in the back. Then we got out of there as quickly as we could. As we drove back to the house, we compared notes, and out of everything I recounted in the story, at least 5 of the 7 of us all saw the same thing and validated each other's accounts. The few occasions that any one of us didn't agree to the rest is when that person had been in the back of the group or had not left the room as we exited prior to the experience, so they had missed the sighting. I can say that I've been to several haunted locations, and I've lived in several haunted houses, including a demonic haunting, and even there, I've never seen so much paranormal activity in one place in such a short amount of time as I did at the school. We were there for less than half an hour, and it still ranks as the #1 most active haunted location I've been to this day. Unexpected occurrence from Candy Dreams. As the sun glared down on my pale skin, I suddenly was aware that another coat of SPF 50 sunscreen was undoubtedly required to continue exposing myself to the unforgiving rays reflecting through the windows and landing on me, seemingly directed at me intentionally. I was a 29-year-old lady at this point, so the regrettable memories of previous occasions stampeded to my thoughts, causing me to remember multiple times where I neglected to acknowledge the mighty sun's ability to hastily penetrate my skin, leaving its awful sensation mimicking molten magma pulsating throughout my flesh. I was driving in a sketchy, run-down part of the city to meet up with a close personal friend, Damien, whom I'd known for over a decade,
and escort him to his residence so he could prepare to go on a date with our friend Bree. As I pulled up to the location he sent me to pick him up from, before I could completely stop the truck from moving, I was alarmed to see he was running faster than I'd ever seen him run, armed with a new .233 rifle he'd acquired only several days before. He desperately jumped into the back of the truck, demanding I go, 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 and hurry. I punched the gas, purposefully running the stop sign at the end of the block, and hightailed it to his place without being allowed to question Damien about the cause of his anxiety. I drove as quickly as I could, nearly crashing several times on the way there. Once we made it to his house, he was standing up, looking from side to side through the scope attached to his weapon, yelling, "Go inside, quickly! I've got you covered." I ran clumsily into his house, sighing with relief once I was able to drop to the sofa, feeling much safer. Until he burst through the door, jumping from window to window, loudly stating, "They're coming to kill me! They're coming to kill me!" I was back on edge, inquiring, "Who? What? Why?" He was obviously not in his normal mood, and was acting bizarre with every action he was taking. He described to me an unbelievable scenario in which, supposedly, about 5 people were angry at him for talking trash, so they were texting him over and over, threatening to kill him and his family and anyone close to him. I attempted to get him to be rational, as the idea anyone would leave so much evidence before committing a crime that's punishable by potentially death is absurd, but he was ignoring my every word. His untrained handling of the weapon was blatantly unsafe. So after only a few minutes, I decided it was not wise to prolong this visit. I declared, "I'm gonna get out of here." And at that very same moment, he decided to flip his gun around. He unintentionally had it directed at me. As I attempted to stand up from the sofa, I crumpled to the floor, incapable of moving my body. I somehow observed myself lying on the floor. I saw Damien attempting to place a call on his phone several times, but dropping it from his shaky hands over and over, until he was finally gripping the device firmly enough to punch the keys properly. I was not feeling any emotion at the moment, simply observing the scene playing out in front of me, kind of like watching a dream. Then I heard it, Damien crying into the phone, "Someone's been shot, just get here, now!" I instantly thought, I've been shot. I don't have time to be dead. My mother's in hospice. My daughter has a broken arm. I don't have time to die. And suddenly, I felt myself going back inside my body. I hadn't realized until those words were uttered that I'd been having an out-of-body experience. It didn't occur to me that my life was in danger. As soon as I was back in my body, though, I was engulfed in unbearable pain throughout my thigh and stomach regions. Damien begged me, Candy, please tell me you're alive." But I felt if I used any energy to speak, that I would pass out, and the idea of going unconscious was too frightening to me. So I just lay there, focusing all my energy on taking deep, slow breaths, so that I wouldn't panic and hyperventilate. It seemed as though the ambulance took hours to drive to the house, but the police report I obtained much later stated it was about 10 minutes from the dispatch that they had arrived. I was unable to assist in getting myself onto the gurney, so the medical assistants had to lift me up, then push my legs down and torso up, so they could view the gunshot wound. I had a hole which entered into my thigh, but because it went through my Samsung tablet before it entered my body, the glass apparently does strange things to bullet paths, not to mention at that moment, I had been changing positions from sitting to standing, so due to the angle of my body and the bullet's path changing from the tablet glass, it exited from my abdomen in the front, right above my pelvis area, leaving what looked to be burnt flesh across my stomach and through my shirt. I was taken to the hospital and signed something before being put under for emergency surgery. When I came to, I found out somehow no bones were broken, and even though the bullet was a hairline away from my artery in my leg, it didn't rupture it, or else I would have bled out before assistance arrived, as Damien was too scared to touch me to even see for himself where the bullet had entered. He was placed in jail for a few days before I was taken off the medication long enough to contact police and inform them it was an accidental shooting. I was unsurprised to find out the people coming to kill Damien never did follow up on their threats. It was the scariest event in my life, thinking I was going to die and leave my mother to be placed in a nursing home. But I was able to get a wound vac, and the awesome nurses encouraged me to stay active, making it possible for me to return home in only 6 days to attend to my mother's needs. I did have to temporarily use a walker. It's been several years, but I still have fragments of bullets, fabric from my jeans, pieces of glass, and bits of computer board from the tablet working their way out of my body. The doctors said it would cause too much tissue damage to remove every small thing from my body, so it was best to allow my body to eject them itself over time. Damien sold his gun as quickly as he could, and since has participated in gun safety courses to be more knowledgeable whilst handling weapons, and he even took some therapy to be able to reduce anxiety in tense situations in the future, so that this never happens again. Our friend Bree had been intelligent enough not to come over the day I was shot, due to Damien acting erratic and unstable, and they never did decide to reschedule. I hope more people participate in gun safety classes in the future to possibly prevent such accidents from occurring, as well as gun owners having their weapons periodically inspected for proper functioning to ensure that the guns only work when the trigger is pulled. Speaking of which, the NRA website has lists for recalled weapons by manufacturer, in case you want to be extra safe. How I Met a Demon, from Jennifer Marzulli. Yes, I actually met a demon, and it was the most frightening experience of my life. This wasn't a dream, nor an astral experience. It was real life. For context, the university I was attending at the time had a prayer room that you can go to and pray if you're religious. It's like a quiet room, or a little designated vacancy where anyone can either pray, have a moment of silence, meditate and unwind, or just get away from the stress of the day and relax. I'm the type of person who keeps to themselves. I'm not really critical or judgmental about people. I don't really look too far into what other people are doing around me. In other words, I just mind my own business. I'm not superstitious whatsoever. I'm more logic-oriented, and I like to think there's a proper reason behind everything. But that's just the way I am. Just a little something about me that'll have more bearing throughout the story. Now, I don't typically have a good memory of things, but on this day I remember it all too well, as if it was yesterday. It's super vivid in my mind, and every time I think about it, I get chills down my spine, because what took place in this particular moment was so frightening that it's literally seared into my brain for the rest of my life. Though I remember every detail as clear as crystal, it's the feeling of indescribable terror that sticks out to me more than anything else. It was my first year at uni, and that day I wanted to find out where the prayer room was located. I asked another student where the prayer room was, and she told me it was on the 3rd floor down at the end of the hall to the right. When I discovered the area, it had a really nice, inviting atmosphere. There were no chairs or tables. It was a neatly carpeted little room that was nice and quiet. Now, when the students go to the prayer room during the prayer periods, it was usually just a small number of people who would sit on the carpeted floor and do their prayers. Then they would leave. No one really hung around there for too long. As the story continues, it was about my 2nd week at uni. I'd gone to get a sandwich and a drink in the lunchroom, but it was so loud with the amount of other people chatting and making a ruckus. I didn't recognize anyone, and I didn't want to feel awkward sitting there by myself. Besides, I couldn't even hear myself think because it was so loud. So I decided to take my food with me to try to find the prayer room and get through some of my homework and some important paperwork over there. I left the lunchroom and made my way down the adjacent wing to the stairwell, and I descended through the first 2 floors as usual. But as I reached the 3rd floor, everything was super quiet. I was taken aback by the silence, and the entire segment was completely empty. There were no classrooms or anything in that area. It was completely and totally scarce. I quietly made my way down the hall, and there it was at the right, with a nice little door. Walking through, I looked around inquisitively. It was a very neat, quiet little room, with a beautiful rug and a nice little bookshelf. Mind you, this was between prayer periods, so no one would have been anywhere around the area at the time. I went in and sat down with my things and just took in the solemn stillness for a moment, appreciating the silence. After, let's say, around 5 minutes of sitting by myself, in walks this girl who looked like an average university student. She had very pale, light skin, but nothing particularly conspicuous about her. No reason for alarm, I took a brief notice of her entrance and continued with my paperwork. She sat down adjacent from where I was sitting. Because of how the room was structured and how small it was, that's not the first spot I would have chosen to sit if there was a person sitting where I was. I was more so expecting her to sit somewhere across from me, where there was more space, but nonetheless, I didn't really notice or care. After a few moments, she and I started to chat casually about normal things, like classes and particular studies and courses, things of that nature. But as we talked, she slowly yet subtly started moving closer and closer to me, eventually to the point where our knees were almost touching, sort of diagonally across. It was then that she asked me for help with a paper she was having trouble understanding. Having a generous heart, I said, "Sure, what do you need help with?" She showed me what it was she needed more clarity on, and as I explained it to her, that's when something ominous began to happen. It was just the two of us alone on the 3rd floor of this building in a small, quiet room, and I hadn't felt the least bit threatened by this rather skinny, pale, normal-looking girl who was about the same height as me. Neither had I gotten any odd vibes from her until this moment. It was literally the scariest and strangest thing ever. It's really hard to explain how this happened. Normally, while I'm trying to explain or talk about something to someone, I would expect some kind of feedback like a simple yeah or uh-huh type of gesture. But as I explained the paper to this girl, all I heard was silence. As I looked up from the paper just to see if she understood me or was confused about anything I was saying, the expression on her face was just utterly aloof. Her eyes pierced right through me into my soul. My first thought was that she must have had some sort of mental condition and just kind of zoned out. But that thought instantaneously disintegrated as I frantically addressed her while trying to sound as calm as I could be. After all, I was beginning to feel unsettled. I said to her, "Do you get it? Is everything okay?" There was absolutely no response from her whatsoever. She just sat there with a sort of half smile, gazing into me and not saying a word. Then her eyes shifted subtly in a way that caused her whole expression and demeanor to exude an aura of absolute pure evil. There are no words to describe it. Looking into her eyes, it was like I was looking into the depths of the underworld. This feeling of unadulterated terror began to encompass me as I was starting to freak out inside, like I was having an internal mental breakdown. I was completely frozen with shock and a fear I'd never known before. I couldn't even bring myself to move a muscle. Her eyes grew larger as this demonic scowl formed on her face. I knew that I needed to leave at once. My heart felt as if it was welling up into my throat, and tears began to fill my eyes from the amount of sheer terror I felt, though I didn't cry. However, I couldn't move because I was so scared, but I knew I had to leave. I knew that I was alone on the 3rd floor and that no one would be in the hall to buffer me from her diabolic fixation, which made my soul scream inside me, breaking me down all the more. I was shouting internally at myself to leave because I didn't know what would transpire next. She was saying something I couldn't make sense of, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from her, trying desperately to will myself to move, and I was panicking. I'd never felt so alone in my entire life. The pure absolute dread and such primal sense of evil was so thick in the atmosphere. It was like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Then somehow, out of nowhere, she goes back to normal, and nonchalantly tells me she's going to go use the restroom, as if nothing happened. She was back to her mundane, bubbly self. The girl then left the room. However, the feeling of sheer terror was still ever present, as I intuitively knew that this ordeal was not over. My gut was shouting, telling me this was my final chance to escape, because if I didn't get myself moving at once, what was to come within moments would be nothing short of devastating. In a rush of fierce desperation, I managed to burst out of my petrified condition. My heart sank as I noticed that a lot of my things were still out on the floor. I frantically began cramming my papers, my laptop, my food, and all my other belongings into my bag without order. I don't know exactly how long this took, but it felt as if the task was taking me forever to finish. The degree of imminent danger I felt was grave. I felt as if I was going to vomit, and my hands were trembling. Almost to the point of hysteria, I prayed the girl would not come back before I left that room. I was almost finished packing my things, and right as I was about to stand up, there she was, walking slowly towards me. My heart nearly stopped as I noticed her, and a thrill of impending doom surged through me as time itself seemed to stop completely in that very instant, like that moment you experience just before you think you'll meet your timely end within the next second. It was by far the most awful feeling I'd ever experienced in my entire life. I want to cry just remembering it. I experienced that dread as she was walking slowly towards me, still not saying a word whatsoever. She wore that hellish demonic scowl on her face again, like before, her eyes piercing through me. This time she was standing, which made her whole countenance astonishingly more terrifying than before. However, I also noticed she was now completely drenched from her head down to about her midsection with what I assumed to be water. I didn't understand this, but I had no time to analyze it. I didn't want her to see me so desperate and panicked. I tried to slow and steady my pace, hiding my trepidation as best I could, and at all costs trying to avoid eye contact with her, or else it could spell disaster. If I'd let myself slip up even a little bit, or lock onto her eyes for even an instant, it would have messed me up, and I would have fallen completely apart. Then I don't know what would have happened to me after that. By then, she was almost standing over me. With my utmost fortitude, I ignored her, including the water that was dripping all over me from her drenched frame as much as I could, and I finished packing my things. Finally, I was done, and I arose, hesitantly walking past her, expecting her to strike me down or tear me to pieces at any moment. I felt her ghastly presence behind me, and her gaze piercing into me as I drew closer to the door, but I didn't look back no matter what. These were the most painstaking and gut-wrenching moments of my life, and they seemed to drag on and on. I finally made it to the door and walked through, but the hallway seemed like it was 3 times longer than I remembered. It was such a long walk. I wanted to run so badly, but that would have given me away, and I didn't want her to see how afraid I was of her. So I just kept walking. I could feel her menacing glare behind me from afar as the distance between us extended more, and as I finally made it to the stairwell and through the door, I bolted like a gazelle. To this day, I don't know how I made it down those flights of stairs without tripping and landing on my face from the way I ran. I ran until I was finally around the other students in the hustle and bustle of the crowds, where I felt a little more safe. I just sat down somewhere in one of the main rooms, as my hands were still trembling from the ordeal. I was trying to process what happened. Although I felt much safer around the other students, I still didn't feel completely secure in my surroundings, so I kept walking. I wanted to walk all the way home where I felt completely safe and forget about what happened just moments ago. Somehow I feel like there was a higher power watching over me that day, protecting me, preventing that being or whatever it was from harming me and pursuing me on my way out. Because I just don't feel like I should have made it out of that situation. It was that feeling of absolute terror and dread that stood out to me more so than anything else that day. But her eyes I will never forget for as long as I live. They were so hellish and full of utter malice and horror. They were beyond frightening,
There are no scary movies horrific enough to depict what I saw in that girl's eyes, nor the terror that I experienced then, for that matter. I don't even like to watch paranormal films because I believe that there's real evil out there in the ethers, and they can even take on the form of a physical person, which is so frightening to even think about. I attended that same university for 3 additional years, and I've never once seen that girl again. I even went back to that same prayer room many times, and I haven't seen her since. I wonder if she even went to that university. I wonder who she was, but I never saw her again. Something followed me home, from XO Lil Monster 77. This was hands down one of the scariest weeks of my life. I've heard a local ghost tale or legend a few times about the Devil Tree. Since my husband is into the paranormal as well, I told him of the legend. It goes, 2 girls were found by some fishermen near the tree. The fishermen found ropes still hanging from the tree. As they investigated, they realized the bodies had fallen from these ropes. They were victims of a serial killer from the 80s. Not to mention local Satanists were said to do rituals around the tree. All that combined freaked out the neighborhood. The county attempted to have the tree cut down. From chainsaws malfunctioning to the teeth falling from a handsaw to the crew tasked with taking it down getting into an accident while attempting to get another saw, it seemed there were forces at work that would not allow the tree to be cut down. Anyway, we thought we would check out that tree. I definitely believe in the paranormal, and my husband is more of a skeptic. He won't believe it until he experiences it himself. We get to the park, and the first thing we encounter is a wild bobcat chasing some prey. That should have told me to go back to the car, but nope, I had to go. To get to the tree, you have to follow along the canal until you get to a small opening, and from there you can see the tree through the brush. Note that this brush had not been around when the girls' bodies were discovered under the tree. During the walk down, I felt a little nervous, because I've had unexpected experiences before, but I'd never sought out something paranormal like this. My husband, on the other hand, has been to Waverly Sanatorium, and the only thing he was worried about was an alligator coming up from the canal. We approach the opening. I take a deep breath, and we head over to the tree. Instantly, I felt even more nervous and kept looking in a spot behind the tree that was covered with vines. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be possible for someone to climb in there. I could see no one or nothing was there, but I just had a bad feeling. My husband walked around the tree, touched it, and convinced me to touch it. I ran my hand across it as gently as possible, and I said that I hope the girls are able to rest easy now. However, my husband decided to berate the tree, because he figured making it mad would cause it to react. I told him to knock it off and be respectful. He apologized, and we stood there for a moment, taking everything in. Now, the entire time we were being swarmed by mosquitoes. I almost left right away, because I tend to be a mosquito magnet, and it was almost impossible to bear. But suddenly, all at once, something in us snapped. My nervousness just vanished, and I felt eerily calm. The mosquitoes didn't bother me anymore, and I wanted to stay there forever. My husband went into a small rage, though. I could see it in his face. As I said at the beginning, there are bobcats and other wild animals in the woods, so it blew my mind when my husband just left me there all of a sudden. He was so full of hate and emotion that he walked right out without me. I just stood there for a moment, unable to get my body to follow. After maybe 30 seconds, I finally got my body to move, and I began to follow my husband. But something in me still didn't want to leave. Once I hit the trail that runs along the canal, the feeling was almost gone. We walked back to the car in silence. Once we got there, my husband apologized for leaving, but he just couldn't handle the feeling of hate anymore. Over the next week, every time I closed my eyes, I would see a dark female figure, I couldn't make out specific features, but I knew that it was not friendly. And I mean, it was every time I shut my eyes. I could go outside on the brightest day, close my eyes, and I'd see her. After about a week, our friends offered to cleanse my mind and spirit in an attempt to get her away from me. And it worked. But to this day, if I happen to be on the main road that you used to get there, I'll drive past the road as fast as I can safely do so, just to get away from there as quick as possible. At one point, my mother-in-law came down to visit. She stayed at a hotel a little far from us. I couldn't take off work, but my husband and our 2-year-old stayed with her while she was at the hotel. Well, while waiting for me to get off one day, she searched for nearby parks on the GPS, and it began to take them miles away to that darn park. There are so many playgrounds and parks around before then, but something tried to get them to go to that one. Once my husband realized where the GPS was taking them, he instantly told my mother-in-law not to go and to find somewhere else. She knows about what happened to us there, so she had no problem traveling a little farther to get away from there. Deadly Typhoon from Gurul. This story happened 12 years ago to my aunt and her daughters. Take note that the time this happened, she was still pregnant to her 4th and last child. Her first was 11, her second was 5, and her third was 8 months old. I'll tell this story in her perspective, so it's easier to tell. On September 23, 2009, there was news that a new typhoon had entered the Philippines. We encounter a lot of typhoon and storms. At the time, the news stated that this storm wasn't different from the others, so almost everyone ignored the news, like a passing, ordinary, rainy, windy day. Our house was located in Marikina City, only 3 streets away from Marikina River. My husband worked as a mechanic and went to work early that day, so I was the only one left to take care of my children. Although it was still morning, the sky was dark, and the rain began to pour outside. But that was to be expected due to the news of the typhoon the night before. However, as the hours passed by, my worries grew. The rain was strong and didn't let up one bit. Lynn! I was startled to hear a knocking at our front door. Someone was calling my name during the rain, so I asked my Tintin to see who it was. "It's Manong Makring," she said, while the sound of knocking continued. Manong Makring was our neighbor inside the compound. "Go ahead and open the door for them," I told Tintin. I heard Tintin open the door as I was drying my hands with a towel. When I looked around, I almost jumped in surprise to see the water flowing inside the house from the front door. Our house was 4 stairs elevated from the ground outside, so I was shocked to see the unclear water creeping up the floor inside. Come in, I said to Manong Makring and her teenage son. "Sorry to disturb you. The flood is too high inside our house." Manong Makring's house was almost the same level from the ground outside, so to see that the flood reached us meant that the flood would have been hip deep for them. "Don't worry about that. Just come inside. Tintin, give them a towel, please." Tintin went to get what I asked. I closed the door right away to slow the water coming in. "The flood went up so fast," said Manong Makring. "All we could do was let everything float. We couldn't stay there, or we'd freeze to death." Not even 15 minutes went by, and the flood had risen to knee height in our house. All of us were cramped on the bamboo bed, just to prevent getting more wet than we already were. Since the water kept on rising, I asked Manong Makring's son to pull down the electric outlet to prevent any electrical accident, but we soon learned the appliances were turned off. The electric company probably turned off the power due to the floods. "Ma, the water is about to reach the window." All of us turned our heads to look outside. Lo and behold, the water was rising so fast that we'd have no place to go if the water overflowed from the window. I lifted my sleeping newborn baby while thinking what we should do. We were trapped in the house with no way to get out. We couldn't go outside the door because the water was too deep.
Higher ground was the only option. So we had to go to the roof. The problem with that was there was no way of getting to the roof except outside. Soon enough, the water began flowing from outside the window. We were running out of time. What should we do? Manong Mokring wondered out loud. Manoy, who was Manong Mokring's son, poked his head outside the window and said, "I'll try to swim and reach the roof. I'll need a rope so I can pull you up there." Manong Mokring looked worried, but all we could do was follow through with Manoy's plan. "Auntie Lin, and lay down Days and your baby." I did as he said. I also covered them up with a raincoat to prevent them from getting too wet. Manoy began moving. He held on to the wood connecting their roof. I told his mother to follow him first so she could help guide and lift my daughters. She was hesitant, but she decided that would be best. My daughters were on the basin, literally floating on the water, when suddenly I heard the sound of a plastic bottle. An idea struck me. I stopped Manong Mokring from going out and handed her an empty plastic gallon bottle so she wouldn't sink down. I also gave Tintin a plastic bottle so she could float. While we crossed the flood, I noticed that there was a current, and it was very powerful. For a moment I worried about Tintin, who was holding on to a plastic gallon as a floater. "Tintin, hold tight to the rope. The water current is strong." She did as I said until Manoy pulled her up on the roof. We continued to cross from roof to another higher roof by just using wood we saw around. We also met with other people, and they tried to help us. All of us were dripping wet, even my newborn baby, but we had no other choice but to endure it. Night took over the sky. We were at a deep disadvantage, as the sky had been our only light. A group of men who had seen us told us to keep going, pointing out a direction of where we should go. In front of us was a 2-story house with a rooftop. All the while, the wind blew cold air that made us all tremble. Seeing my children go through all of this made my heart ache. Would this be the end of us, I wondered. No, I shouldn't think like that, I told myself. My children needed me now. Where was my husband? Was he safe? I had to focus and stand firm for my family. My thoughts were interrupted by the murmurs of the strangers helping us. I soon saw the house with a second floor. Some men nearby were trying to convince a woman to leave her house, to join us to go into a higher place. The woman said she wouldn't go, that they were better off there. My stomach turned when I saw that she was also holding a newborn baby in her arms. After some more convincing, the men gave up as the woman would not budge. The water continued to rise. In the dark sea of muddy water, I could hear the loud cries of a woman calling for help, followed by the cry of a baby. Even though people wanted to help her, it was too late now. They were too far out, and the path we used was now underwater. The crying lasted only for a few minutes. Eventually, it turned into a desperate wail. I hugged my daughters tightly, thinking that could have been us. I prayed silently. I was so desperate for the water to stop. The water reached ankle high, despite being on a 3-story home. The light post on the street had submerged in the flood. My eyes began to water. Others whimpered around us. Hours passed by, with all of us trembling every time the wind blew. Manong Mokring hugged her son Manoy, along with Tintin, trying to keep all of them warm. I held on to Days and my newborn baby. Eventually, the pouring rain stopped. It would come and go after that, but before long, the flood subsided, and the sun began to rise. Rescuers were going around, taking survivors to an evacuation center. We thought the horror ended there, but we were wrong. The mud on the road was so high, and the street was full of dead bodies, of people who had been trapped in their homes. We were indeed lucky to be able to survive that catastrophe. In the evacuation center, others told their stories about survival. We heard in the news that a couple of dams released water during the storm, which had caused the huge flood. Many lives were taken due to the lack of proper warning. There was still no news about my husband. He didn't have a cell phone, so we couldn't just call him.
After a few days, we were able to make our only cell phone work. I told Tintin to message our relatives living in Quezon City. They must have been so worried about us. My sister, who had a car, told us that they would take us to their house rather than having us stay in that evacuation center. Manong Mokring's relative also took her out of the evacuation center too. Tintin and Days said that they would go to the restroom, so I told them to go ahead and go, but to come back right away when they were done. When they came back, they were in the arms of my husband, who looked disheveled. With our daughters in his arms, he ran towards me. He bawled his eyes out, not caring if there were people watching. I thought I lost all of you. I was ready to run into the flood just to find you. His voice and body trembled as his sob grew louder. If my coworker didn't stop me, telling me that you might be alive somewhere, I wouldn't have stopped from jumping in the water myself. I cried with them. Hush, we survived, that's all that matters now, I said, my voice cracking from the sobs. Later that night, my sister and her husband came to pick us up. They said they were barely able to get here, as almost all the roads were blocked. On our way out of Marikina City, more dead bodies lined up, as did the piles of cars, some of which were flipped upside down in one of the villages we passed by. Some of the most devastating news we heard was about the one mall beside the Marikina River. A lot of bodies were found on the ceiling of that particular mall. The people thought they could survive in there, but it ended up as their graveyard. There was news about missing people all over the place. It could have been us. We could have died, but we were lucky enough to be saved. We were lucky enough that we all made it out alive. The Thing I Invoked, from Lair of Ryle B. I'd like to start this story by saying I wasn't in the greatest headspace in the world on that night. I felt like everyone and everything around me was collapsing underneath my feet. This is what it's like living with ASD, ADHD, and just to add in as a chaser, depression. Living with these as a full-fledged adult is a marvel of an achievement in any sort. But that's not the reason I write this. You see, with ASD, autism spectrum disorder, I have a few quirks or tics. No, they're not as cool as My Hero Academia quirks. Rather, it's annoying. When I'm anxious or nervous, I tend to talk underneath my breath, in full sentences or just repeating a singular word. Anyway, it was on a Wednesday of late September of this year. Being a struggling young adult with trouble trying to function as an adult properly, I'm an active DoorDash driver. It helps pay the bills, it puts an extra few dollars in the billfold, and it drives me to places that are an eye-opener. I live in and around the southwest Pennsylvania region of the US of A. Here, there are seemingly only two seasons, winter and construction. Our state cryptid is called the squonk, a shaven guinea pig man-thing that melts at the sight of its ugliness with its own tears. Cute, right? And we're swarmed with white-tailed deer, our state animal. I've heard urban tales and legends of the skinwalkers and wendigo far too many times. How it is taboo to speak their names, unless you want to draw their attention. How it's forbidden to whistle in the woods, as essentially it's a dinner bell ringing to them. How they can project hallucinations to disorient its unlucky victims. And scariest of all, how they can take the form of different things to prey upon those they stalk. I unfortunately broke one of these rules. While en route to one of the best DoorDash delivery spots, I made a few wrong turns, thinking, I don't need a GPS, right? Well, I got myself lost and wasting gas at a slow grinding rate, so I pulled up good old Google Maps and typed in my destination. It found me a route that took me to a wooded forest, a sketchy one at that. So sketchy, in fact, that Google didn't mention that the road it took me down was closed due to construction. I was furious with Google and spun around, trying to do it myself, and this is where my quirk kicked in to maximum overdrive. Without thinking of the consequences, I started muttering under my breath as my car takes a beating from the rough terrain. Dang it, dang it, dang it, Skinwalker, 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 I hate this, I hate this.
About 5 minutes of me muttering this, I found the right path and headed to the right route. Now what happened afterward? A minute after my tires touched asphalt, black clouds conjured around the entire area and throughout my delivery drive. I was getting suddenly irritable with everything and everyone. My phone was performing poorly for navigation throughout the trip, and gas was the worst of my concerns. My car is a 2004 Santa Fe, and it is a gas guzzler. I'm surprised that I have yet to be stranded on near empty. My brain in the meantime was also kicking my emotional butt. It was like I had a grudge with everyone in my life for their past wrongdoings, and I couldn't do anything about it. I wanted to scream at the top of my lungs. I was furious with everyone over nothing, but it felt needed. Darkness struck. I called it in and closed my app. I made only about $40 that night. I noticed my gas gauge was near empty. I drove to the nearest gas station and tried to figure out something with DoorDash Fast Cash with my girlfriend over the phone. I do have an access card, meaning I get food stamps. So I walked in the gas station, bought some cold foods as I'm setting up my Fast Cash for DoorDash and attempting to grab gas. With DoorDash, you can't just walk out with your money and spend it. You have to wait until a payment cycle, which in my case is a Monday. As I'm texting my girlfriend, I try out the Fast Cash alternative, which deducts $1.99, but no dice. I was super enraged at that point, thinking to myself, screw this. If I break down, I might as well do it whilst trying to get back home. So the tedious travel began back to my humble abode in Charleroi, my eyes glued onto the road and my gas gauge simultaneously. I take my journey from the gas station towards Route 30, up until I get onto a road known as Clay Pike. My girlfriend has been on this road plenty of times, as have I, but she always had strange vibes about it, whilst driving on it at night. I never got to experience what she meant, not yet at least. As I'm cautiously watching the road and my gas gauge, my girlfriend is texting me about my recent mood swing. I used text-to-speech to talk to her, but I was so overwhelmed by everything, I just didn't want to speak to her at that point. As she was trying to talk me down, I noticed something about the road I took. Usually there were a few cars ahead of me coming in my direction, or a few cars behind me, and I could have sworn there was a car behind me, but now the road was ghostly, as if unventured, never having been touched by a single person. I took a gander at my gas gauge when it flashed its low fuel light. This wasn't good in a situation like this. I lifted my eyes back on the road, and I saw what I thought at first was a buck striding along the road. Its eyes shined in my car's headlights as I almost struck it with my car. I parked my car, and that deer was still there, so I took a better look at him, or it. That's when it hit me. The eyes. They were still glowing yellow, as if my car was still shining upon them, even though my lights were perpendicular to this thing now. I also began to notice the body structure of the creature, hunched back with a giraffe-like neck, a blank slate where the mouth should have been, almost two symmetrical antlers on top of a micro head, thin, almost non-existent pale fur attiring this cryptid being, and to wrap it all in a nightmare of a creature, when I was about to speed off, I swear I saw it stand up and bend its arms the wrong way, like a human weightlifter, and it ran off on two legs. I was in utter shock of what my eyes had seen. Something unworldly decided to pay me a visit out of the blue. No, I remembered why it came. I had said its name through my quirk when I was lost. Then I was in adrenaline mode, needing to get back home ASAP. As the wild ride seemed more frightening and tense, everything looked twisted around the road. The evergreen trees looked as if they were growing taller and multiplying. My car's headlights provided bearable sight in this advanced darkness that engulfed my vehicle. Trying to look into my rearview mirrors provided no help at all, because all I saw was black and the occasional red brake lights. To make matters worse, and as if it were a sign of an otherworldly being's judgment, I soon came upon another roadblock. There was police tape draped upon my usual route back home, and the only other path to take from there
was, ironically, Silent Hill Road. Not pulling up my GPS, I decided to go up the path and act like I knew where I'm off to. Only 10 minutes in, everything felt normal, and I felt like I was going in the right direction. Everything began looking familiar, from the landmarks to road signs and buildings passing by. It wasn't until I approached a large steel bridge that I felt gaslighted. A police car passed by with its area decaled on the door. West Newton Police Brigade. I parked my vehicle, pulled out my handy-dandy iPhone, and pulled up directions to my house. Half an hour away. I felt anxious. My gas was running lower than ever, so low that the needle was just teasing the E on the gauge. I took a deep breath, cracked my knuckles, and started driving back to the right way back home. Luckily, I made it just in time before my gas ran empty. After that, my girlfriend texted me. She said she had picked up gas for me to fill up just enough to grab gas at the closest station with the cheapest prices. After she helped me fill 2 gallons, I gave her a tight hug and apologized for my mood. I then told her about what I saw, as she is a believer of the paranormal and otherworldly things. She believed what I'd seen was part of the Fleshgate family. I believe whatever I saw was a Darien variant of the Skinwalker. The legends about calling out their names seems like what it sounds like, a myth. But know this, it is no hoax, fairy tale, or joke. For all my quirk has done in the heat of frustration and anxiety, it ended up attracting something malevolent and predatory. Juniper Woods Ranch, from Creepy Clown Girl. I was a 22-year-old girl living with my mom and stepdad in a small community known as Juniper Woods Ranch, which sat just outside of a small town in Arizona. Juniper Woods Ranch got its name from the juniper trees that enveloped the landscape of the community. This was 26 years ago, and at the time the roads were unpaved and rough in certain spots. And when it rained, it was extremely difficult to get in or out, because the creeks would flood. One day, my friend Marilyn, who lived about 2 miles further up from where we lived, came over and asked me if I wanted to spend the weekend with her at her place, and if I wanted to go to Jerome with her the next day. I said, yeah, that sounds like fun. So I packed up some things and we got into her truck and drove off towards her house. Now, the further back you get into Juniper Woods, the more isolated and scarce the population becomes. And now you're surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. We got to her house and I settled in. We began to talk about different things that girls talk about. Later that evening, as she was cooking dinner, I decided I would go and explore around her property and just enjoy the quiet and beauty of my surroundings. The whole time I was outside, the air felt heavy, and I always felt as if something was watching me. I just felt completely uneasy. Later we ate dinner and she asked me if I wanted to watch a movie, and I said sure thing. So she asked me if I'd ever seen the movie The Howling, and I told her, yeah, I think once. She said, great, that's the movie we're watching. And I said, cool. She puts the movie on and she goes into the kitchen to make us some popcorn and something to drink. And when she returned, she started the movie. We started watching it, and I then remembered why I only watched it once. There's just something about The Howling that unnerves me and literally scares me to death. I don't know, maybe it's the way it invokes almost raw and pure fear inside of me, and that's why I won't watch it. Even to this day, I still have nightmares. After the movie was over, she said, we need to go to bed. We've got a long and busy day tomorrow. Okay, cool, I said. We bid goodnight to each other and she went off to her room. Her house had 4 large windows in her living room and didn't have curtains on them. So as I lay on the couch, the light from the moon that hung high that night illuminated almost the entire room. Feeling myself dozing off, I rolled over, got comfortable, and covered my head. I don't know how long I lay there before I heard this low guttural growl and heavy breathing. I think to myself, Okay, you just watched a horror film, and your mind is playing tricks on you, and I need to stop scaring myself. As I tried to get comfortable, I heard the noise again. For whatever reason, I took my head out from under the covers, and I wished to God I hadn't. Standing not but a few feet away, there was something very large, hairy, and staring at me with human-like eyes and intense anger. I quickly threw the covers back over my head and lay there frozen, shaking and thinking that at any time this creature would attack and possibly kill me. Again, I don't know how long I lay there, but soon it seemed like it had moved closer to me, because its breathing and growling sounded closer, and I could feel its hot breath on me. The smell was overwhelming, nauseating, and I fought the urge to throw up. I took my head out from under the covers. It had moved closer, and I could just now make out what the creature looked like. This creature had to have been standing over 7 feet tall. It had a head and snout like a wolf, and hair like a wire brush. Its arms were semi-long, and it had razor-sharp claws. Its legs looked deformed. They didn't look like they should be able to hold that kind of weight or height. And its teeth, dear God, they were long and yellow, and its mouth was dripping with drool. I tried to let out a scream, but nothing would come out. Frozen and unable to move, I just lay there, staring at whatever the heck this thing was as it stared back at me. I don't know if it was from pure fear, but I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew, my friend Marilyn was waking me up, telling me that breakfast was ready. She stops and looks at me and goes, "Are you all right, hon? You don't look so good." I couldn't say anything, but what she asked me next terrified me just as much as the creature did. She asked me how I slept, and did I see anything scary last night. I don't know what it was, or if it was just my imagination. Was my friend Marilyn a skinwalker? I just don't know, because I never went back to stay the night at her house again. The Double Haunted Town, from Vivi the Fox. I used to live in a town in New London, Connecticut. This town was connected to a town called Groton, which was separated by a river, but connected to a bridge. A lot of naval families lived there. We lived in an old house that had a lot of history. It was around during the Revolutionary War era, when the town was set on fire by Benedict Arnold. I've always had a connection to the supernatural as it seemed drawn to my family. I've had many near-death experiences. I recall when I was 6 years old in that house, when my brother and I played with dolls in my room. My brother Joel was only 2 years younger than me. One day while playing, he saw a ladybug on the window. Joel was kind of a sadistic little kid, and he had a lot of issues. He gets up and smashes it on the window. I cried out to him, "Stop! It's bad luck to kill a ladybug, you know." He told me he didn't care. Then another one appeared, and he killed it too. I said, "Stop it," I told him in horror. Then 3 ladybugs appeared. He just kept killing them, but more and more would take their place. 14, then 30, then 50, until the entire window was covered with ladybugs. By then, I was so freaked out, I got up and tried to help him kill as many as we could. But the more we killed, the more appeared. We got so overwhelmed in terror, we ran to our dad and screamed for him to come. We tried to explain in between shallow breaths and sobbing what had happened, until finally we convinced him to look. To our confusion, there wasn't a single ladybug, not even the corpses we left squashed on the glass. He told us, "Stop making up stories. You're wasting my time, you knuckleheads." I felt both anger and putrid disgust. I knew what we saw was real. How dare he doubt us? As he turned away, I glanced at the empty window to find one little ladybug crossing the window as if to taunt us. Fast forward to when I was a teen, sometime after the whole neighborhood was knocked down to make an empty parking lot. It's important to mention here, every 4th of July,
Over the water, we'd watch the fireworks on the New London side, back when I lived in that home. But many years had passed since then, and I'd almost forgotten our humble little haunted house. Until a certain year when we decided to watch the fireworks on the Groton side across the bridge. On that side was a grassy hill where it was blocked off with a plastic orange tape fence. Part of the Revolutionary War mentioned before took place on this hill, and it was a very bloody battle. And yet here we were, about 200 people waiting for the fireworks to start, hundreds of years later. On the hill were 5 militia soldiers doing a 21-gun salute with old-fashioned muskets. It was so loud it'd make you flinch and your ears ring. Mom asked me to get water for our family, so I had to pass by them. I had a very sick, uneasy feeling in my stomach. I approached the hill where the men were. One of them broke the line and came inches from my face. He gave me a menacing stare as cold as death and slowly saluted me. It sent chills down my spine. I listened to the crowd, and 100 people were in awe over the men saying things like, "Look at those guys there," or "Wow, those guns are loud." But something was off about this, because 100 of the others were saying, "I don't see anything, I don't hear anything. What are you talking about?" When the realization sunk in, all 5 men vanished before our eyes, sending 100 people into shock. Not believing my own eyes, I asked the man in charge of the fireworks if there was some kind of reenactment today. He looked puzzled and said, "No, what are you talking about?" I backed away in horror, sprinting with the waters to the safety of my family. Then the fireworks had started. What I learned that day is not everyone can see ghosts, only certain people. I wouldn't go back there even if my life depended on it. I mean, 100 people can't be wrong, can they? Unknown Evil Entity, from Homer O'Clair's. What I'm about to share happened to my mom before I was born. According to her, I'm not supposed to be the eldest among my siblings. She was 4 months pregnant when she had a miscarriage. This story is about an unknown evil entity that took my unborn sibling from us. When my parents were newlyweds, they rented a house in Pasay, one of the cities here in the Philippines. It's a bungalow with 1 bedroom. It has a garden at the front and a laundry area at the back. My mom was usually alone during the day because my dad went to work as a cook at a restaurant and would often come home late at night. On the 3rd day, when the sun was about to set, she heard chirping noises, as if it was coming from hundreds of small birds. The sound was so loud, it was deafening. She looked outside the window and saw no signs of any birds. She opened the door and glanced at her surroundings, but she found nothing. Yet my mom could still hear the ear-splitting noise. She was so scared, she immediately bolted for the door. While she was trying to close the windows, she had trouble with a particular one where the hinges got stuck. She had no choice but to leave it open and ran to her room. She locked herself in their bedroom, patiently waiting for my dad. After a while, she noticed that the chirping sounds were inside the house, specifically in the living room. Let me say first that my dad is a bit different. Somehow he knows or feels the presence of these unseen entities. Simply put, he has a gift. Now, when he arrived, he also heard the loud chirping noise inside the house. It's as if it was coming from the walls and ceiling. Instead of getting afraid, he cursed and swore at it, even challenging it to show itself for a fight. Nothing showed up, and the noise slowly died down. After dinner that night, when my mom was about to use the bathroom, she instead saw blood. She then passed out, later waking up in the hospital. The doctor told them they had lost the baby. You might be thinking maybe the chirping sounds have nothing to do with what happened to my mom. Perhaps it was just pure coincidence. That's what I thought at first, until my mom said it happened again. A few months passed. My parents moved to a different house in Guadalupe, still part of Makati City. My mom was pregnant again, and in her 9th month, she heard the all too familiar sound. The chirping noise. It was still as deafening as before. The only difference this time was it was coming from a single bird. She quickly ran inside the bedroom and locked herself in without closing the windows. She sat on the bed praying, and at the same time, her hands were holding tightly on the rosary and the Bible. After a few minutes, something started to kick the bedroom door, causing it to rattle. My mom climbed on the bed with her back to the wall. She knew it wasn't human because she couldn't see any shadows. And the house door was locked, so no one could have gotten in. The kicking never stopped until it became more powerful, eventually breaking the door. My mom thought that was it. She was about to die. Instead, she saw nothing, and no one came in. When the chirping sound came back, it was now coming from under the bed. She mustered the courage to run and open the house door. She stayed at the neighbor's house until my dad came home. I was born a week later. My mom had a safe delivery, and they're glad I came out without any physical defects. My mom claims that the evil entity could not get to me because I was already 9 months old and I was too tightly attached to her womb. My mom would go on to deliver 4 more times, and they never encountered that entity again. My decomposing neighbor came to visit me. From Toromance. This is a terrifying recent real ghost story that happened to me in mid-July of 2021. I live in a very old town 63 kilometers west of Paris, in the north of France. On an average day here, life is so peaceful that the place could almost seem deserted. I moved to this town 3 years ago with my sister, and we live on the ground floor of a 2-floor house, so there's one neighbor above us. Upstairs, there lived a man in his 50s. He was very deranged, constantly calling out the neighbors nearby, having quarrels with them. He even came knocking on my door, asking if he could borrow my TV set. When I told him no, he got very angry and stopped talking to me. A couple of days before the incident that I want to talk about, something disturbing happened to me. I was sleeping, and all of a sudden I opened my eyes and I saw a figure right at my window. It was standing still and staring straight into my eyes. I was stunned for a moment, but then I recognized the silhouette of my neighbor who lives upstairs, standing there with his baseball cap and his frizzy gray hair. In the blink of an eye, I looked again, and he disappeared, as if nobody was there. I thought to myself, how rude is it of a person to come and just stare right into your window while you sleep? But I didn't do anything about it. I'm a person who avoids unnecessary quarrels. I thought maybe my neighbor wanted to ask for something. A couple of days passed, and I noticed a foul smell coming from the drain, sometimes in the kitchen. From time to time, the strong stench was coming in waves, with the wind through the window, but the source was unknown. I keep my house and all my drains very clean, so there was no obvious source of the stench. Day after day, I noticed that big flesh flies were coming inside our house through the window. My sister and I brushed it off, as it was the time of the big summer heat, and the flies could be just natural phenomenon. Nevertheless, the flies just multiplied. Every time I came home from work, I saw more and more flesh flies in my house. One evening, while I was watching something on the TV, I suddenly noticed a commotion outside. All my neighbors were outside too, in a state of confusion and disturbance, but they remained quiet. There was a huge police van and a couple of regular police cars. My whole street was blocked off by policemen. It was the special police for crime and murder investigation. When I went outside and asked an officer what happened, he explained that there was a deceased person's body found upstairs on the 2nd floor above my apartment.
The found body belonged to a man in his 50s, the police reported, and it had been decomposing for several months. I was shocked that just above my apartment, there was a decomposing body, and no one even knew. The police officer continued, "Currently, we're investigating the case to find the reason of the person's death. We'll need more time, but you can go home and sleep in peace tonight. We're on patrol just in case." The police called in a specialized medical team, and they were proceeding the investigations during the whole night until morning. I heard them moving heavy objects upstairs. The big van was for the transportation of some of the deceased person's belongings. When I recall that my neighbor came to look at my window, I remember this was just a week ago. But the police had said that the neighbor had been dead for several entire months. Chills ran down my spine whenever I think about this again. Now I understand that the apparition at my window was not a living person. It was my neighbor's ghost. My neighbor's spirit was not in peace and wanted to alarm everyone, telling people to put his body to rest. Ever since this incident, I see no more apparitions at my window. The flies disappeared immediately after the police and the medical team took care of the case upstairs, and with it, the foul stench disappeared. Escaping the Woods, from Camenon 123. It was the summer of 2012 in Cavan, Ireland. I was playing at my friend Oscar's house with two other friends, Adam and Ken. Oscar's older sister, Emma, also had her friend Sarah over with her. Oscar and Emma's house was on a small row of 3 houses. Behind the houses was a large field, and behind the field was a huge forest. For weeks, myself, Oscar, Adam, and Ken all discussed venturing into the forest. Oscar said he heard noises from the forest at night and thought it would be an amazing adventure. We agreed to go in and planned everything. We brought food, water, and a BB gun. We asked the girls to come, and they agreed, and so the adventure began. The walk across the field was exciting. We were all discussing what we'd find in the forest and what we'd get up to. We finally reached the edge of the forest, the trees towering over us. There was a small ravine at the edge of the woods, with a little stream running through the ravine. We couldn't find a way across as the forest was at a higher elevation than the field, so jumping from the field was out of the question. Some of us were disappointed and were ready to turn back, but Oscar found a log long enough to cross the ravine. He did so, and began trying to walk over it. One by one, we all walked across the log, with Adam being a little anxious before crossing. Before we knew it, we were inside the forest. It appeared to have been planted, with the trees in straight lines. This led to the forest having a very eerie vibe, as you could see in all directions as the forest got darker and darker. The area was also completely silent, as the forest floor was cushioned by a layer of moss all over. Any noise from a bird or a twig was amplified. We walked through the trees, admiring the scenery, and didn't think too much more of it. After a while, we made it to a clearing. It was a small circular field nestled in the forest. We knew if we entered the field, we might forget where our path was. The forest extended past the field, and we realized it was way bigger than we expected. So rather than continue walking to God knows where and potentially getting lost, we turned around and went back. The forest was already silent, but on the way back, it was somehow more silent than before, with not even the occasional bird chirping. The silence was deafening. We were walking back in groups of 2, myself and Ken at the front, Adam and Oscar in the middle, and Emma and Sarah at the back. Suddenly, we heard a noise from behind us echo through the forest. It sounded like a ghostly, howling laugh. This chilled us to the bone, and we began to pick up the pace. Out of nowhere, the 2 girls screamed and sprinted past us, Oscar and Adam following suit. I looked back with Ken and saw nothing, and in the confusion we ran after the group. As we ran, I could hear that same howling laughter behind us. It was more frequent and sounded like it was getting closer and closer. I looked over my shoulder and saw nothing on the ground, but up in the trees I saw something black move through the branches very quickly. I went from running for fun to running for my life as I sped up. I reached the ravine at the forest's edge and saw the two girls taking turns to cross the log bridge we made. Ken and I could not wait, and we sprinted before jumping across the ravine. After the girls crossed, Oscar came next, but the log snapped underneath him, and he fell into the stream below. Ken and I reached down and pulled him up. Adam had no way across and started panicking. We told him to run and jump, but he was afraid to fall in. As I was shouting at Adam, telling him to jump across, I finally saw what we were running from, and it haunts me to this day. It looked like a man, about 6 feet tall, and black. A black featureless face, black arms, black body, black legs, all black. He stood behind a tree and poked out from behind it, watching us. After seeing the man, I screamed at Adam to hurry. He eventually jumped and just made it across. We then sprinted across the field, the howling sounds fading away behind us. Upon returning to the house, everyone began to tell their version of events. We all heard the sounds of what we were running from, but only some of us actually saw our chaser. We all saw a different number of figures, and our descriptions of them were very different. Sarah and Emma saw a black featureless man and woman walking behind us at a distance before raising the alarm and running. Oscar only saw a woman sprinting towards us after the girl screamed and ran. I was the only one who saw movement in the trees above. Sarah and I were the only ones who saw the lone figure poking out from behind the tree. Adam and Ken saw nothing, but heard the noises. The completely different version of events was confusing us. After this ordeal, we agreed never to set foot in the forest again, and that agreement was set in stone when the forest was totally cut down a year later. Whatever was in that forest before, it is certainly no longer there. To this day, I still try to come up with a logical reason for the encounter, rather than blame the supernatural or paranormal, but I have never reached a conclusion. It followed us home from Ghost Hazard. I've been around the block a time or two. Entered the obligatory I'm completely mentally sound, never been high, etc., etc. But I've seen plenty of supernatural occurrences, starting early into my childhood. I could tell you about the staircase we found behind the wall while remodeling, or the ancient rotary phone that rings despite not even being plugged in, or even the day I got 7 missed calls from my stepfather, who had passed away a week prior in a car wreck. I've never questioned the supernatural. I'm the farthest person from being a skeptic you could ever meet. But despite my familiarity with these sort of events, there's one story that still makes my hair stand up on the back of my neck. Makes me wonder just what the heck is out there in the places we can't see. To set the scene, I grew up in rural Arkansas. At the time, I was 7 or 8 years old. My parents and I lived in a double-wide trailer, about half an hour away from the closest large town. We had our own land, and I grew up very comfortable in the woods, night or day. We had this family tradition of sorts, where we'd all pile up into our truck, bring snacks and spotlights, and cruise the dirt back roads that scoured through the deep woods surrounding our house, looking for snakes to run over. We usually did this late at night, anywhere from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. We called it snake smashing. One night, we decided to go on one of these excursions. I was excited, unaware that I was going to see something that would change my perspective on the natural world forever. We all got in the truck and departed around 1 a.m. We knew these remote trails pretty well, and were just enjoying the peaceful solitude of the dark woods, listening to Pink Floyd and eating chips, me shooting at random things with my BB gun through the open windows. Once we arrived at a fork in the road, we realized we'd never been down the trail to the right, only the one to the left. We decided on a whim to see where this road led. Not very far down the road, we came across a gate, one of those metal tube swinging gates that have reflectors and stuff on them. There weren't any private property or no trespassing signs on it, so feeling bold, we got out and swung the gate open. After all, there was no lock on it. We continued down past the gate, the trees clearing to give way to a wide open space. It was an abandoned natural gas drilling site. This was also a somewhat familiar setting, as my father worked in the natural gas field at the time. We drove around for a bit, checking out the pipes and catwalks and such, left behind from the former operation. That's when we noticed something that seemed out of place. In a far corner of the clearing was a large black lump, with something white in front of it catching our headlights. We pulled closer, revealing that the large black lump was some kind of trash pile, seemingly burnt up. It was as if someone had demolished a small house or shed, then strewn a dumpster's worth of unwanted items on top of the rubble, then set it all ablaze. One thing stood out though, the white shape in front of it, one of those children's rocking horses, the kind you can sit on and hold the handlebars and rock back and forth on. This one looked very old and genuine, like it was handmade. The body was covered in an off-white material that appeared to be cotton-based. It had colored-on features like eyes in the saddle. The wooden rockers in the bottom were smooth and high quality. There was a mane made from these ropes of the same material as the body, almost resembling white dreadlocks. The oddest part about this scene was how the horse was placed. It was right at the forefront of the pile, turned broadways so we could see the details. There also wasn't a speck of grime on the thing. When we saw it, the mood kind of shifted. We thought it was kind of creepy, but ultimately went on with our night. And when we got tired, we turned around to head home. On the way back, we kept thinking that we heard deer or raccoons in the woods, but when we'd shine the spotlight into the trees, we couldn't see anything, not even any movement. Eventually, we'd make our way back home. At this point, it was around 3 a.m. We pulled up in the dark, approaching our driveway, when suddenly, the headlights hit something that made everyone in the truck go completely silent. I swear to the God I pray to every night, with both parents as my witnesses, the rocking horse was sitting in our driveway. It had not only followed us home, but beat us there. My dad had to get out and move it so that we could enter our driveway. As a reminder, we live in the middle of the woods. We don't know any of the neighbors personally, except that they were all old folk, and it was 3 a.m. This was no prank. This has no explanation. That thing followed us home through thick, dark, backcountry roads, where we passed no other vehicles. This experience really makes you wonder how this could have happened, and what force wanted this thing to appear in our driveway after seeing it miles away in the woods. It just makes me think about how we'll never be able to explain everything around us. Creepy Shadow Person from NoFace00. To begin, I'd like to say I have no specific religious beliefs. However, in my adult years, I've come to believe in energies. So I'm sure that what I came into contact with was a form of negative energy. I don't know if it followed me home that day, or if it had been living in my home lying in wait. My uncertainty is because this place always felt eerie at night, even before the occurrence. I know it's human nature to feel uneasy at night, but I've never experienced this feeling at home before or since. A little background on my home at the time. It was a townhouse complex. As far as I know, nobody died there. I don't believe any historical event happened there either. I do know that there were a few Native American tribes in the area before Europeans pushed them out. The people living in the other apartments never said anything about experiencing the same thing in their homes. I was about 14 years old at the time when it happened. I'd come home after hanging with friends. I did smoke some of the devil's lettuce while I was out, so when I got in, I went to my room and fell asleep. I woke up late in the night with an awful feeling. It was like I was startled awake. The room was dark, the house was silent, and looming above me was a smoky shadow figure. Once my eyes locked on it, I was frozen in terror. I literally couldn't move. It was as if some force was preventing me from doing so. I couldn't even cry out. I could see a face that looked vaguely obscured, showing only an outline of a face. It was surrounded by thick, inky smoke swirling around it. Then, after what felt like forever, staring at each other, it slowly started weaving towards me, mouth agape. It was as if it was trying to push its face through a barrier, stretching, weaving, mouth moving like it would help it propel forward. As I watched it creep towards me, I was internally panicking. I tried to swing at it with my right arm, but I couldn't. The only thing going through my head was, I have to hit it, or it will get me. This ran through my head repeatedly until I somehow managed to break whatever had frozen me in place. As soon as I swung my arm to hit it, the shadow creature vanished. I slapped the light on and sat there, shaken. I was confused as to what happened. Sometime later, I managed to go back to sleep with the lights on. Now, I wrote this situation off as I wasn't completely sober. I didn't speak of it to anyone because it sounded crazy, so I reasoned with myself that I had hallucinated it. I accepted that explanation until my younger sister told me what she saw a couple of months after that. My sister is only younger than me by 1.5 years. She didn't smoke at the time either. I'm telling you this so you can understand why her experience can't be explained away so easily. We shared the room along with our much younger stepsister on weekends and holidays. When she was there, our stepdad would check on her sometimes. So when she awoke to find a dark figure standing a few feet away from her bed, she thought it was our stepdad, who was in the room. She noted the alarm clock read 12 a.m. After staring at it for a moment, she realized it was far too tall for it to be our stepdad. She found it strange that she couldn't make out any defining features, despite the weak light streaming through the window. It was just a dark mass taking the shape of a human form. My sister was scared, so she tried to pretend like she was sleeping still, while watching the shadow figure through slightly cracked eyes. Finally, it turned and walked over toward our stepsister's bed. It bent down to kneel on the foot of her bed, then proceeded to rock back and forth, slowly. She lay there, each minute feeling endless as her eyes flipped between the clock and shadow person, willing the thing to go away. After 10 minutes, it got up from the bed and walked out of the room, closing the door behind it. The next day, my sister asked our mom and stepdad whether they had been to our room the previous night. They replied they had been asleep the entire night. She then went to ask our younger brother, even though she knew it couldn't be him. He was smaller than us at that age, and the figure she saw was clearly taller than our stepdad. No one in the household had ever sleptwalked, and nobody had reason to lie about it. So when my sister told me her account after what I experienced, it creeped me out. I exchanged my encounter with her, and the whole thing left us feeling disturbed. Sleep paralysis, or a ghost, from Red Star Eyes. As a child growing up, my little sister and I spent a lot of time at my grandmother's house. It was a large 2-story with about 6 bedrooms between the stories. She and my uncle swore up and down that the previous owner was a criminal who stashed a large sum of money somewhere on the premises, and then shortly after, passed away, but wasn't discovered to have died for some time thereafter. As such, they all claimed that the house was haunted, as the man stalked around looking for his hidden money. Add to this the fact that my grandmother was a practicing witch who had an alcoholic, abusive husband for decades. At one point, she decided, in her own words, to call up all the demons of the underworld to punish him for the rest of his days. May they be short and miserable. Then she had a boyfriend who later died working next door by drowning in a tank of chemicals. With all that, you've got a recipe for a house that was very creepy to stay in. This is my most vivid memory of the place. I was probably about 9 years old. We were staying with my grandma. My room was at the head of the stairs. In fact, the door directly faced them, so you could walk straight up and into my room without stopping.
The stairs and floor were very creaky, so it was impossible to step without making noise. When we were all there, we'd have to share beds, so I'd bunk down with my uncle. One night I heard someone walking heavily downstairs. I'm not sure what time it was, just that it was dark outside. I think it sounded like it came from the basement stairs, but that could be 30 years fogging my memory. I know that I heard the steps coming up the stairs, not in a hurry, just plodding along, slowly, methodically, not trying to keep quiet either. As I lay there, the footsteps crested the top and stopped right in front of my door. There was silence for what felt like an hour. Then the doorknob rattled and turned. The door opened very slowly. I'm not gonna lie, it seemed like whoever was opening it was trying to make it creak as much and as long as possible. At this point, my eyes were clenched shut, so tight they hurt. Then my heart felt as if it stopped because this person stepped into my room and began walking around in a shuffling gait. When they reached the window, which had no curtain, so why bother? It overlooked a huge backyard and no one else was high enough to be able to see in. All was silent again. I strained my ears to listen for anything. I could not hear this person's breathing. Oddly enough, I couldn't hear my uncle breathing either. I don't recall hearing any sounds at the time. I was able to move, but I didn't want to. I was terrified who or whatever was standing there by the window would notice. Then I heard it do what I assume was turn around. It started shuffling again. This time, it went right up to my bed and stopped. I swear that I felt a presence looming over me, looking at me. I finally got the courage to crack open one eye toward my uncle, who was between me and it. I was against the wall. He was still there but seemed deathly still and pale. I wanted to look further up and see if the whatever it was still there, but I also didn't want to, because I was afraid to see it. Eventually, I heard it shuffle back out of the room, then back down the stairs, and when it reached downstairs, it again stopped moving. I sat up slowly and finally looked around. My door was indeed open. My uncle still looked really pale. After waiting a few more minutes, listening, I reached over and nudged him. He was stiff and cold to the touch. I panicked and shook him hard. He didn't budge or stir. I don't think I even remember noticing him breathe. I really was sure he died. I began to cry silently. I didn't want that thing downstairs to hear me. I hugged him and lay there until I finally fell asleep. I woke up in the morning to the usual sounds of everyone up and about, all 8 of them, and my uncle was gone. I got up and looked at the window, and it was bright and sunny out. As I walked out of my room and downstairs, I saw him sitting in the living room, cigarette in one hand, Dr. Pepper in the other, his usual huge grin on his face. "Well, good morning," he said in his typical way too loud manner. "Was wondering when you'd get up. Weird night, huh? At one point I woke up and you were even sleeping with one leg crossed over the other, like you were in a chair." A few months later, when we were back visiting again, I asked him about that night and if he had heard anything. He just laughed and said, "Nope, but then I'm so used to old Albert that he doesn't bother me anymore. One day he'll find that money, I guess, or we will." No one in my family other than me experienced anything that night. I didn't know anything about sleep paralysis back then either. Even today, I'm not sure if it was that or not, considering all the other weirdness I've experienced in that house over the years. A Halloween Haunting from Rai Kazuji. My birthday's on Halloween. As such, my friends and I typically spend it trying to find evidence of something spooky, whether that leads us to exploring a graveyard at midnight, breaking into an abandoned asylum, or similar adventures. But on the night of my 18th birthday, we all got more than we bargained for.
Our main group back then was comprised of myself, my cousin Leon, and my best friends JB, Parker, and Murph. We'd spend practically every weekend in my father's basement, watching sports, engrossed in video games, or playing music, as we were so sure our little high school band would get picked up if we played in enough bars. It didn't, of course, but just being able to hang out and play as loud as we wanted to was more than enough for us. You see, my father lived in the middle of nowhere, on a 10-mile stretch of road, with all of 2 other neighbors on either end. His house was dead center at the 5-mile mark. No matter how boisterous our little parties got, there was no one remotely near enough to complain. According to my father, he got a sweet deal on the house and property, about 10 acres worth, because the previous owner had gruesomely murdered his whole family, and then hung himself in the shed, some 20 years back. My dad, ever the bargain hunter, would never let such a deal get away, and I personally relished being so close to anywhere likely to elicit paranormal happenings. On top of that, a set of train tracks ran past our yard and was said to lead to an old Native American burial ground within a natural maze of trees. For years, Leon and I tried in vain to coerce the group to check out the burial ground to no avail, as JB was extremely superstitious and Murph was rather timid. Even walking through cemeteries, JB would rarely get out of the car, and Murph would rush back to join him the second he heard any noise. When I turned 18, my cousin and I joked about how that night just had to be the night something would finally happen. With so many alleged supernatural factors practically in my backyard, we resolved to get our group back to the burial grounds, no matter what. We posed this idea the second our other friends arrived, with the intent to eventually pester them into submission. Parker, the rational one of the group, easily agreed, stating that there wouldn't actually be anything back there. JB and Murph continued to stall, saying first they'd go after we had our pizza, then after a few drinks, then after we'd made a fire. The latter option proved to be the most difficult, as despite going weeks without rain, a slight drizzle began right as we attempted to start the fire. Leon and I, both Eagle Scouts, tried our best to get a light, but eventually we gave up, turning to our friends with a shrug. JB sighed, looked at Murph, and said, "Fine, we can go see your stupid tree maze." Delighted, Leon and I both bolted to the tracks, calling out to my father that we'd be back later. After walking for a few minutes, my phone rang. It was my father, annoyed that we'd left with the fire burning unattended. "What? No, Dad, we couldn't even get a spark tonight," I said.
"Well, whatever you did, it must have worked. Something in it's burning red hot,"
he replied. I turned around to look at the backyard, and I could clearly make out a decently sized blaze, literally colored blood red, as in the actual red fire they use in special effects by burning lithium chloride. But all we had used for kindling had been some old cardboard boxes and dead branches. I apologized to my father, who said not to worry about it as he'd watched the flame and to just be careful back in the woods. I hung up and looked at my cousin, who was closest to me and had heard the conversation. Didn't we set that fire up in the back where the patch of dirt was?" he asked, to which I nodded. "And isn't that where the shed used to be before your dad knocked it down? Where that dude hung himself?" he asked nervously. "Yeah, but don't say anything, or JB will never come over to my house again," I replied, chuckling to ease the tension. Leon nodded, but continued to give me a wide-eyed expression as we kept walking down the tracks. A half hour passed, and we reached the stretch of land people claimed to be the burial ground. There was indeed a natural maze in the middle of a field, with tunnels weaving in and out of the trees, and a canopy that blocked out all light. Brandishing our flashlights, we walked into the maze, having to almost drag JB and Murph along with us. Sadly, nothing noteworthy happened as we explored, save for me turning off my flashlight and doubling back behind my friends to jump out and scare them. Parker laughed, Leon chastised me,
Murph punched me on the arm, and JB cussed around half a dozen times. We continued into the center of the maze and discovered a clearing. In the middle of the clearing stood a large tree that had clearly made up the bulk of the canopy, but at some point it must have been struck by lightning, as it was charred and split right down the middle. Oddly enough, a large branch had somehow fallen right between the wedge of the trunk and gotten stuck near the base, giving the tree a resemblance to an inverse cross. The moonlight shined down onto the tree from the gap in the branches above, casting ominous shadows and giving it quite the menacing image. We stared in silence at the tree for a few moments before lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the forest, followed by a billowing crash of thunder. "Did you see that?" JB yelled, speaking so quickly his words slurred together. "See what? See what?" Murph anxiously replied. "I saw something in the trees, something moved," JB hysterically stated. "It's probably just a deer or something," Parker said calmly. "I don't care, I'm leaving now," JB proclaimed, turning around and marching away, with Murph close behind. "You know, the rain is picking up, and I'm getting cold. I'm okay with being done here," I said, and Leon and Parker nodded as we followed our friends back the way we came. Once we reached the tracks, the conversation naturally shifted to what girls in school we thought were cute, as we were all single teenaged boys. JB was particularly sensitive about his crush, and when her name was mentioned, Parker and I began to tease him, expecting his usual over-exaggerated reaction. However, this time, there was no reply. As I turned back to look at my friend, I saw him standing a few feet behind the group, staring into the dark with his back turned towards us. "JB, you okay?" asked Leon. "You don't see it," JB whispered, almost inaudible. "Come on, dude. You tried that already," I said, putting my arm around his shoulders. "No. Look. The man in red," JB replied, again barely above a whisper. I looked at Parker, and we both rolled our eyes before Leon tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Cuz, wait. Look." I turned and squinted in the darkness, following JB's gaze, and to my shock, in the distance, there was a red glow, identical in hue to the inexplicable fire we had seen in my backyard earlier that evening. At first, I thought it was getting progressively brighter, but soon I realized it was in fact getting closer. As the light drew nearer, I began to make out a silhouette within the glow, a silhouette of a body. The human form itself was jet black, or perhaps so obscured by the night as to render details indistinguishable. Around the body, or whatever it was, a red aura surrounded the figure, similar to the way a halo appears around streetlights from far away. "What is that?" I began, before I felt JB collapse next to me. "Dude, are you okay?" Leon panicked, dropping to his knees to tend to our unconscious friend, but I couldn't take my eyes off the figure, which appeared to be moving in on us faster now. "'Cause we need to move. Now! Grab him and let's go!" I shouted at Leon, who looked up and gasped at the sight of the advancing entity. Thankfully, my cousin was easily the largest of our group, a linebacker for the school football team, and physically the strongest by a landslide. In contrast, JB was co-captain with me on the cross-country team, and thus less than half Leon's size. In one motion, Leon hoisted JB onto his shoulders and followed me back down the tracks, with Parker and Murph trailing behind. When we got back to my father's garage, he had already put out the fire and gone to bed. We sat JB up in a chair and caught our breath before discussing what we should do. At that moment, we heard the chair move and turned to see JB standing straight up, facing the forest. JB, you good?" I asked, moving in front of him to see his face. My heart nearly stopped as I looked into his eyes. They were completely black.
Now, I've since gone to college and gained 2 science degrees, and I keep trying to tell myself that the rational explanation was that his pupils were dilated out of fear, and the dim light of the garage just made it difficult to see the whites of his eyes. Even so, I can't deny that he looked exactly the way Hollywood depicts someone possessed by a demon. "Let's get him back in the chair," Murph said, placing his hands on JB's shoulders in an attempt to move him. But JB wouldn't budge. Even with Leon's help, all 4 of us could not get JB to move an inch. It was like he became a solid mass of stone, affixed to the ground. We tried to no avail for several minutes before collapsing into our chairs. We sat together, eyeing JB and trying to make sense of what was happening well into the morning, until one by one we all fell asleep. I was the first to wake up and immediately looked over to where JB had been standing. He lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious again. "Cuz?" I said, hitting Leon's arm with the back of my hand as he slumbered beside me. He awoke, and we both kneeled to shake JB. He opened his eyes, and they looked the same as they always had, no longer black. "What? Go away, I'm tired," he grumbled. "Wait, why am I on the ground?" he asked, slowly getting to his feet. This prompted Parker to wake up as well, who nudged Murph until he was awake. We asked JB if he felt all right, to which he didn't understand our concern. We reminded him that he had seen the red figure and passed out, but he had no recollection of the night's events. "Don't mess with me, guys. You know I hate that. I thought we were just going to check out that stupid maze. What happened after that?" he asked, voice shaking. I looked at my friends, all of us standing in silence. Together, we recounted what had happened. When it got to the part about the entity, I looked to Parker for some clarity. "I don't really know what happened, honestly," he began. "We saw you staring at nothing, and then Rye put his arm on you, and you went down hard. Rye yelled at Leon to pick you up, and they both took off, and Murph followed. I turned back to see what the big deal was, and I didn't see anything, but I just started to feel wrong. Like it felt as if the temperature suddenly dropped 20 degrees, and that something was watching me. So I just ran after you." "You mean you didn't run because you heard it?" Murph asked weakly. We all turned to him. "Heard what?" I asked, tensing up. "After Rye and Leon ran past, there was that gust of wind and something whispered, 'Leave this place.' I thought that's why you took off too," Murph said, chin quivering. We all remained quiet for some time before my father came out and asked us if we wanted breakfast. We nodded solemnly and followed him inside. It's been a decade since this all happened. Parker and JB moved out of state. Leon got married and had a kid, and Murph never has time outside of work, so we don't go out on Halloween anymore. But we still try to get together for everyone's birthday each year, and every once in a while on my birthday, we talk about what happened the night I turned 18. Even now, we still don't have an explanation. But you can bet that was the last time any of us went out back in those woods. The Eyes, from Michael Goodwin. You could fairly describe it as a functional ghost town now, I suppose. It had once been a relatively important town due to the railroads, but those days were now but a memory. The downtown area still existed, though in a sort of theme park way. With very few exceptions, all the ancient buildings were now antique shops, populated by equally ancient ladies. Added to this were a few ice cream parlors, a restaurant or two, and a dank shady bar off to the side of the map, like a delinquent kid in the class picture. Go ahead and guess which one I worked in. To understand this town is to first understand that it's currently based on a lie. The image of the town being a bustling railroad destination isn't inaccurate, but where it gets interesting though is the history.
All these little antique shops and parlors were almost all brothels, gambling dens, and all manner of establishments of ill repute at one time. In their better days, the residents of the city once all gathered together in great jubilation. For what occasion was this, you might ask? Well, for a train wreck. These people actually had old-time photos of their relatives standing on the wreck of 2 trains, dressed in their Sunday fineries. Did they rescue the victims, you might wonder? No, they rifled through the pockets of the dead or dying. The other claim to fame they had was assaulting a circus. Now, when I say this, I don't mean there was a disagreement about ticket prices or perhaps the dunking booth was rigged and they had a scuffle. I mean that as a town they attacked a traveling circus. Nobody quite knows why. The reason I bring this up is that the descendants of these delightful folk still reside there. So while every day this town was rife with civilized people from the surrounding cities, they were outsiders. Every evening at 6 o'clock, the Great Blue Hair Migration took place, and all those decent and kind people headed for the highway. Only one business remained open after that, the only establishment open for several square miles. Mine. A bar in the middle of an abandoned city is quite a thing to see. When that bar is populated by people of, shall we say, lesser virtue, it gets a touch apprehensive. So it was in the fall of 2003 that all that tension finally found a spark. A big, nasty, soggy spark. That year, God apparently had just about enough of these people and sent a flood to get them. A few abandoned mining shafts, a decent portion of abandoned homes were washed away in a series of storms and overflows. That wasn't the worst of it, though. You see, around 200 years ago, someone decided to buy the cemetery with a calming river flowing through it. Thanks to years of erosion and a sudden blast of surging water on an already waterlogged lowland, well, you get yourself a corpse navy. For days, what passed for the municipal workers were rounding up old Uncle Remus and Aunt Hattie. While recovering the caskets, there was a detail I only heard about when they were drinking their lunches on break. Most of the caskets were empty, or what remained was gnawed upon. And by gnawed, I mean it looked as if a wood chipper went after them. At the time, I didn't put it past these ghouls to resort to eating their dead, but I'm pretty sure you get some sort of disease from eating grandpa jerky, so I chalked it up to wolves or bears. I was wrong. It wouldn't even be a week before I first saw the eyes. It began out in the train yard at first. My bar was on a street that housed an old train depot, a historic hotel, and a few other relics. When leaving that night after cleaning up, I caught the sight of light reflecting from 2 eyes. You know, like how headlights will reflect off a raccoon or something. There was a singular street lamp, mainly for decorative purposes, lighting a gazebo on the corner of the depot and hotel. Both buildings had long since been gutted, leaving only a nicely painted shell for folks to come admire. That was the problem. I saw the lights on the 2nd floor. I figured it must have been an owl, or perhaps something that climbed, but I couldn't figure out why it was eyeballing me. I'm hardly a food source for an owl. Either way, I walked to my car about 200 yards away in the fenced-in parking lot. The eyes followed me the whole time. I could never quite see what was up there. The street lamp was modeled after those old Victorian street lamps, so it used an underpowered light bulb. For the next week, things went the same. Every night around 3, I would leave and see the eyes. Every night, they would be a bit closer. I also noticed something odd. I heard nothing. By this I mean bugs, wind, leaves. It was all quiet. I'm not saying this thing was manipulating the weather. I'm saying that my sole focus was on it. My mind refused to acknowledge anything else. The wind was blowing, but I didn't feel it. The leaves danced among the trees, and I didn't hear it. Whatever instincts or sense of self-preservation I had was cluing me in on this thing being a bit more than just a big-headed bird, and to keep my attention on it. I admit now that I broke the law. In my state at the time, a firearm could only be transported in the trunk, separate from the ammunition. I would drive into work, retrieve my weapon from the trunk, insert the magazine and put it in the waist of my pants in the back. I wasn't licensed to carry it.
But at 3 in the morning while being stalked, you'd be amazed at how little you fear being hugged in the state pen. I'm also admitting to being guilty of stupidity. I should have quit. Things went on like this past Halloween and into November. By now, it was no longer content to remain down the street. It also kept changing its location. Some nights it was almost ground level. Others it was in the trees. It soon grew bored of our long-distance relationship. Buildings in this town were all 2 stories. My bar was no exception. The owner kept the second floor as a storage for God knows what, and it would gag a hoarder. Over a few days, there would be scratching or scraping noises coming from above me. The previous summer, this had happened with mice, so I wasn't concerned. Until it occurred to me that the scratching wasn't moving. It was stationary. Something was lightly clawing above me. I had a few customers at the time, and we went to take a look. The problem was we could see nothing. Heck, even getting the door open was a Herculean task. One thing we could confirm, though, was a breeze. A window had been broken. Something shifted in the darkness. Something bigger than a mouse. Something that knew we couldn't get to it. We shut the door and called the police. Now, saying, "I think there's a godless monstrosity," over the phone is probably fun, but it ensures you'll be dealing with that monstrosity all by yourself. Well, you and 2 drunks. So I went with the possible addict scenario. They took 2 hours to arrive. In the meantime, we heard something clatter onto the dumpster and set off a car alarm. Apparently, godless monstrosities aren't known for their graceful jumping. Outside, we saw an impressive deforming of the plastic and a puddle of some sort of mucus. I'm guessing mucus. I didn't get anywhere near it. In the interests of science, I'll just say that it was thick and ropey looking, as it oozed down the side. Oh, and I bet it stunk. Over the week, my boss hired a few guys to clear out the second floor. He wanted to rent it out as an apartment anyway, and the need to replace 2 windows forced his hand. They found all manner of refuse up there. Let's just say quite a few missing pet posters could now be taken down. Unfortunately, this had an annoying side effect. A police officer greeted me at my car when I pulled in that night. This meant my firearm would remain in the trunk. We talked about the break-in as we walked. I left out the snarky comments about his prompt response time because at heart, I'm a coward. That night, I noticed my admirer was right next to my car, 200 yards away and just out of the reach of the lights. Now, though, I had it. No trees, no buildings, nothing could mask its size. My little friend was just north of 6 feet. This put us even, as I'm 6'7". I'm not saying it knew I was now unarmed. I'm saying it was in no way afraid of me. I think it was enjoying this process the same way a cat enjoys playing with a mouse. We know how that game ends for the mouse, though. So I went back inside. 200 yards. Keep that in mind when I tell you that in the time it took me to lock the door, walk to the register and grab a pair of brass knuckles and a sawed-off pull cue, the eyes were right outside one of the many windows. Just far enough to keep out of sight, but much closer than any time before. I flipped off the lights. No way was I going to sit in a lit-up fishbowl, seeing my own reflection. It was time to see this butt-ugly freak for what he was. With no light to reflect off his eyes any longer, I could see very little. My plan wasn't exactly Patton-esque in its effectiveness. In the weeks leading up to this, there had been a debate as to what it could be. Most jokingly thought it was Bigfoot, but Bigfoot ain't slimy, so that was out. Some said a dogman. What is a dogman? Think of a wolfman who doesn't want to be sued for copyright infringement. An Indian guy even mentioned a skinwalker. But I'm about as Cherokee as a Chinese fellow, so I seriously doubt they'd be after me. Whatever it was out there sizing me up. I think, though, it was aware now that I was larger than it. It also knew I was not fleeing. This wasn't because I was brave, mind you, this was because I had nowhere to go. Slowly, very slowly, it backed away until I saw nothing. I never saw the eyes again.
The best I can come up with are two possible explanations. First, it was an addict with grotesque features. I get that it seems like I'm being a jerk about the people of that town, but if anything, I'm underselling it. I can't, though, discount the possibility that I was merely being stalked by someone that night, and the months of those eyes were coincidental. The other possibility, the one that keeps me up some nights, is that the flood had washed something out of those mines, something that had been living on the abundant animal life of the area with little fear of being found. There's also the possibility it was using that graveyard as a snack bar, but I like to not think of that option. I think when it was flooded out, it used my bar as a den, waiting for me to leave each night. I think I angered it when we closed it off, and he came by one last time to even the score. I also think that he survived this long by not being seen. I think he fled for that reason, not for any fear of me. Either way, I left that town very shortly after. I gave my reason as the arrival of winter. Driving in the Michigan weather in December is a fine way to meet Jesus. I'm just in no hurry to do so. I heard the eyes were never seen again there. I'm betting my friend didn't fare too well in the cold, but that town is filled with all manner of abandoned buildings. In fact, that whole area is. I can't help but wonder if out of one of those many windows, something is watching the next poor soul to be sitting where I was. The only other life in the middle of a ghost town. It never leaves me. I've always joked that the paranormal was destined to be my normal, being born on Friday the 13th and all. Growing up, I quickly realized that I saw and felt things others didn't. These abilities really began to flourish in my teenage years. I would meet people and suddenly know things about them I couldn't possibly know. I would have premonitions, sometimes big things, like knowing what would happen in the lives of my family and friends, and sometimes little silly things, like knowing a train would be canceled. I had a couple of relatives pass in my teens, and I saw, smelled, and even felt them around me after they passed. They were comforting experiences, as if they were saying goodbye and letting me know they were okay. I remember one time I was washing dishes in the kitchen. I turned around to grab a towel and a bright white light flashed in front of me, like a camera flash going off or a strobe light. It was in the shape of a head and angel wings. I wanted to understand these experiences, and so I began to read as many books on psychic phenomena as I could get my hands on. I knew without a doubt that what I was experiencing was real, but I also liked to reflect and research on these encounters from different angles. For example, at my great-grandmother's old house in France, I saw 2 apparitions, but I just wasn't convinced they were actually spirits. Like, why would you die and just hang around in your old-fashioned clothes? Surely there's better things to do in the afterlife. I wondered if some of these encounters were just energy imprints left on time. We're all just vibration and energy after all, right? So perhaps in some circumstances I was merely taking a little peek into the past, tapping into old energy. From my research, I felt I had clairvoyant abilities, and I wanted to try to control them better, rather than just having random psychic experiences. I did everything you could possibly imagine to open myself up further. I meditated daily, worked with crystals, and eventually started giving readings to people. I would sit with people and hold their ring or watch and receive a little movie in my mind or through gut feelings and tell them what information I received about their past, present, and future. Sometimes I would get messages from people who had passed. Often I'd end up doing readings at parties with strangers, and many of these would become emotional. I felt as if I was helping people, and I never charged money for any of this. It was just something I loved to do. I started to write about my experiences, and then something magical happened. One of my favorite authors contacted me and offered me a scholarship to their mediumship course in America because they were impressed with my work they'd found online. This was the most amazing thing that had ever happened to me. I had all of this author's books about spirituality and the paranormal, and I couldn't believe I was going to meet them and study with them to own my skills even further. I was 21 at the time, and I went to America for a few weeks to do this. It was such a dream come true. The course was amazing. I loved that I was in a room with hundreds of people getting to talk about the paranormal and practice readings and healings on each other. And when I wasn't on the course, we'd have fun day trips out, going hiking and things like that. My trip even ended with this author inviting me to come back in a few months to work with them. Unfortunately, I was completely unaware of the horrors that were to come. When I went to catch my flight home, I was told the plane had been overbooked and they were going to put me up in a hotel and I would take a different route back to London in a few days. It was inconvenient, but not the worst thing, until I stepped foot into my temporary accommodation. As soon as I entered that room, something just felt off. There was a bad energy in that room. I felt as if I was being watched by someone or something with bad intentions. As I went to bed that night, I was horrified to catch a glimpse of something walking towards me in the room. It was a dark mass that looked like some kind of hunched-over creature or person. I slept with the lights on that night and spent as much time out of the hotel room as possible until I was finally able to fly home. That was the first time I'd ever seen something paranormal that had scared me. Usually, my experiences were all comforting and full of good vibes. I'll never forget the night the terror started. I was back in London, excitedly telling everyone how I would be going back to America in a few months for my new job. I said goodnight to my mom and went up to bed. As I lay down and pulled the duvet over myself, I heard it. I could hear breathing next to me. Heavy, slow, horrific breathing, right beside me in my darkened bedroom. I'm not sure I've ever been so scared in my whole life. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. It was the creepiest thing I'd ever experienced. I ran downstairs and sat in the living room in complete shock. I still had goosebumps all over my body, and my mom looked puzzled. "I thought you went to bed," she said. And I made up some excuse as to why I had bolted down the stairs to sit with her. My life changed that night for a very long time. The breathing didn't stop. Whenever I was alone, it would happen right next to me. I started sleeping in the living room with the lights on for months. My family again were very puzzled by my new behavior. I tried to find ways to block out the heavy breathing. I put headphones on and would listen to music, only for something to begin pulling and tugging at the headphones. That was almost worse than the breathing itself. I tried hiding under the covers, but something would poke and push on the covers. I was being harassed by something I couldn't see. I didn't know what to do. I was terrified and confused. What the heck happened to me on that trip? Was it that creepy hotel I stayed in where I'd seen the dark mass coming towards me? Had something followed me home? I reached out to friends I'd made on the course, and they said it sounded like something had attached itself to me. I'd worked so hard to open up my energies and own my psychic abilities, and something dark had noticed me and taken a very keen interest in me. I felt as though things couldn't possibly get any worse. I was sleep deprived. I was terrified. And then came the night I saw it. I woke up in bed to the sounds of things being moved around my room and the feeling of pressure on my bed right next to me. I opened my eyes and I cannot even tell you the noise which came out of my mouth when I saw it. I half screamed, half whimpered as I saw something sitting on my bed, looking at me. It kind of looked like a woman, but with a wolf's snout. It had 2 dark eye sockets. There were no eyes, just darkness. It had long white hair and what looked to be a white dress. I'll never forget this as long as I live. That sight is burned into my memory forever. It looked like a combination of an animal and a person. It was just staring at me with these dark, empty eye sockets and that same heavy breathing I'd heard next to me for months.
I jumped out of bed and turned on my bedroom light. That's when the banging began from inside my wardrobe. I can't believe my family didn't wake with all my screaming. I called my best friend in tears at 3 a.m., literally sobbing down the phone. I hadn't told anyone what was happening to me. I didn't want anyone to think I was crazy, and I didn't want to scare anyone. But this was too much now. My friend thought someone in my family had died because I was crying so much. All I could tell her was, "It never leaves me." I couldn't believe my passion for spirituality and mysticism, the most sacred and special part of my life, was now bringing me this utter trauma. I didn't sign on for this poltergeist demonic crap. I wanted out. And still, it wasn't over. My best friend had to take my early morning calls for months on end. There was the time I woke up and saw arms reaching towards me from my ceiling. I would see objects in my room just move around in front of me, banging, scratching on the walls, and being touched. Being touched was the absolute worst. I could feel it pulling my hair. It was terrifying. I was exhausted from being so scared all the time. Sometimes I would wake up with bruises and scratches on my body. I dreaded to think what was happening to me in those few moments I managed to sleep at night. That was it. I went into overdrive, trying to rid myself of whatever the heck had attached itself to me. I burned sage. I put black obsidian crystals in every corner of my room for protection. I even went to my local church to get holy water to sprinkle around my bedroom. I'm not particularly religious. I've always just considered myself very spiritual. I know something is out there, but I've never wanted to put a label on it. However, my grandmother is very religious, and I always found comfort and power in the crosses and things in her house. And at this dark time, they did help to make me feel a little more protected. Thankfully, during this whole experience, my family were always safe. Nothing ever happened to anyone else. It was just me. It only wanted me. The breathing and touching even followed me to work. Honestly, when I think back on that time, it really was pure heck. As I cleansed the space around me daily, I began to feel less afraid. I got my power back, and I think whatever was harassing me became weaker because I became less fearful. This is going to sound weird, but the heavy breathing and poltergeist activity was so constant that it just became normal. I was so tired I just couldn't even be bothered to be terrified anymore. This was just my life now. I never thought that such terrible things could become normal, but they did, and my fear faded. And as my fear faded and I continued to cleanse my environment daily with sage and all of those things, this demon, or whatever it was, lost its power over me. And over time, the breathing became less, and I think about a year later, I was finally able to sleep through the night again, in the dark, without holy water. No breathing, no prodding or pulling, nothing being moved around my room. It had finally left me. My life now is very different. I'm still incredibly spiritual, but it's a very private thing. I don't do readings, and I never intentionally try to tap into energies. I still have random experiences and premonitions, but I'm happy to say it's back to how it was before. All love and good vibes. I can't really watch ghost movies anymore. You know, things like The Conjuring and Paranormal Activity, as those movies just make me feel sick in my stomach. After all, I lived through my own personal version of that. So to me, it's not fiction. So it just creeps me out and brings back awful memories of such a long period of time, completely living in fear. I have the uttermost respect for the paranormal now, and I've learned not to open doors to things you don't understand. You have no idea what you might invite in. Northern Afghanistan. From Rooster. Afghanistan is a brutal place. Even though I've been home for well over a year now, some of the things I saw there still haunt me. This story is about the many ghosts of that land, and therefore I will not discuss anything else but that. Faryab province is a northern province in Afghanistan, along the border of Turkmenistan.
I was at a very small FOB, which was called Mayamana. This little base was always in blackout conditions, and it was some rough living, although better than some other places I went to. It did have running water, but it was undrinkable, and every single meal I ate came from a bag, aka an MRE. There was a group of Afghan army commandos that had been ambushed by the Taliban and had taken very heavy casualties. They were evacuated to Maimana because there was a German army surgical team there. A lot of these men who were brought there died. Now, as I said, this place was in blackout conditions, which, if you don't know, that means no light should be shined at night. You can use a red light if necessary, but generally, no light should be used at night. This is a military practice to prevent an enemy from killing soldiers with accurate snipers, mortars, or RPGs. During my time there, I worked on this piece of important communications equipment almost all 24 hours of the day. I would work from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m., which means through the day and through the night. Apart from some of the uplift platoon who were in the towers, I was probably one of the only others awake at night. Navigating my way to the bathrooms, my cot, or anywhere at night was not easy. It gets pitch black at night, so often I would use my night vision goggles to get around. One night at about 4 a.m., I was taking a break from my work and sitting on some stairs smoking a cigarette, contemplating if the GI Bill was going to be worth this, when I heard someone walking on the gravel path. This didn't really seem out of order, but the gait of the person sounded odd. I know that sounds dumb, but it sounded like someone was walking with a boot on one foot and the other one bare. One footstep was loud and the other was muffled or lighter. I turned on the knob of my night vision goggles and put them to my eyes, but I didn't see anyone on the path, which to me didn't make any sense because they sounded maybe 15 feet away. When I stood up and took a step to get a better look, the walking stopped. Well, that confused me, so I walked towards where the person stopped. There was no one there at all. I decided I was just tired, so I just went to the Connex, where we had our foodstuffs, and grabbed like 4 Rippets. These are crappy 2-flavor caffeine-filled energy drinks that'll burn holes in your stomach. I took my little lifesavers, put 3 in the dump pouch on my battle belt, and lit another cigarette on my way back to the stairs I was on earlier. When I was almost there, I heard it again. The same person walking weird. They were walking behind me this time. I don't think I could have turned around faster than I did, only to discover nothing again. I was getting super on edge. I removed my pistol from its holster when I heard another noise from behind me on my stairs. I had my gun in a low, ready position when I saw one of the local cats that we had called Mana tear tail up the stairs. I felt like an idiot. I decocked and reholstered my pistol. Just as my heart rate began to normalize, I heard a voice behind me. Assalamu alaikum. I just about jumped out of my skin and dropped my rippet and almost inhaled my cigarette. Wa alaikum salam, I replied as I turned around. A dead man's face was literally right in mine. His face was bathed in the green tint of my goggles, and his eyes didn't reflect. This startled me so bad, I was trying to backpedal, and just ended up on my rear in the gravel, staring at a man that I'd seen die just a few days ago. He wore the same torn and bloodied uniform. His shrapnel-filled leg had a tourniquet still on, but no boot on that side. I stared in disbelief. I scrambled for my pistol, but then he just wasn't there. He disappeared, no sounds, just nothing. I was left alone and confused, sitting in a puddle of rippet from how I'd fallen on them and popped them in my dump pouch. I never saw or heard him again the rest of my stay there, but I did always feel watched late at night. I left there not too long after that, and went on to other places that gave me even more stories, if anyone cares to hear them. The Cumberland Plateau, from Hal, the Bird Lady.
This is a true story that happened while I was driving back from Kansas City to Knoxville in January of 2016. I'm not sure what happened that night. The closest category I can think of would be a glitch in the Matrix. This event changed my philosophy of time and space, and my mother, who's a Christian that won't lie about anything, was in the passenger seat. The context of the trip was I had to drive from Knoxville, Tennessee to Kansas City, Kansas for my sister's custody hearing. I'd been to Kansas City before and I didn't like it. The drive is about 18 hours each way. I thought the worst thing was the EF3 tornado that my dad nearly drove us into the year before, but this one takes first place. The custody hearing went in our favor. I'd gotten about 4 hours of sleep before having to drive back to East Tennessee. I was drinking tons of energy drinks just to get it over with and be back home. I wouldn't be getting home on schedule. I was going eastbound on the Cumberland Plateau. I'll give some context here. The plateau has a westbound side and an eastbound side. Each side is separate from the other, meaning you can't see the westbound side if you're on the eastbound. They're separate one-way roads. Each road through the plateau has 2 lanes. It was about 1:30 a.m. I had the GPS on my phone on. My mother and sister were both asleep in the car, and my car was the only car on the road, until a vehicle came up behind me at a high speed. I was in no mood to play road games, especially with my mom and sister in the car, but the vehicle got right on my bumper with high beams on. To me, it looked like a truck because the headlights were higher than my sedans. I decided they could just get in the other lane and pass me. I don't like pacifying bullies on the road, but I had a bad feeling about this one. I had my pistol loaded and ready. I never hesitate defending myself and my family. This guy just wouldn't do the right thing and pass me. So after a minute of him harassing me, I gave up and moved to the right lane. I was emboldened with my pistol at the ready, so I decided to flip this jerk off as he passed me like he was the king of the road. My initial anger got worse when I saw it was an ambulance driving so recklessly. I was still flipping him off, but I noticed something very odd about the ambulance. For one, there was no passenger EMT, and I could not see the driver. As it sped past, I looked at the back. The lights were on in the back, but there was no patient. I just saw an empty gurney with the lights on. So there I was driving my family in the middle of the night, and this bizarre ambulance was the only other vehicle on the road. I kept thinking how odd it was that I couldn't see anyone in that ambulance. I convinced myself the driver must be obscured by something, but I knew for sure there was no one in the passenger seat, and the lights were on with no patient. I've never seen that before nor since this event. It sped around the bend, and that was the last I saw of it. Sure, it was going faster than I was, but I should have still been able to see its lights. I was very unsettled, but all I cared about was getting back home. I was very sore from 2 days of driving. What happened next, I'll never be able to explain. I kept driving. Getting through the plateau only takes 10 to 20 minutes maximum. I passed a sign that read Crossville 5 miles. I kept going only to see the same exact sign 5 minutes later. And again, every 5 minutes I kept driving. This was going on for an hour. Keep in mind, it only takes 20 minutes max if you drive slow to get through this plateau. I was exceeding the speed limit by 15 miles over. There are lots of curves on the road, so I really was white-knuckle driving, just trying to get out. I should also add there are no exit ramps, no way to get turned around since it's one way, and no streetlights. After the hour of driving and seeing that sign, I was really panicking, and my mother woke up. I told her, "I don't know what's going on, but we're stuck on this plateau." She obviously didn't understand, and asked if there was car trouble. There wasn't. Then here comes that sign again, Crossville 5 miles. My mom remarked, "We're fine, Crossville is coming up." I told her she'd be seeing that sign again in 5 minutes. Well, she did, but she said something about the Tennessee Department of Transportation accidentally putting the sign up twice. I told her that's not what was going on. At this time, I told her about the ambulance that looked completely unmanned, and how it vanished after going around one bend, and the endless sign commencing after that ambulance. We sat in silence for a few moments, and I started putting it together in my head. I came to the conclusion I must have fallen asleep at the wheel, killing myself and my family, and the ambulance was symbolic of that. I thought we'd be stuck on this road forever. I can't even put into words how horrifying that thought is, that I'd killed my family. I finally broke the silence, saying a sentence I hate repeating and hope to never say again. I was crying at this point. "Mom, are we dead?" My mom finally replied, "I don't know." Keep in mind, my mother is a Christian. She doesn't believe in in-between worlds and weirdness, like we were experiencing. I kept driving in silence and crying. I could not believe what was happening. But finally, we saw a different sign, one that cautioned that there was heavy fog. It was one of those signs that change messages depending on the traffic situation. I felt hope, but there wasn't any fog at all. After seeing the fog warning sign, I blinked my eyes and suddenly, we were out. We were on a 4-lane highway surrounded by other cars. I couldn't even try to figure out how that happened. All I know is we were overjoyed that we were alive. Nothing else of note happened on this trip. I was in the Cumberland Plateau for 1.5 hours, but I arrived home only 1 hour later than expected. To this day, I have no idea what happened that night or why. It was like we were trapped in a time loop, preceding that strange ambulance. We've told a few people, and the only reason anyone believes it is because my mom backs up the story, and everyone knows she never lies. It was as if time and reality as I knew it ceased to exist that night. I've been through the plateau since then, and nothing has ever happened again. It will always remain a creepy mystery for my family. Old Family Tale from Catty Vengeance. My surname is Stonecker, and my family has been established in West Virginia since the early 1700s. Although there are a few historical sites with our name attached to it, my parents didn't really have much to do with them. Actually, I only found out about my family's connections to actual historical locations when I was researching the authenticity of an old family legend. This legend involves a woman, my 5th or 6th removed grandmother on my dad's side, named Zelda, and her husband, whose name I believe was Simon. The story goes as my dad told it to me. Simon was the 3rd or 4th son of a Samuel Stonecker and was born somewhere around 1810. He married early in life, but his first wife, who remained unnamed, disappeared. Later on, in his mid-20s, he married again, this time to Zelda, whose previous surname had been something like Westfall or Westerfall. Anyway, they had a son their first year of marriage, and things were going fine in their little cabin household up to that point. They were farmers by trade, but Simon was also a carpenter, and that's where most of their money came from. Simon liked to drink. He didn't care for the domestic life, and he disliked his son's crying, believing that Zelda focused too much on the child and not her chores or wifely duties. Remember, this was the 1800s, and things were sometimes messed up about women's roles. Anyway, he started fighting with her. She argued that her son came before everything else, including Simon, which didn't sit well with him. According to my dad, that was probably the start of it. Simon started drinking their money away, and when he got home, he was abusive toward his wife and young son. It was at this point that Zelda became pregnant again. After a long and strenuous pregnancy, Zelda gave birth to a daughter, whose name I can't remember. Now with a young toddler and another baby taking up most of Zelda's time, and subsequently distracting her, Simon grew worse. He began to hit his wife, and eventually turned on his young son too. It was a miserable time. Their living space also suffered from Simon's negligence. He constantly smashed things, broke glass, slammed doors hard enough to break their latches, and even though he was a skilled carpenter, he would not do anything to fix or maintain the house. Zelda had limited resources and could only fix so much. It was around the time their son turned 6 or maybe 7 when Zelda had enough. She packed what little she owned, sold some old heirlooms, and prepared to take her children away. Divorce was still very uncommon and even frowned upon at this time, and a woman alone wouldn't have much chance to do well. But it was either that or subject her children to this man's cruelty. There was just one problem. Simon found out somehow that his wife was planning on leaving him, and he wasn't pleased to let her go. He caught her trying to leave and beat her almost to death. He told her to wait where he left her while he took care of the children. And Zelda, having suffered, having endured, if only for her children, she snapped. While he went outside to retrieve a wood-cutting hatchet, she somehow found her strength. Zelda got up, wiped blood from her face, and dragged her body to their small bedroom. There, her husband's loaded rifle lay on a stand. She took it up, and when Simon dared to come back to the entryway of their home, she shot him dead. Zelda only took enough time to dig him a shallow plot in their garden, kick him inside, and tend to her injuries a bit. Then, with rifle slung over her shoulder, daughter on her hip, and son clutching her hand, she walked her children out of the place and made a life for herself elsewhere, settling either in Rowan or Boone County, West Virginia. Her great-grandchildren took root over in Jackson County, and that's where they stayed, passing this story down over time, until it came down to me and my sister. Now, here's the interesting part. The old Stonecker cabin was lost to time. Nobody wanted it, and the land it sat on was pretty worthless after that. And as far as anyone knows, old Simon is still buried somewhere on that land in an unmarked grave. He's tied to a legend that's called Lantern Man or Lantern Ghost. People report the apparition of a shadowy man toting a lantern and a hatchet, who will wander aimlessly over the hills, like he's searching. My dad seemed to think he was looking for his kids to finish what he'd planned to start the night he died. Hearing that as a young child scared the life out of me. I'd like to visit that old place one day to see if I can see old Simon. I wonder if he'd recognize me as his kin, and if he did, what would happen? It's as dreadful as it is exciting to think about. If I ever do go, rest assured I'll let you all know. The Staircase, from M. Jean Romeo. When I was in high school, there was a creepy story that used to go around. It is said that in the small wooded area that sat behind the school, there was once a small monastery. The monastery had sat there for 100 years or so before being knocked down. Reportedly, it was knocked down as several people had mysteriously died within its walls, and many of the locals thought it must be cursed, and so demanded it be torn down. As per the locals' wishes, the monastery was torn down, and all that now remained of the building was a single staircase. Why they left the staircase intact, nobody really knows. But since then, it was said that if you walked up to the top of the staircase alone and chanted a special verse, you would be visited by an old monk that had died there. What happened when the monk visited you varied, depending on who you asked. Either you got a good scare from an actual ghost, or in the worst-case scenario version, you wound up missing, or even dead. Of course, being kids, some people, namely a group of boys from my year group, thought it would be funny to go and find the staircase and walk up it one by one, chanting the verse. None of them truly believed the story, but wanted to look cool in front of everyone else. For the purpose of not wanting anyone to try this ritual, I will not repeat the verse here. Call me superstitious, but I don't like to mess with these things. Anyway, the group of boys decided to attempt the ritual one afternoon after school. There were 4 of them in total, and they were followed by a group of girls who wanted to see what would happen. I, unfortunately, got roped into following them by one of my friends,
but steadfastly refused to actually participate in the ritual. So we all trudged through the small wooded area, and it didn't take long for us to come across the staircase. The boys were laughing, heading straight to the staircase, while the rest of us held back, watching with interest. The first boy, the ringleader of the group, started stomping up the staircase, chanting the verse as loudly as he could. The others laughed at him and started clapping, applauding his bravery. He walked back down, and all 3 remaining boys took their turn, all of them running up the stairs, shouting out the words. Some of the girls even felt brave enough to try it themselves, but I resolutely stayed back. Though in my logical brain I knew it was just some story, it still didn't feel right to mess with such things. After everyone had their turn, we all headed back out of the woods and made our respective ways back home. Over the next few days, all anyone could talk about was about how brave the girls and boys were for daring to do such a scary ritual. The boys especially basked in the attention, and it even led to a few others in other year groups attempting the ritual too. Eventually, everything died down, and just as we all thought, nothing strange happened. Time passed, and most of the people around me forgot the story, too caught up in the next craze. But then I remember walking into my first lesson of the day one morning, about a couple of weeks later. I saw the 4 boys all sat around a table, whispering to each other. It was odd to see such usually rambunctious boys so quiet and solemn. I strained my ear in an effort to listen, but my attempts were unsuccessful. Just then, the teacher came in, and the boys grew quiet, and the teacher began the lesson. Lunchtime the same day, I found out what they'd been talking about. The ringleader of the group, A, had said that his family had been experiencing a lot of bad luck recently. His dad had gotten in trouble at work, and one of his grandparents had gotten sick. Adding to that, his brother had been in an accident and hurt his leg. At first, I felt bad for A. I didn't make a connection with the staircase. More time passed, and I heard more stories come from the rest of the group, and some of the girls who had also walked up the staircase. There was nothing about any ghostly sighting, but a continuous string of bad luck. One of the girls said that her mom had nearly gotten into a car accident, but had fortunately been able to swerve the car out of the way in time. I found it odd that all of the people who had carried out the ritual were now suddenly all experiencing horrible luck. This continued for several weeks, until eventually I stopped hearing any new stories. A ended up moving away as his dad's job was transferred to another city. Eventually, the events of those weeks became just a memory, but for the remainder of my time at the school, I gave that small wooded area a wide berth. Fast forward about 6 years later, and I'm randomly looking through Facebook, looking up the people I went to school with. I had been bad at keeping in touch and wanted to see what everyone was up to. I ended up striking up a conversation with one of the girls who had been there that day, B. B had reconnected with A when he moved back to our city a few years prior. They'd started a relationship, eventually getting married. Only what she told me next was strange. B said ever since high school, A had felt that he was followed by a streak of bad luck. As an adult, he had been somewhat successful, starting his own business, getting married, but something always went wrong. His business had failed within a few years of startup. Worse then, he lost his grandfather when he was 18, closely followed by his dad a year later. His dad had only been in his 40s and had been in good health, but had suddenly dropped dead of a heart attack. This brought back memories of high school, and of the day we all watched A and his friends climb the staircase. B and I ended up keeping in touch for several years after that, but one day I checked my phone and saw a Facebook notification from her, asking me to call her. I did, and she answered. Her words came out choked and broken, due to her biting back tears. A had been killed in a hit-and-run car accident. He was 28. I don't know if the curse of the steps is true, or maybe everyone's bad luck is coincidental, but something dark had followed A from that day, and now he is no longer with us. Should I feed it too? From Rose Coopera.
My family resides in our home, in a rural area surrounded by farmlands and fruit trees. Living with us are our 4 aspens, a Filipino term for street dogs, 2 male puppies and 2 female adults, of which one was the mother of the former pair. Though they came from a breed of strays, they were taught to behave well, especially when being fed. It's been my routine to feed them thrice a day, and they usually have rice, meat shreds, and some leftovers from our family's meal. For grooming, they were bathed and provided with flea treatments. Haircuts were only done twice for their entire lifetime as they were short-haired. They're actually low-maintenance dogs, but sometimes could get a bit too much to handle for a small girl like me. A dog lover that I was and still am, I always see to it that their needs were tended to. I never once complained about doing the pet-related chores, until that one unforgettable night. That evening, my mom and sisters were already in bed. I was alone in the kitchen prepping the dog's meal. Above the kitchen sink was a small window viewing the backyard, and I was peeking through it to see what the dogs were up to. They were there, as usual, in their sitting positions with their tails wagging, waiting for me. Or probably just waiting for their food. Cute. They've got all their lives figured out. They were all staring at the back door knowing food would be served soon. The back door was adjacent to the window. From inside the kitchen, I could easily see it in my left peripheral, and just a bit further to the right would be the pile of hungry dogs. I clearly remembered I was hunched over the tub of food when I looked outside. For a moment, I thought I saw a kid, standing between the door and the dogs facing the door. Was his head bowed down? What is a kid doing outside at this time? I looked again, and there was no one except for the dogs outside. Tired, I immediately dismissed the idea of having a kindergartner as a guest in the middle of the night. I fought the goosebumps and went on to my chore. With the dogs fed and lights turned off, I retired to my bed, forgetting what had happened. The following day, I was out with the dogs playing when I noticed one of them was missing its collar. It was a short red belt, just like his brother's, with his name sewn on it. I tried looking around, thinking it may have been dropped by the mutt nearby. However, I was called for an errand and wasn't able to find it. Come dinner time, I had to feed the hounds of heck again. At about 10:15, the house was pitch black, except for the opposite ends of the house. The parking in front and the kitchen where I was at, which was lit by a dim fluorescent bulb. I was wiping off the tiles when suddenly I felt chills down my spine when I remembered what I thought I saw the night before. It might have been someone else's kid loitering around, but it was dark that night, and children are at bedtime during those hours, or they should be. With those rushing thoughts, I mindlessly stepped out of the back door and poured mounds of dog food into all 4 of the bowls. Done with my job, I sat back on the doorway and watched the dogs finish their food. Then I stared blankly out to the dark yard. The open space in front of me was kind of enveloped in flat silence, with only the most subtle sounds coming from the cold night breeze, the rustling of leaves, and scratching of branches. It strangely felt heavy, and it was as if the darkness outside stared back at me. Only the little sloppy noises from the dogs, which I thought sounded a bit funny, calmed the unease. It was a split second, and everything fell to a deep hush. It felt like the air stopped moving around me. The trees were completely motionless. My eyes started scanning the entirety of the backyard when I sensed something was behind the papaya tree, a few meters from me and the dogs. The dim kitchen light helped me see of what I first thought was a hanging piece of cloth. I suddenly felt weak when I realized what I was looking at. It was the kid. I froze. The kid from the other night. But that kid, I thought, was some random neighbor's child. It was impossible to think that the kid was anyone's. As my gaze fell to his face, I noticed where his eyes should have been were only 2 tiny dark pits. No eyeballs. Just black open hollow pits. He stood motionless behind the tree. A ghost? My mind struggled to think right at that moment. My heart pounded even more when he made the slightest movement, and held out his hand to me. Holy heck, the kid's got my dog's red collar in his hand. I ran back and slammed and bolted the door. My mom was startled by the noise and asked what the problem was. Though shaking, I was able to speak of something about the dogs fighting over their food. She believed me and told me to go to sleep early for class and hurriedly went back to her room. Still, I was scared of what I'd seen, or what I thought I'd seen. I slowly peeked back out the window, but the boy was gone. I rushed to my bed and under the covers without turning off the light. Early in the morning, my sister woke me up and told me she found and picked up Barry's collar just outside the back door. That night, he or it didn't show up again, or the next few nights. I kept thinking about him for a while. Was the spirit kid looking for food? It was a weird thought, but it had shown up twice when I was feeding the dogs. Or it may have been just my imagination. Every time I see my dog and his red collar, though, I feel chills remembering the boy. I feared that he'd show up again one day. I've never told anyone about this, and up to now, my mom kept wondering why I had to put 5 bowls every time I had to feed the dogs at night. An offering to a stray that might just be in search for something to eat, and in hope that I would never be seeing him again. Ghoul Encounter in Transylvania, from Alex SZ. I was born and lived in Romania until my late 20s, when I moved to Australia. When I was a kid, I used to spend a lot of weekends and school holidays at my grandparents' house in a little mountain village in Transylvania, a few kilometers from Bran Castle, more widely known as Dracula's Castle. Sorry if it disappoints early in my story, but this is not vampire-related, as some would expect to hear from that part of the world. However, after listening to this account, you might ask yourself the same questions as I do. I am a city boy, but always loved the picturesque mountains that surround my grandparents' small village. During the summer, I would spend weeks there, riding my mountain bike on dirt roads, hiking to nearby tourist spots, or reading whatever books I could get my hands on at the time. There was no internet there back in the day, no mobile phones, no GPS or fancy technology of the sorts. A completely different era. The summer before starting high school, my best friend and I were both 14, and we went to my grandparents to spend a couple of weeks bike riding, hiking, making the most out of the late summer weather. 2 foolishly daring kids oblivious to taking risks, especially when we were doing stuff together. After about a week of riding the trails in and around the village, we decided to ramp it up a notch and go for a longer ride halfway to the nearby mountain peak, where we knew about a little tourist spot. There was a lookout there, a small cafe souvenir shop, and a car park where vendors would gather around tourist buses to sell trinkets and fresh forest fruit. We were kinda hoping to meet and befriend some cute girls our age, as such creatures were scarce in this village. With the plan ready, we got up early that morning, packing some spare clothes, snacks, and water, and deciding to follow a less circulated track, unmarked on our old tourist map. We hadn't been on that path before, but an old neighbor, who used to be a shepherd, said it was less steep than the marked tourist hiking trails, so it's easier to go uphill on a bike. Well, we assumed. Also, there were hardly any houses on the way. This was good news, as the people in the village kept guard dogs, which often gave chase to us when riding past on our bikes. I kissed Grandma goodbye and told her we'd be gone for most of the day. It was pretty sunny outside, with only a few fluffy clouds, so we didn't mind the weather. For the first couple of hours, we kept going uphill at a steady pace. The village remained well behind as we were approaching a thick pine forest. The track became much more difficult than anticipated, with lots of uneven loose rocks and overgrown vegetation. We didn't realize it was mainly used by sheep herds to go up the mountain in the spring and back in autumn. But the path was wide enough to ride side by side, so we kept going. After approximately 2 hours of riding with only short breaks for water, we came across a forest. Our path was going right through it, and we both felt a little bit nervous.
Before venturing forward, we stopped to have a quick snack and rest a little. We'd left home early and made relatively good time to that point. We needed our energy back before the next uphill stage in our ride. It wasn't uncommon for hikers in that area to come face to face with brown bears, some of which were huge, almost as big as North American grizzlies. Attacks were few, but encountering a bear was honestly my biggest fear. Bears chasing me had been a recurring nightmare I've had growing up. I didn't want to look like a coward in front of my friend, however, so we got back on the bikes. As we were approaching the trees, we noticed a thin smoke rising over them. Hidden between the first row of trees, we noticed a small timber cabin, covered with weathered wood shingles. It looked very old, run down, and we would have presumed it to be deserted, if not for the smoke coming out of the chimney. The windows were small, dirty, and cracked. Adjoining the cabin was a derelict-looking tin shed, barely standing, leaning over the side of the cabin. The courtyard surrounding them was muddy, with some rusty buckets scattered around. The thing I noticed and still remember quite vividly was a large darkened wood chopping block near the shed, with rusty chains nailed to it. It wasn't something out of the ordinary in rural Romania, where people would often sacrifice animals for food, but I guess those chains just gave me the heebie-jeebies. I was riding in front and slowed down a bit to wait for my friend. I made a childish joke, something like, "Hurry up, Theo, or the bad witch will fly out of that chimney, grab the last rider and toss him into her stew." I said it loudly enough for him to hear. 2 seconds later, the front door creaked open, and a strange old man busted out, shouting at us with a guttural, broken voice. We were startled, but slowed down a bit to say good day. As we were taught, it was always the polite thing to do in our village. The old man then grabbed a wooden stick from near the door and started waving it, walking wobbly towards us, while continuing to yell something that we couldn't understand. He looked menacing, however, and frankly quite disgusting, with oily hair and ripped clothes, large yellow teeth, bulging eyes, and the veins on his face visibly pumping. The man was short but stocky, and we weren't going to wait around for him to make sense. We got pedaling right away, continuing our way on the rocky path, deeper into the forest. We soon lost sight of the house and the old man as we went around a bend. Theo and I were trying to laugh and joke about this weird encounter, but truth is we were both shaken up and knackered at that point. As soon as we cleared the forest, we had to stop and have a rest, drink water, and eat something. Our determination from early morning had completely washed off by that point. I felt pretty helpless and scared, realizing we underestimated our capacity to roam through the woods on our average quality mountain bikes. My legs were cramping up. Theo could barely breathe and was frustrated with his bike, which was having issues changing gears. Moreover, the front tire was slowly leaking air. This trip was not going very well, and we didn't find it enjoyable anymore, so we were weighing our options. Either we continue uphill for another couple of hours or so towards the tourist spot, and then return to the village on the regular hiking trail going downhill, or accept the defeat, abandon our goal, and go back the same way we came, back through the forest, past the creepy cabin, and follow the crappy path back home. The idea of giving up and going back did not sit well at all with our young male hormones, but there was one factor that got the city boys by surprise, and ultimately made the decision for us: the weather. Although it was fine in the morning, by the time we cleared the forest and got to the western side of the mountain, thick gray clouds began to gather. As we finished our snacks, it started to drizzle. We could now see the top of the mountain covered in a dense fog, which was slowly lowering towards us. So this was it. Without much enthusiasm, Theo and I made the rational decision to head back immediately, hoping to avoid a complete drenching on our way home. We put on our plastic raincoats. Theo pumped some air in his front tire, and we hopped back on the bikes, heading back into the forest. 5 minutes into the ride, the drizzle turned into proper rain, making some portions of the track muddy and slippery. A thin fog slowly engulfed the woods. Visibility was still okay, but the scenery became very eerie and gray. Theo and I were both silent, trying to keep our focus on the track ahead.
I remember feeling really anxious and suddenly overwhelmed by what I could only describe as desperation to get out of the forest immediately. I was too scared to pedal any faster, as the bike was already skidding down the muddy track. I still very well remember the silhouette of that cabin coming into view. Needless to say, I found it 100 times creepier with the rainfall and gray mist surrounding it. Approaching the house, I was feeling my heart beating out of my chest, so I decided to counteract that by acting brave, rather being a jerk. I started ringing my bike bell, loudly shouting, "Hey Pops," or "Hey Creepo," along with some expletives a kid my age should not have used. Theo joined me with even more enthusiasm. These were some very poor decisions. As we were going past the house, I again noticed the chopping block. But now, it was all covered in blood, with a blood-soaked knife and axe on top of it. At the base were 2 buckets, one with a goat's head, tongue out, the other full of blood and entrails. There was something like steam rising from this second bucket. Presumably the kill was fresh and the organs still warm when tossed in there. I was still processing what I was seeing when suddenly we heard shouting. It sounded like the crazy old man again, but now we couldn't see him. I was disoriented and slowed down. I saw him walking backwards from behind his shed, shouting, his arms wide, like he was trying to block someone's way towards us. What happened next is a bit blurry, but I think I heard him say the words, "No, no, let them pass. I'll give you meat. You have goat." He was perhaps 10 to 15 meters away when I saw him being pushed aside by someone else, a person who was coming directly for us. As the old man fell on his rear, he turned and screamed at us, "Run!" It was too late though. This other man was running towards us. He was short and stocky, somewhat similar in build as the old man, but completely without clothes. His skin was gray and very, very cracked. These deep cracks were all over his body, like he had some massive scabs or a thick layer of dry mud covering him. I only caught a glimpse of his face as he let out a scream that sounded more like a wheeze and ran towards me. The eyes were recessed deep into their sockets and seemed cloudy yellow. His lips were missing. I found this to be the most disturbing part. His ghoul-like face still haunts me. The area around his mouth looked like the skin had been peeled off, exposing massive-looking teeth and black gums. The man's face was gray, as was the rest of his body. The only other thing I can remember are some rare locks of long dark hair over his eyes and to one side. The best overall description I could give you about this encounter is imagine a guy with some flesh-eating bacteria disease around his mouth, who also fell in thick mud, which later on dried up and cracked, remaining attached to his body. Not quite a zombie like you see in the movies, but not too far off either. I'm calling this man-creature a ghoul. It seems the most appropriate term to my understanding. I felt my blood freeze, seeing this thing coming towards me. I vaguely remember trying to control my legs to pedal faster, but they were just frozen. I couldn't even feel them. My mouth became instantly dry. The wheezing noise coming from this creature was horrendous, and to this day when I hear someone wheezing, it scares me. Although still in motion on the bike, I felt like a sitting duck, waiting for this ghoul to take a few more steps in front of my bike and grab me. My luck was the creature suddenly noticed Theo coming from behind me, and this disoriented him for a couple of seconds, enough for us to squeeze past. That moment, I think my adrenaline started pumping. I regained control of my body and was able to ride the bike away from there as fast as I could without looking back. It was a very close call. We could still hear the old man shouting, fading back for another minute or two. I can't remember much else from our way home. We were both in pretty bad shape when my grandparents saw us. We told them the whole story, and they seemed to believe us. For the next few days, I was trying to extract more info from them and our neighbors about the old man and the ghoul we encountered. Everyone we brought this up to acted very evasive, saying the old man is weird and has a mental issue, and that it's best we don't go near him again, which we weren't going to anyway. Nobody said anything about the ghoul, other than perhaps another madman who likes to walk around without clothing. From my discussions with Theo, he told me he saw exposed bone in one of the legs of the ghoul, and he was ready to swear that to be true. Theo also mentioned bloodstains on his thighs. I don't know about either of those, as much as I tried to remember more details. However, before I wrap this up, here comes the creepy end. Our further digging, years later, indicates the old man was the son of a soldier who died in mysterious circumstances not long after World War II was over. This man was said to have been a truly deranged person, who allegedly worked as an extermination camp guard during the war, while Romania was one of Germany's allies, though in 1944 they switched sides. He is said to have been cursed by a gypsy woman, perhaps a witch, who was imprisoned and later died in his camp. Upon his return from the war, the soldier fathered a son with a mentally disabled woman from the village. She was later on found dead in the woods, presumably killed and eaten by bears. The man was also on a downhill path, drinking lots and causing problems with the law. He hanged himself a few years after and was supposedly buried outside the church cemetery. Rumor has it a couple of grave robbers tried digging him out to steal valuables buried with the corpse, such as his gold teeth, but the wooden casket was empty. This is all hearsay, and record-keeping was never a strong point of post-war Romania, so I'm not too optimistic about finding more info about these people. I was told his cabin burned down, but honestly, I never went back there to check for myself. My theory is the World War II soldier was cursed, spiraled down to insanity, tried to off himself, but somehow remained alive or maybe undead, and his son, the old man, staged his burial and kept him out of sight for years after. What do you think, considering all the missing pieces of the puzzle? The Creature of the Coconino National Forest, from Bose Koala. It started when I moved to Flagstaff to attend college. My parents had come into some money and decided to pay for an apartment for me to live in if I kept my grades up. My fiancée Anne and our dog Rosebud and I were new in town, and school still had a few months before it started. I'd also brought my pet hedgehog with me, as I wasn't sure if anyone else in my family would have the time to take care of him. We both struggle with social anxiety, so we ended up becoming shut-ins. Watching movies, playing video games together, ordering in pizza, and listening to podcasts. That's what we did for our first month in the apartment, just waiting for school to start. We went through dozens of video games over that month, and I ended up wanting to play something new. Well, new for me anyway, and I landed on Bloodborne. I love the gothic and Lovecraftian horror in it, and enjoyed it a ton, even if I did suck at it. But it's not really a scary game. So, to fulfill my horror needs, I listened to scary podcasts, which got me more interested in the paranormal and in cryptids. Now, my apartment was located by a forest, no more than, say, half an hour walk away, and there was also a park across the street from us. Often we'd hear kids screaming and having fun in the park, but the first odd occurrence was about a week away from school starting. My fiancée was packing up her things and getting ready to move into her dorm because her parents didn't agree with her living with me. And even though she ended up staying over at my place most nights, she needed to keep up appearances with them. I helped out, obviously, and many nights we were up late making sure we both had everything we needed for our first year of college. But one night our conversations about high school friends and talks of cryptids and the like were interrupted by blood-curdling screams. We rushed over to the window and looked out into the darkness of the park. We couldn't see anything, but more screams came. Our neighbors even stepped outside, shining a flashlight.
The party going on in the apartment above us had come to a full stop. More screams. I dialed 911. The lines were busy, or maybe I couldn't get signal. We stepped outside, keeping our dog inside for her own safety. We both called 911 again in hopes of getting through, but still the lines were too busy. Looking around, other people were trying to call 911 too. Some were successful in reporting it. No one went to look into the park. As cliché as it sounds, I want to say something felt off about it. Not the scream. More like whoever it was wasn't screaming for help, and they weren't screaming for someone to stop hurting them. They were just screaming. Eventually, we went back inside as others did the same. We went to bed shaken that night. The air felt full of tension. I think our dog could even feel it, as she kept growling at the doors and windows all night. Once school started, my fiancée had to spend an entire week in her dorm, as it was Parents' Week, and her parents wanted to make sure she wasn't living with me during the school year, and only during summers. Nothing else odd had happened at that point, so my fiancée felt fine leaving me and Rosebud alone for a week. And it wasn't like we couldn't see each other at all, she just couldn't stay the night. Or so we thought. Her parents seemed to want to spend every free minute she had with her. I can understand that, and honestly I kind of wished my parents had shown up for Parents' Week, so I wasn't about to protest them having fun family time together. So I sucked it up and lived on my own that week. But I really wish I hadn't. It started the first night she was away. A knock at the door. I walked to the door and peeked through the peephole, and only saw the park across the street and the cars parked out front. It was odd, but I didn't think too much of it. I was focusing on getting my homework done that was assigned to me on the first day of school. Then another set of knocks came. I approached the door again, my dog growling and barking at it, moving her aside to peek outside again, but once more there was nothing. I assumed it was some neighborhood kids having fun, so I ignored it and went back to my homework. Yet again, the knocks came, much harder this time. I jumped at them. I approached the door hesitantly and peeked outside. Though still, there was no one there. I yelled out, "That was a good one, you really got me, but I'm trying to do homework. Can you stop?" No one replied, but nothing more happened that night. The following day, when I got back from school, I headed straight home and took a nap. It had been a long day, and I barely got any sleep the night before. I cuddled up with my pup on my bed and fell asleep early. We both awoke late at night to tapping at the window. She growled at it with her hackles standing on end, and I approached it, moving the curtain out of the way and looking outside. At first, I couldn't see anything, until I spotted a deer with massive antlers, almost comically large. It was walking around in the park across the street, but there was no sign of whoever was tapping in my window. I closed the curtains and turned on Netflix to try to ease the tension. With Parks and Rec playing in the background, I went to make myself and my dog some dinner. I was just about done cooking my meal, and Rosebud was probably about halfway done eating at that point, when we both heard tapping again, this time in the living room window. I was taken aback, but still figured some kids were trying to mess with me. I hesitantly approached the window and turned the blinds to look outside my apartment. There, about 8 feet away from my window, was the same deer eyeing me as I looked at it. It was illuminated by the scarce streetlights in the apartment complex. It trotted off after I looked at it. I was officially freaked out, and I tried my best to calm my barking dog. I watched TV the rest of the night and relaxed, knowing I didn't have any school the next day. Not much happened the rest of the week until Sunday. A knock on the door here, a tap on the window there, but I didn't think much of it. The deer had freaked me out, sure, but nothing had slammed into my door with force since the first night, so I didn't give it much mind. That day I'd been missing my fiancée a lot, and couldn't wait until the next day when I could hold her again as I fell asleep. I was anxious and passing around my house like a madman.
I took Rosebud on 5 walks and still couldn't sit still. So I decided to take all the energy I had and put it towards homework. I finished everything I needed to do for the next 2 weeks that day before lunch. I honestly thought it was going to be a great day. No knocking or tapping for the first half of the day, and my dog was all smiles and tail wags. My day got even better when my fiancée called to chat with me. We talked for hours on end, laughing and joking and having a great time. Then suddenly my day took a turn for the worst. A knock at my door. Slowly I stood up and walked out of my room when the knocking came again. I told my fiancée to wait for a minute while I checked the door. Another set of knocks came then, but then a voice came from the other side. One that sounded like my fiancée.
Lovey, could you unlock the door? I forgot my keys at my dorm.
I laughed and asked on my phone why she was knocking when she could have just asked me to open the door through the phone. A bit freaked out, she replied,
What are you talking about? I'm out antiquing with my parents.
I stood there, frozen, looking at the door. My dog, who had run excitedly to the door, stood there jumping on it, barking, wanting to see her mom. Not wanting to freak her out, I told her I was just messing with her, and I asked if I could call her back later. Thinking nothing of it, she agreed, and I hung up the phone. I grabbed Rosebud and walked away slowly as more knocks came, followed by more of my fiancé's voice asking me to let her in. Step by step, I inched silently to the bathroom and broke down once I closed the door. I cried as I locked myself and my dog in until the next morning. I awoke to my fiancé knocking on the bathroom door. I panicked at first and refused to open it, telling her she wasn't herself. Confused, my fiancé demanded I open the door because she had to use the restroom. Something about her voice was more calming than the day before, so I began to open the door nervously. Slowly, I cracked it open to see my fiancée standing there as she rushed past me and pushed me out of the bathroom so she could use it. I stood in my room dumbfounded. I'd thought whatever had been knocking at my door the night before had gotten in. That what I began to call the skinwalker had somehow broken in and was going to kill me and my dog right then and there. But no, it was only my fiancée finally having time to visit. Not wanting to sound like I'd completely lost it, I told her I must have fallen asleep in the bathroom while trimming our dog's nails and had been having a nightmare when she got home. She asked if I had school that day, and while I did, I explained I'd slept through all my classes that day and that we could just spend the rest of it together now. For about 2 months, things were good. I kept my horrific week a secret so as to not freak her out, and honestly, we were happy. We found the perfect balance between work and fun and were doing great. I had just come to accept by then that when my fiancé was away sometimes I'd hear knocks or taps, and that it was just something that happened, that it was nothing to worry about. Things got worse one night when our curtain had fallen off the wall. Our dog had pulled on it wanting to play while we were doing homework, and the curtain rod was pulled loose from the wall. Luckily, no one was hurt, but now our bedroom window could practically be seen through. Sure, we had blinds, but they were so thin you could make out the shadows and shapes of everyone that walked by outside. My fiancé fell asleep first that night, but I couldn't sleep. I kept finding myself staring at the window in fear. I lay there looking at the window for hours, trying to convince myself that I was only paranoid because of the supposedly true scary stories I'd listened to earlier in the day, that I was just creeped out. That's when I heard hooves coming down the sidewalk, followed by the sound of something walking in the dirt outside our window. My heart was beating harder than ever before, and I couldn't catch my breath. It was right there. I knew it was. My eyes stayed glued on the window until I passed out. I awoke to a voice talking. That was a good one. You really got me. I looked over at my fiancée and said, "What?" She snored in response, so I turned back the way I was facing towards the window. That's when I saw the silhouette of a man staring into our room. It couldn't be, I thought.
That was just the shadow of one of the cars or the staircase outside that I didn't notice before. I convinced myself and fell back to sleep. This continued for months. Nightly visits from a shadowy figure, watching me, watching my dog, watching my future wife as we slept. I watched in horror most nights, being unable to sleep until unconsciousness forcibly took me. My sleep schedule was ruined, and my grades were plummeting. So many times I'd just skip school and stay home to catch up on some sleep. I want to say it was around mid-October when I decided enough was enough. I stapled a blanket over the window. This wouldn't solve the issue permanently, sadly. Until around December it would hold, and those nights weren't too bad, besides Halloween. God, how horrible Halloween was. Both mine and my fiancé's favorite holiday was ruined that year. It started that morning with the upstairs neighbors having a big fight. I swear it was contagious or something. The two of us ended up fighting for a big part of the day. And from the sounds of it, our neighbors on our right and behind us also got into huge arguments as well. But the upstairs neighbors' fight was the worst. We never saw the man that used to live there again, only the woman. And even then she eventually just disappeared, becoming a complete shut-in. I think their fight broke her. I think it broke all of us, honestly. But Halloween wasn't done with us yet. Of course it wasn't. On a day that celebrates the spooky and horrific, of course the thing that taunted and played with us would torture us that night. Bang, bang, bang. The door slammed loudly, and for the first time, my fiancée was around to hear it. She went to answer it, but I'd peeked out from our bedroom window that looked out onto our tiny patio, which was more of just a railing and single step to the door. And instead of trick-or-treaters, I saw a coyote staring daggers at the door, its fur standing on end. It looked like it was growling, but was completely silent. The thing looked messed up, like it had survived 100 fights. Scars ran along its side and it was missing its ears. I screamed for my fiancée to check the peephole before opening the door. "Why? It's just trick-or-treaters," she yelled back. "Yeah, but there's been 2 forceful entries in the complex the last 2 days. Just keep an eye out is all." I lied through my teeth. I hated lying to her. In general, I hate lying. But to lie to my fiancé felt wrong. "Oh God. Yeah, I'll check the peephole. I didn't know about that," she shouted back. Many more times that night the door would slam. Luckily, the front door was the only thing about that apartment that was built well. Our dog got a little sleep that night. She was barking and howling at the door. I would have worried about a noise complaint if every dog in the neighborhood wasn't also making just as much noise. Then the weirdest thing happened. We heard slamming on the front door of the apartment on the other end of our row. Then door by door, the slamming continued until it reached our door. Whatever or whoever it was began pounding on the door and jiggling the doorknob. Angry yelling of,
"This is the police. Open up."
could be heard outside. But looking outside through the peephole was only that deer I'd seen months ago. My fiancée begged me to open the door, believing it really was the police. She refused to hear my reasoning, telling me that it had to be the cops. The door started to be banged into harder, and when I looked out the peephole, the deer was gone. I pressed myself against the door. The commands from the so-called police continued as I demanded my fiancée call the actual police and tell them an impersonator was trying to break in. The lines were busy though. I cried out in pain as the door slammed me around wildly, and then everything went silent for a few minutes, followed by the most horrific noise I've ever heard. It sounded like a dozen women were standing in the park and screaming at the top of their lungs. I tried dialing the police again, and I could not get through, so I began to look for my fiancé's phone. When I looked in our bedroom, I saw her holding her nose, which was now gushing blood. She was prone to nosebleeds, but this was an insane amount. I rushed into the bathroom and grabbed a hand towel and held it to her nose as she began to cry. Our dog, meanwhile, lay next to us, growling at the windows, but never leaving our side. Eventually, the screaming stopped, and we were able to report what happened to the police.
It turned out a lot of other people in our complex had already called, but they agreed to stop by and take our statement too, on the events of that night. After that night, the window tapping and door knocking would happen around my fiancé too, instead of only when I was alone. It was creepy, sure, but besides that, we didn't worry much about it, and thought the worst was over. But we were at each other's throats constantly. For little mistakes and mess-ups, we'd blame each other and get into screaming matches regularly. It led us to seriously considering breaking up at one point. Luckily, we worked through it, but neither of us ever felt like ourselves during these fights. We'd cross lines and insult each other over things like weight gain or worsening grades. Things we never did before that or since then. November came and went with minimal incidents, and before we knew it, we were packing our bags, getting ready to head out to our hometown for winter break. Before we were able to leave, though, the blanket fell off the wall. This not only led to me having more sleepless nights again, but my fiancée began to think she was going crazy when she'd see movement out there at night. I lied, though. She'd say she saw something outside the window, and I'd tell her it was a car or someone out for a night walk. I don't know why I did this, but I did. Both of us could not wait to get out of that place for a few weeks, to just relax for a bit, especially with how much we struggled with that first semester of college. However, our winter break would destroy me. Somehow I'd caught pneumonia right before we were leaving, maybe a day or two before. I'm not sure if it was from exposure to the cold weather, or if that creature had caused it. Worse was, while we stayed in our hometown, my pet hedgehog died of mites. He had them from his prior owner and struggled with them frequently. I cried for days, and I didn't want to do anything after he passed away. And arguably the worst of all was when I had to be rushed to the ER because of the amount of fluid in my lungs. I'd woke up choking, unable to scream. I punched the doors and walls of my parents' house in the hopes of waking everyone up. It worked, but by the time they found me, my lips were blue and my vision was hazy. I'd almost died. It scared the heck out of me, and worse, my family worried about me. They watched helplessly as I almost died in front of them. I still feel guilty over it, putting them through that. Despite my now horrible health and the death of one of my favorite pets, we had to go back to school. So we drove back and straight into the belly of the beast. Our drive back was scenic, snow falling all around us as we blasted show tunes and Christmas carols in the car. When we made it back, our dog was the first out and waited by the front door. We had a week before school started and were excited to have some alone time again after being surrounded by family the last few weeks. I rehung the blanket over the window and started to unpack my school things when we got weather warnings on our phone. A freak snowstorm was on its way, but it was supposed to miss us. We were only supposed to get the smallest bit of snow out of it. That day we ran around the park throwing snowballs at each other and chasing the dog around. The three of us were happy, but I couldn't be out in the snow too long, not with how sick I was. We went back inside, and sadly that was the last time we'd get to enjoy the snow that week. We awoke the next morning to a sheet of white outside our windows, and when opening our front door to walk Rosebud, we were met with white everywhere. We could only see a few feet in front of us. Rosebud wouldn't walk very far in it, just enough to do her business. Then she'd run back, nearly pulling us over as she tugged with all her might at her leash. That first day, the knocking began. We immediately ignored it. We had discussed back in our hometown that I thought it was a skinwalker or wendigo. My fiancé thought the house was just haunted, possibly by a demon, but still just haunted. Neither of us would give the door knocking and window tapping any attention unless it somehow surprised us. That didn't stop it from freaking us out when it would happen for hours on end. But we knew not to open the door. We knew that no one would be out there knocking on our door in the middle of a freaking blizzard. The second day was worse, however, a trend that didn't slow during the blizzard. The blanket was on the floor when we woke up, the snow spinning past the window, visible despite the blinds being pulled down. Our dog was barking at the door, a quiet tapping sound all around us.
It faded, but throughout the day, we'd hear taps followed by,
Hello?
and
Who's there?
for the whole day. It drove Rosebud mad. The two of us had to calm her down. This continued into the next day, but now there were voices from the apartment above us. The person who had lived there moved out over winter. At least we thought so. Thinking about it now, we never saw that person again, so I can't say whether they moved out or simply went insane. But from my experiences, I firmly think that whatever was in that apartment now wasn't either of the people living there before. The voices from above continued into the next day, sounding more and more clear and loud as the days went by, from just saying regular phrases to sounding like my fiancé and myself. Many times during the blizzard, we'd respond to things it said, only for us to find out the other had said nothing. The following day, screams could be heard from the apartment above us, more animalistic than human. We dialed 911 and informed them of a possible domestic dispute, and we were told they'd try to make it up there, but because of the snow, they couldn't guarantee a speedy response this time. They ended up stopping by next day, only to inform us the apartment was a mess and seemingly abandoned. However, when they checked with the front office, the rent was still being paid on time, so they figured someone must have broken in to take shelter from the storm. The sounds grew louder, and the taps became more forceful for the rest of the week. That Sunday, Anne and I were nervous about how we'd make it to school. The administration office sent out an email that despite the blizzard still raging, we were expected to go to class. We fought multiple times that day about what we should do. However, before the end of the day, the problem would solve itself, as all our teachers informed us to not show up to class, as they weren't going to show up either. The college was furious about this, but since the majority of teachers were practically on strike, school was postponed until the blizzard died down. We soon realized, however, that we needed more food, toilet paper, and clean clothes. The storm was predicted to last another week, and our supplies was dangerously low. Our dirty clothes had piled up out of the basket and onto the floor. We had ramen left to eat, and we were down to a single toilet paper roll when we decided we had to find a way to the store. On the bright side, however, we had an entire extra bag of dog food, so we didn't have to worry too much about Rosebud. Other than her doggy PJs she wore to keep warm were starting to smell a bit bad. But we had much more pressing issues to concern ourselves with. I bundled up and walked into the white void. My ears turned red instantly, and my nose began to run. We parked in the same spot every day if we could, but neither of us could remember after a week of being stuck indoors if we had this time. The snow crunched beneath my feet as I fell flat on my butt. I slowly stood myself back up and looked behind me to make sure the door to our apartment had been closed. Seeing that it was, I took a deep breath and turned back towards where I hoped the car was. I inched towards the edge of the street, readying myself for the steep step down onto the street. I pressed my car fob button in my jacket pocket with one hand and tried my best to cover my eyes from the snow with my other. A yellow glow shone out in the swirling white around me. The headlights. I walked in the direction of the car with my hand outstretched. I pressed against what I thought was the car when I heard my fiancé yelling that our dog had gotten out when I left. I spun around and screamed our dog's name in a panic. She was nearly all white and just about impossible to see in the snow. My fiancé yelled for me again.
I saw her go into the park.
Okay, I'll go find her. Throw on a jacket before following me, I replied. Crunch by crunch and step by step, I walked past my car into the park, calling for my dog Rosebud. The cold air found its way inside my throat, and all the warmth from my home had already left me. Rosebud! I yelled into the flurry around me. I whistled and called into the park, my throat growing hoarse quickly, with my lungs already working overtime as is. Rosebud! I screamed at the top of my lungs, the ending of which tore my throat up something fierce. Another shout sounded from my apartment door.
I'll be right there. Do you see her?
My fiancé yelled over the wind. No sign of her, I responded hoarsely.
The wind picked up as I walked towards where I heard my fiance's voice. The crunching of the snow was barely audible. I found myself back in the street without any sign of my fiancée. I must have passed her, I thought. I yelled out her name the best I could, followed by an intense coughing fit. She responded behind me back in the park. "Wait there, I'll meet you," I called out.
No, we have to find Rosebud. Just hurry up.
She snapped uncharacteristically at me. But I understood. We called Rosebud our child and pampered her the best we could, with a college budget, of course, especially after our hedgehog died. I ran after her, coughing as I went, sucking in snow and freezing air as I did. I fell over in a heap in the snow and slipped, attempting to get back up. Something ran across my back, knocking the wind out of me. "She's over here! Rosebud, come here, girl!" I shouted joyfully.
Oh, I got her. Bo, come here and take her leash. She's freaking out.
I heard my fiancée yell deeper in the park. I walked towards her voice, reaching for a hand holding a leash that I couldn't see. "Where are you?"
Over here, lovey.
She yelled back in response. I followed in a new direction, taken aback as to why she had called me over if she was just going to take her back home. "Just walk her to me," I called back.
Okay,
Anne responded. A shadow approached in the snow, but I didn't hear any crunching of her feet or jangling of the leash. But I had been out there for a bit. I might have just been dehydrated or tired and was just imagining things. The snow picked up and the figure vanished into it, when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my side. I screamed in pain, louder than I knew I could, louder than when I was calling for Rosebud or my fiancée. I fell in pain as a coughing fit took over after the scream. The sound of snow underfoot approached me quickly. I panicked and I began to crawl. I didn't know which way I was facing, but anywhere was better than where it thought I was. Arms wrapped around me, and I tried to scream again. My voice caught in my throat, and I began to cough again, a copper taste filling my mouth.
Are you okay? What happened, lovey?
My fiancée asked as she helped me to my feet. I could only hack up my lungs in reply as she brought me back inside. It turned out Rosebud never did escape the apartment, and my fiancée had never been out there helping me look. She had heard me scream around the time she thought I would have been back. She undressed me and drew me a hot bath and turned the heater up more than before. Bills be darned. On the side I felt pain were 2 deep gashes. I cleaned them in the tub as she searched for warm, clean clothes for me to wear. She had saved my life that day, finding me out there and taking care of me after. I had somehow been out there for nearly half an hour, screaming my lungs out, wandering aimlessly in our park. Ironically enough, if whatever or whoever hadn't attacked me, I might have died out there. The rest of the week was a blur for me. I'd become more ill than before, and we were waiting on the snowstorm to die down before taking me to the emergency room. Anne made a surprisingly amazing nurse for a music major, and Rosebud made for great company when Anne faced the storm alone and came back with food and toiletries in tow. Nothing odd happened to her on the way, other than discovering that the road to the hospital was out. We weren't going to call anyway. An ambulance or 2 had already crashed when going to the university to pump kids' stomachs who drank too much while being cooped up for too long. But now we were for sure going to just wait it out. With 2 of our 3 problems sorted, all we needed now were clean clothes. But with the laundromat's pipes bursting and the entrance practically being snowed in, we decided to wash our clothes in the tub and let them air dry. Somehow we survived, and a certain gift was proof of what we first thought were shared delusions. There were bare human footprints and coyote footprints by our window. This terrifying discovery would be repeated every snowfall after that, But to my knowledge, that was the worst of it while we lived in Flagstaff. Our friends would occasionally tell us that they heard tapping on the window when they were over for Dungeons and Dragons, or that odd noises would come from the apartment above, or the downright freaky night I had to drive Anne to the hospital, only for the same 5 deer to follow us all the way there and back to our apartment. The way they watched us drive and turned their heads felt wrong. Yet despite being freaked out, no harm came out of it. Nothing else traumatic happened in Flagstaff, other than being financially unable to continue going to school there. Odd glimpses of someone watching us from our upstairs neighbors were the worst after that. The only night that stood out while we still lived there was the night of my birthday, when my fiancé and I heard a clear as day "Happy birthday" come from outside our window that night. I wish I could say that was the end, but whatever it was followed us as we moved back to our hometown. It all started back up again on the night when a blinding bright light shone into our bedroom at my dad's place. The world went silent as it washed away the darkness, and as quickly as it came, it went. The sounds of the world came back, but it wasn't like a predator had shown up. No, it was just that everything went silent. My fiancé and I had looked at each other and spoken to one another, but neither of us was able to even hear our own words. And after that night, the tapping and knocking began again. Rosebud had stopped barking at it. I think she must have gotten used to it, but my dad's dogs were driven insane by it, barking at all hours of the night. The last major incident to happen for over a year was one of the worst. My fiancé and I were packing up, getting ready to move across the country to live with my family in the South. We were watching a show on Netflix. It was a stormy night, but clear as day against the sound of the wind howling and the house rattling were footsteps in the gravel. Anne checked the window to see if my dad was home, but only our car sat out front. Then I heard someone walking up the wood steps to the front door. I raced to the door and saw it as it began to open. I pushed against it as whatever was outside pushed back. It nearly flung open. My fiancé ran into our room to get our baseball bat, while Rosebud growled and barked at the would-be intruder. From the other side, I heard my dad demanding to be let in, stating that I had invited him over. But none of this made sense as we were living with him. He was supposed to be out with his girlfriend that night anyway. I dug my heels in and pushed with all my might, then turned the lock once I heard the door slam back into its frame. Anne made it back into the room, and we all heard it run towards the window of my dad's room. It began to bang on it. We called the cops at that point and hid in the dining room. When they arrived, the officer talked down to us about not calling the cops over wind. We explained it wasn't wind, that whoever it was had been talking, and we heard footsteps. But the officer was having none of it, telling us not to call again from this address. Luckily, that was the last time we'd have to call the cops. I want to say once we moved in with my mom in Alabama that things were great, but they honestly weren't. My stepfather ended up becoming extremely abusive towards all of us, and after a year of torture, we moved back to our hometown with our tails between our legs. It was in the return trip nearly a year later that the last major event with this thing took place. Of all of them, this one is the one that stuck with me the most. As we were making our way back to Arizona through New Mexico, we had decided to drive through the mountains to cut the trip down by a day. Of course, as our luck would have it, we were caught in a freak snowstorm. Anne was driving at the time, and I ended up having to navigate how the road turned by GPS, as we were driving completely blind by a certain point. Rosebud was whimpering by my feet, and my fiancé and I had to work together to avoid possible cars coming from the other direction. But it was in that snowstorm on the side of the road that I saw a white figure following us through the whole storm. It watched and waved at me as I occasionally looked out into the mesmerizing swirls of snow. This idea terrified me, that if our car broke down, that we'd be greeted by this thing that had waited for us to return, waiting for another chance to attack. When we reached the end of the storm, I took a final last look at it, staring down our moving truck. I have seen it since, and I've heard tapping on the window from time to time, and while I feel it may not be over yet, it hasn't tried anything for a long time. I want to say as I'm typing this out, I can hear tapping on my window and whispers in my fiance's voice, but truthfully I don't. Besides the occasional creak in my attic and thud from my shed, not much happens anymore. I think the most was my parents hearing something bang on the kitchen wall, but nothing ever came of it. I sometimes have nightmares about that snowstorm in the mountains, of that thing silently watching us. It's something I kept to myself until now, and hopefully writing this will help with the healing process and reoccurring nightmares. Locations with dark histories, locales where mysterious creatures are often reported, then you should check out Destination Terror, a podcast that takes you to the most haunted places in the world. Places haunted by ghosts, ghouls, and even the past. Search for and rate Destination Terror on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Today's episode is a bit of a different one. You see, we've had quite a prolific story writer on this show for a while, who goes by the name CPhilly100. This fan has submitted and gathered various terrifying accounts of people encountering terrifying monsters that come straight from mythology. This compilation is every story from CPhilly100 that I've featured on the show so far. That's 18 stories and nearly 2 hours of mythological creature accounts. Enjoy. And don't forget to send me your scary stories of the unexplained, so I can narrate them on the show. I'm looking for unexplained things seen in the Everglades. Also, follow me on Twitter at Dark Prevails if you want to hear about what exactly I would do to a cow rather than ever giving up eating meat. That's not as wrong as it sounds. Now, let's begin. Navajo Skinwalker from CPhilly100. A story told to me by my old coworker, narrated in his perspective. Some friends and I were on a holiday in Arizona, making our way out to Monument Valley. At one point, we stopped along the road to let the dogs out and take a little nature walk. We'd only gone a couple 100 yards out into the desert, following the dry washes and draws that made up this wild Arizona landscape. That's when we saw a Dene, or Navajo, man standing up on the hillside above us, looking down at us. He was dressed in all black in the traditional fashion, and he had a stern, scowling look on his weathered face. "Hey there. Sorry, friend, we didn't realize this was private property," I called out. No response. He just stood there scowling at us still. Listen, we'll get out of here, mister.
We don't want any trouble, we'll just be on our way now." The man began to mutter something under his breath, only it sounded more like a chant or curse than anything else. We backed up down the draw until we could no longer see him or hear that eerie chanting. Later that night, we arrived at the Airbnb where we'd be staying at before the big day in the valley. We ate pizza that night, played some music, and I'd almost forgotten all about the strange encounter. Just then, we heard something out in the front yard. I turned the music down and went to look out the window. Sitting just outside the pool of light from the front porch was a big black dog. It was looking right at me, with these dull yellow eyes, unblinking in the cool desert night. "Hey guys, check it out. There's a dog outside. Come take a look at this," I said. My friend Tommy got up and yawned as he made a big dramatic show of walking over. "Probably just some local res dog," he said. "Maybe just looking for scraps or something." Just then, the dog stood up and started walking towards the side of the house, gradually breaking into a trot. I ran to the bedroom window to keep eyes on the thing, then to the kitchen as it began to actually run around the side of the house. I ran over to the bathroom just in time to see it clearing the corner back into the front yard. I nearly tripped over the dining room table to get back to the front window where the dog was, only it wasn't a dog anymore. What I saw there now was a man, the same man from earlier, dressed in all black, eyes gleaming in the reflection of the floodlights. Even through the window, I could hear his chanting, the same as before, only now my ears were ringing and I had a splitting headache. The last thing I remember, I was clutching my head in pain and feeling like I was about to throw up. When I came to, it was morning. I sat up and saw that all my friends were, similarly, splayed out all over the floor. The place was a mess. The table had been flipped over, and our stuff was everywhere. The front door was open, and there were black paw prints all over the floor. The rest of that trip was a bit of a bust, as we were all feeling sick and hungover, even though we hadn't had anything to drink. It's illegal to buy alcohol on the reservation. To make matters worse, there was a sickly, dead, rotting flesh smell that we couldn't get out of our clothes no matter how hard we tried. I even started having some pretty serious health issues shortly after that, and eventually I had to be hospitalized for acute anemia. The doctors were unable to determine the cause, but I needed 4 units of blood and 5 iron infusions just to stabilize my hemoglobin. I think I need to talk to a native medicine man, but I'm far too frightened to venture back out to the reservation. All I can say is if you're traveling through the Navajo Nation, even in the daytime, be careful where you go or who you talk to. We are guests in their land, unwelcomed guests at that. I don't blame native folks for not liking us, but there are forces at work beyond our understanding here, and we do best to mind our business, sticking to the main thoroughfares. Don't go looking for trouble, because let me tell you, you may just find it, and trouble's going to find you. Werewolf sightings around the suburbs of Denver. From C. Philly 100. These are going to be short, but they're interesting, as these make 2 and 3 sightings in or around the greater Denver metro area. Number 1. A young girl was up late one night, looking out the second-story window of her suburban home, in the Parker area, where it's semi-rural, but there are still Covenant communities drawing power from the grid. She witnessed a werewolf-like creature step out into the streetlight. She described it as the classic werewolf, with strong, rippling muscles, short, dark hair, backwards legs, and human-like hands. She said the head looked like a big wolf, with glowing amber eyes. She saw it look right up at her. It wasn't menacing, but it was very aware of her, even from a distance. It was so still she had to blink her eyes. The only motion was a slight ruffling of its fur in the breeze. I guess at some point it left. Then she went to bed. But of course, no one believed her about her encounter. Number 2. A teenager was babysitting her younger sister while their parents went out to dinner in the Golden Arvada area. Their parents were due home soon, and so the two sisters were watching out the window to see if they could run out and surprise them. Just then, the motion light in the front yard kicked on, and they watched with horror as a werewolf, of all things, stepped out into the yard. It looked right at them and seemed to glide back and forth, almost as if it was on a mechanical track or something. It grinned at them and seemed to enjoy the fear it was provoking in the girls. It didn't approach the window. It just kept walking back and forth while maintaining direct eye contact with them the whole time. Just then, their parents pulled into the driveway, the headlight shining in the window, temporarily blinding the girls. When they looked back, the werewolf was gone. They told their dad when he got in and he went out to take a look, but nothing was there, nor were there any tracks. But you can't typically see much in that dry Colorado grass anyway. Those are two stories that I think of from time to time. I find them curious, seeing as how close they occurred, so close to a major metropolitan area. But even for the sprawl, Denver is still just a blip on the map where the Great Plains meet the Rocky Mountains, and there are numerous green belts and creeks and rivers that snake all the way down from the mountains and into the city. As humans continue to expand into wilderness areas, I think we can expect to see more and more encounters of this sort. South Dakota Sasquatch, from C. Philly 100. This story is told from the perspective of my friend. Being half Native and half African American presents a unique set of challenges living in America, but I feel truly blessed to have grown up and spent much of my life on the Sioux Reservation in South Dakota. Now, it's well known that Native people tend to have more of these types of encounters than most, and Sasquatch are no exception. Many Native people regard Sasquatch as relatives of sorts, distant cousins or something to that extent, and that is not an insult, quite the opposite really. Sasquatch are masters of survival, masters of camouflage, apex hunters, and excellent foragers. They love their family members like we do. They engage in trade and barter like we do. They enjoy good food like we do. And they even like to dance to good music, play games, and have complex emotions like we do. Some people call them the missing link, but we see them more as relatives. Indeed, if you go into certain areas where Native people live, or used to live, and go out into the woods speaking the language of those people, chances are you'll get a better response than the white folks who go out into the woods hootin' and hollerin' or knocking on trees, which are actually territorial indicators which may well provoke an aggressive response. One night I was walking home from my grandma's house, making my way through an abandoned compound, when I stopped for a moment to relieve myself on some bushes. I zipped up and continued on my way when I heard something behind me. So I turned around and ducked behind some brush. I peered through the overgrowth to get a better look. At first, I couldn't see anything in the dim light, but gradually I could see something moving through the compound I'd just come through. It looked like a little orangutan, or something of the sort. It was cautiously following the same exact path I had just taken, even sniffing the bushes I had just used to relieve myself. Now, this little guy was probably about 4 to 5 feet tall, and covered from head to toe in light brown fur. Behind one of the structures on the compound was another one, this one at least 10 feet tall, if not 15. It was keeping a mindful eye on the little one, while periodically sniffing the air and looking around in an alert manner. And behind that one, back in the trees at the edge of the clearing, was a third, and this one was even taller still, its head reaching at least halfway up the lodgepole pine tree it was standing next to. The little one was still sniffing, but slowly making its way toward where I was, still crouching in the brush. So I slowly backed away and exited the area as quickly and quietly as possible. I'm not sure if they heard me or not, but I didn't see them again that night. or ever. That's my quick story. I think it stands out simply due to the sheer size and height of these things. They were huge. It's my understanding that there is almost as much variation to Sasquatch as humans, that they have tribes and regional groups with different physical characteristics and dispositions, much like the First Nations people of this great land. Gold Hill Chupacabra, from C. Philly 100. This story is from my old roommate and a mutual friend of ours, M and T respectively. I grilled them both individually and had them retell the story. We used to live in a little log cabin up in Gold Hill, Colorado, the first actually profitable mining town in Colorado, and second home to rock star singer-songwriter. Do you like haunted places? Locations with dark histories? Locales where mysterious creatures are often reported? Then you should check out Destination Terror, a podcast that takes you to the most haunted places in the world. Places haunted by ghosts, ghouls, and even the past. Search for and rate Destination Terror on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. There lives an inhuman monster in the redwood forest. If you find yourself in that place, walk quietly and be prepared, because she may already know you're there. Welcome back to Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails, and you can follow me on Twitter at Dark Prevails if you want to see a cute but creepy video of a vampire bat chasing after some fat hogs. Today I've got an assortment of mostly monster-related stories, featuring the Beast of the Redwood Forest and an encounter at Skinwalker Ranch. Enjoy, and be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org so I can narrate them here. Now, let's begin. Coyotes, gunfire, and what was that? From Romea Chick. A few months back, I decided to go camping. I hadn't been camping in a very long time, and soon it would have been too cold to go. It was a Thursday when I asked my boyfriend Diesel if he'd like to go with me. We had just gotten a dog last year and we'd only taken her on hikes. I thought she'd really like camping. She's a purebred Australian Shepherd, tricolored, and her name is Haley, but I call her Hey Hey most of the time, like the chicken from Moana. Diesel agreed to go camping and we started to pack. In no time, we were on our way. I chose a particular forest that was only 3 hours away. As we pulled up, my heart started to beat hard. I was pretty excited, yeah, but my stomach fell as I realized no one else was around. That's weird, I whispered. Diesel laughed. What's wrong? Afraid to be lost in the woods with me? I shoved him playfully. We loaded up all the bags we could carry and I grabbed Haley. She did very well on a leash or chain. She listened pretty good, except when people or other animals came into the picture. We stuck to the trail and realized that we were running out of daylight. We quickly marched down the trail until we came across a good camping spot. We did not want to be too close to the trailhead. Diesel started on the tent while I hooked Haley's chain. It was a long rope tied between two trees with her leash attached. After about an hour, the tent was set up. The fire was going too, and I was setting up the inside of the tent. We would have had the fire started faster, but Haley kept taking twigs out of the pit. Diesel popped up our chairs and put a metal pot full of water in the fire. We had a quick dinner of ramen noodles and hot dogs. Haley stole a hot dog right off my stick, so she ate pretty good that night. While we were chilling, full from dinner, we heard a loud bang. We all jumped. Shortly after, I asked, "What was?" But I was cut off by what sounded like 20 or so coyotes howling. Diesel smiled at me. "Someone's just hunting, is all." I gave him a look and laughed. Well, time to go to bed, I think. I unzipped the tent and looked at Haley, who was still pointed in the direction of the gunshot. She growled softly. We'd never seen her do this before. Diesel unclipped her from her leash and led her into the tent. We all piled in and stayed silent. Haley curled up into her bed while we laid on the air mattress. That night, we were all very cold. I could see Hey shivering, so I went and threw a blanket on top of her, leaving her nose sticking out. She seemed happy with this, and within minutes, she was snoring. I grabbed onto Diesel, cuddling into him for warmth and security. He grabbed one of our bags and pulled my gun out. He handed it to me, just in case. He smiled and cocked the BB gun he'd brought. I shook my head at him and smiled, but my heart caught in my chest as another barrage of howls erupted into the silent night. I jumped over to my dog, holding her close, afraid she was going to bark, getting whatever was out there's attention. I held her tight and only a soft bark in her throat came out. But then I heard a snap from outside and I jumped again. I looked over at Diesel in the dim light and he locked eyes with me. I was terrified and he looked worried. More howling and snaps echoed close to us. There had to be at least 30 of them out there by the sound of it. I was very scared they might try and take my dog or try to get in at us. I petted Haley softly, trying to keep her calm. I kissed her head, but then about screamed as something brushed against the tent from the outside. My hand clasped over my mouth as my other arm held onto my dog. Haley growled softly at whatever had brushed up against the tent. I held my breath as my heart tried to burst through my chest. Diesel peeked out of the tent door. He slowly re-zipped the tent and looked over at me, shaking his head. "What?" I mouthed, trying not to make too much of a sound. He shrugged, putting a finger to his mouth. He signaled to me to listen. I could hear a thump, thump. It was hard to hear anything over my heart beating so hard and so fast. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Haley whimpered softly, so I held her tighter, trying to comfort her. Another round of howls rang out even closer than before. They had to be just about 60 feet from us. Sweat dripped down my temple as I made myself breathe softer. A loud yelp made Haley and myself jump. Some growling started up shortly after. Haley then whined a little too loud, making a lump stick in my throat. I tried to swallow it, but I just couldn't. My whole body began to shake, and I could feel Haley shaking as well. This was it. I was going to be eaten by a bunch of coyotes. My little family was going to get killed and eaten too. What was I going to do? Diesel had unzipped the tent just enough to stick his head and arm out. He had my gun in his hand now. He cocked it, firing off a round into the ground away from us. There was a sudden stillness. I could barely breathe. The gunshot rang loudly in my ears. I'm pretty sure Haley barked at this, but I didn't hear it. It felt as if I was going to pass out. Diesel then shone his flashlight out into the dark. "I don't see anything," he whispered. Just then, another 4 gunshots rang out in the near distance, followed shortly by howls. Another dog also began to bark. My heart felt as if it stopped. I held my dog close to me, hoping the sun would rise soon so we could just get out of here. I had to have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was awakened by another strange sound. I opened my eyes and quickly looked around. Our fire was completely out, and our lantern was off. I shivered. It was a lot colder than I thought it would get. I blinked a few times, straining my ears to figure out what had awoken me. I was just starting to believe it was the cold that woke me, when a soft whooping sound caught my attention. It was close, very close, whatever it was. I could hear a footstep every so often. I shook Diesel, trying to wake him quietly. I could hear whatever it was outside, breathing now. It was very close. Diesel awoke and looked at me. I had my hand over his mouth just in case. We sat up and I grabbed the dog again. She was asleep still, but I wanted to make sure she wouldn't wake at random and start barking. There was more deep breathing, and then a soft came from that thing. I grabbed the gun and went to unzip the tent. Then smack, smack, smack. It sounded like something smacked a tree. Maybe it was a large dog hitting a tree. I wasn't sure. It did this every few minutes. I sat back down quickly, holding on to both the dog and Diesel. I almost wet myself when I heard that thing out there let out a loud shriek. It was low and hurt my ears. It began to step away, grunting as it did. Tears filled my eyes. I hadn't been that scared in a long time. I woke up the next morning. We packed up in a hurry and got out of there as quickly as we could. I'm not sure what was up with that night, and I doubt we'll ever go back. That chain of events was so chaotic and crazy, I still can't believe it all happened. The Cat Lady. From Anonymous. When I was in 5th grade, I just moved into a new town and a new school, and I didn't have any friends yet. My house was a weird old wooden house with a loft and a fireplace, with weird little nooks we took as bedrooms. There were no doors except the outer ones, and of course the bathroom. The house sat at the end of a mile-long road, which was at a 30 to 40 degree angle up the whole way, so it was quite the slow trudge from the old school bus stop. It was deep in the redwood forest with a stream that ran down behind the house. I spent much of my free time wandering around in those woods. My mom was hardly ever home, and my little sister was usually at daycare, so I was pretty much on my own. One day, I was walking along the stream, which was wider and strewn with granite boulders at this point, when I heard and saw 2 men up near a plastic pipe, discussing something, pointing to the ground at their feet. Then they pointed off to my right, heatedly. I crept up closer to them and lay flat in the shallow water to hear them better. I could only catch the shouted words of "dang cat," as well as "age right through the fence," and "can't just go shooting things in a residential." They climbed up the embankment and down a dirt fire road. I stayed quiet for a minute to make sure they were gone. I went to go see what they were pointing at. It turned out to be a big paw print of a cat. Now, I wanted to see a real mountain lion myself, which was probably a bad idea, but still, I strode through the cold stream to the right-hand bank and up the steep embankment, redwood detritus crumbling under my feet as I scrambled up, grabbing branches and clumps of grass or weeds as I went for support. I wandered through the brush, out from the big trees and into areas of mostly yellow-flowered weeds, taller than me, and sandstone. I passed by anthills and an old rotting outhouse. There was nothing in it but a dissolved roll of toilet paper. There must have been a house out here at some point, probably washed away by the stream in winter flood season. There had been a house right behind ours on the road I lived on, but it was washed away too in the floods about 5 years before. We heard from the neighbors too that the floods took the old man that lived there with it. A sad story. Anyway, I kept on walking, and I saw another set of tracks in the looser sand, and I began to follow those. The sun was getting low in the sky. I'd say it must have been 5 or 6 p.m. on an August day. I had no phone or watch back then, but I knew it wouldn't be dark for a couple of hours yet. I came upon a small sandhill, about 40 feet or so high, with traces that some kids had been sliding on it at some point. There was a small makeshift foothold ladder dug up in the steep side. The tracks skirted around this hill, and though I thought I should come back here at some time, I kept following these tracks. They were overlapping with older tracks now. The animal had come through this way a lot recently. Then I heard movement, followed by a low growl. I crouched down under a low manzanita branch. Then I saw, deep in a big blackberry hedge, a cat's huge gold eyes looking straight at me. I realized at this point, finally, that maybe this could be dangerous. I slowly backed out of the branches and walked sideways back to the hill, climbing up to the top where there was a big scrub oak. I thought I could climb it and get away, not knowing big cats were great climbers. She followed me one step at a time, like some weird wild tango, my foot, then her foot. I could see low-hanging teats, like she'd recently had kittens. Then suddenly, she ran at me, knocking me down, pinning me down by the shoulders. I was staring her right in her face, smelling her breath, which was meaty and strong. She made a yowling noise, followed by a hiss. I scrambled out from between her paws. She slapped at my leg once, hitting sand. I ran up the rest of the hill, getting up the oak in less than a minute, skinning my knees, which worried me. I walked out onto a very long limb, the big cat just staring at me, sitting there. We stared at each other for a while. Eventually, she made this weird chuff-chuff noise, turning her head, getting up, and walking off in another direction. She only looked back at me to chuff again. I swear it sounded like she was laughing at me. Quietly, I got down from the tree and made a beeline to where I thought home would be. Once I got back, I locked myself in the bathroom until my mom and sister got home. But I didn't tell them anything. I went out to see if I could find her again about a month later. This time I took a big knife tied to a stick with me, and a spray bottle of vinegar for protection. I know, stupid, I know. I came upon the blackberry hedge I saw her at last, and I heard singing coming from it, a low humming. I snuck up. There I saw an older blonde woman. She had a scar on her chin and a really old navy-flowered dress with holes in the arm seams. It was like she had found that dress on the side of the road, but she and it were actually clean. In fact, she was washing something in a metal tub with sand instead of soap. She took it out, wrung it, and threw it on a big flat boulder in the sun. She put her foot up and sat down on the boulder. She was barefoot and kept humming to herself, looking up at the sky. Then she pulled off the dress she had on and threw it in the tub. She was nude then, but her hair was long and I really couldn't see much. When she was done scrubbing that dress, she wrung it out and laid it out on the rock with the other. Then comes the weird part, if that wasn't weird enough already. She hopped down off the rock, got on all fours, and I swear I'll never forget what I saw next. Her body changed into that of a mountain lion. It only took a few seconds. Fur rose out of her muscly skin, around her shoulders first, and her nose broadened. Her feet lengthened. Her tail grew longer. She then sauntered off down the sandy path. I sat there not knowing if I was sleeping or awake. I left as silently as I could and went home. I had nightmares that night, and I kept thinking she was at my window the whole time, watching me. I went back to the sandhill again a couple of times, but I didn't see either form of her again, not until my birthday. I was turning 10 and my mom told me to invite some friends over for a party. I really didn't have any friends yet, but I asked all the girls in my class. Mom said no boys, and about 5 of them said sure. We walked the 2 miles to my house up that long hill, which was quite a bit for a couple of them that I knew lived off the golf course and probably never walked that far in their lives. But we got there and we had some snacks and cake, and my mom said they could stay the night if they wanted to. So they called their parents, and all but one said okay. We ended up having a lot of time to kill. I decided to take them all out to the sandhill to play on the slide. They said that sounded great. We walked out to the hill and played there for an hour, but I kept an eye out for the cat lady thing, but I didn't see her. My new friends noticed me looking away every so often, and they asked what I was looking for, so I told them. They of course didn't believe me, so I took them to the manzanita and blackberry hedge to show them the tracks at the very least. They kind of freaked out then that there could be a killer out here, and so we headed back to my house. One of the girls even grabbed my arm as we walked single file through a sand gully, pointing up on the lip of the little canyon. I saw her then, in cat form, following along and watching us. My friend began dragging me, and as she did, the other girl saw the cat too, and began to scream and run. I grabbed one of them and shouted, "Don't run! It makes her want to chase you." And so we walked, squealing and crying out of the gully and up onto the road near my house. I looked back, and the cat was in woman form now, sitting crouched on the edge of the cliff, watching us. She even waved at me a little. I raised my hand and waved back. The girls got to my house, and some of them called to be picked up, but 3 of them still spent the night, telling scary stories and eating lots of sugar until morning. Those 3 ended up being my friends even 30 years later. But we did end up moving a month or so after that to a house in town, and I never saw the cat lady again. So, thanks for not eating me, cat lady. Skinwalker Ranch, from B-Dog. Years ago, my son Brendan and I went to visit Grandpa Kermit in Utah. We had a great visit. All was good, and at the time Brendan was very much into ghost stories and the paranormal. We talked about Skinwalker Ranch. I told Brendan it was only 20 miles away from Grandpa's place. Of course, as a dad, I said we could go check it out since we were close on our trip. That night I figured we were just gonna hang out in the dark and nothing was gonna happen, but at least my son would be happy. At about midnight, we decided to take off from Grandpa's to Skinwalker Ranch. I'd say we got there around 12:45 a.m. after stopping for some snacks and drinks. We planned for a night of scary stories and spooky things happening, but I had no idea what was about to come. Brendan was excited. He had brought his EMF he bought off the internet for ghost hunting, as well as a voice recorder to catch the voices of spirits. We spent the afternoon scouting the area, trying to find a place to sit and watch. Before we'd left, I'd used Google Earth to look at the best spots we could go to. The spot I'd found was a high spot. We sat there and we could see the whole ranch late that night. We decided to put his recorder about 30 yards in front of the car by a bush. We then sat on the hood of the car, telling stories and basically just watching and talking for a couple of hours. As a precaution, I brought my hunting knife with me, just in case. We could hear the sounds of an oil field a few miles behind us. They were very, very loud, with the occasional boom, boom, boom echoing just loud enough to interrupt the night. We also heard frogs from the stream about 40 yards in front of us, croaking into the night as we talked. Every once in a while, a generator from a nearby house would kick on. After a couple of hours of this, we were both sitting on the hood of the car, and out of nowhere, we heard this massive growl. It wasn't a plain growl either. It was this horrible, evil-sounding growl that caused me to sit straight up. The sound was unexplainable. Not to mention, Brendan and I heard the same sound, but from different directions. At first, I was thinking maybe it was a joke. Maybe someone's messing with us. The sound was startling enough for this 38-year-old father to jump off the hood of the car, hunting knife at the ready. As I jumped up, I grabbed the flashlight too, and I began to shine it in the direction that I was sure the sound had come from. To the left of us, Brendan yelled that it wasn't over there. No, he'd heard it from the right side of us. So I shone the light both left and right as fast as I could. When I saw nothing, I yelled to Brendan to get back in the car right now. The best way I could explain that growl was like a hellhound was after us. We both jumped in the car, and all of a sudden, everything went silent. The noisy night around us had suddenly just went quiet. We sat there for a few minutes, speechless. I was wondering if what just happened actually happened. Eventually, we began to talk about what happened. Brendan was still sure he'd heard that sound from the far right of us, but I was certain it was to the left. We argued about what actually happened, but we agreed that being in the car was the safest bet. After realizing what just happened was beyond weird, we remembered the voice recorder 30 yards in front of us by a bush. So after getting the guts to do this, I told Brendan I was going to run and grab the voice recorder for him. I told him if I don't come back, haul tail out of the place and don't look back. I sprinted to the bush and grabbed the voice recorder. Then I ran back to the car. I threw the recorder inside first, then I climbed in and we left as fast as we could. Upon getting back to Grandpa's, we pulled out the voice recorder. We spent some time listening to the recording around the time of the incident. After multiple listens, we never did hear the loud sound of the growling or animals we heard. At first I thought, well, maybe it just didn't pick it up. But if that was the case, why did the voice recorder pick up the oil rig a few miles away? We could even hear the frogs in the recording, which came from the stream 40 yards away from us. I was sure the growl we heard was far louder than all of that. The recording was solid. There was no possible way that sound would not be recorded. I'm telling you, it was insanely loud. So what was it? We listened to that recording several times over the next few days, and years in fact. We went back from time to time to see if we could find out what happened back there, but we still have no clue. As a full-grown man with years of life experience, I honestly cannot explain what happened. I tell this story still as a skeptic, and I try to chalk it up to something normal. But I can't help but feel deep down that what the two of us heard and experienced was far from normal. What was that thing? From Zach. When I was about 9 years old, I was living in a small house in a small town. One night, I was home alone with my older brother. My parents were gone for the night, so we just played video games in the living room. My brother got up to go get some food for us. He was gone for about 15 minutes. I was suspicious as to why he was gone so long, so I got up and went to go in the kitchen to look for him. But he wasn't there. I called out for him, but he didn't answer. I was starting to get nervous. The house was silent. So silent you could hear a mouse running through the walls. I then noticed the TV wasn't making any noise, which was strange because I didn't turn it off when I got up. I then went to go check to see why the TV had turned off. When I got to the TV, I tried to turn it back on, but nothing happened. I checked behind the TV and it was unplugged. I was starting to think my brother was trying to scare me. So I yelled out, "Hey, stop! I'm gonna tell Mom or Dad." But there was nothing. No sound, no response. I was really beginning to get scared. I was almost crying, but I decided to search the rest of the house for my brother. After trying, I couldn't find him anywhere. When I checked our hallway, I found the basement door open, but not all the way. Just a little crack, just enough for someone to be watching me, without me noticing that they were. I approached the door, and all of a sudden, a big bang, almost like something had fallen down the stairs, nearly shook the whole house. It sounded like something or someone falling down the stairs. Quickly, I opened the basement door. That's when I saw it. This pale, skinny, tall-looking thing crawling towards the basement exit. I slammed the door shut, running to the front door window. I saw it again, now running on its back legs, disappearing into the dark forest. I was so scared, I couldn't speak, I couldn't even move, until my brother came up behind me and tapped on my shoulder. I was startled, turning around in an instant. My brother was just standing there, asking me if everything was okay. Beginning to cry, I told him no. I was looking everywhere for you. Where were you? He replied, I was outside. My friend came over to the house and knocked on the back door, so we chatted for a bit. Okay, I said, and I walked away. I didn't want to tell my brother what I just saw, so I went upstairs to my room. I called my parents, explaining what happened to them. I told them they had to come home soon. Later that night, around 1:30 a.m., my parents finally got home. I was already sleeping by then, so I didn't know what happened or what my parents talked about regarding what I'd told them. We still live in the same house today, but nothing has happened since that night. Thank God. Whatever that thing was, I hope to never see again. I have no idea what it was. From Carol Lane. This encounter happened when I was 14. I live in Quebec, Canada. There was a time when I was a very troubled teenager. I'm Christian and I do believe in God. Around the time of the encounter with that thing, I was having a rough patch with my parents and older brother. I grew up in a toxic family. I was slowly straying further from God and my beliefs. One night, after a very heated argument with my father, I went to bed and cried in my room until I fell asleep. I had the most terrifying dream that night. In the dream, I was in my room, and I saw this thin, gray, man-like figure walking backward on my wall and ceiling, like a possessed spider, coming towards me. Its mouth was open with horrible pointy teeth and empty eye sockets. I couldn't wake up. I couldn't do anything. What ended up waking me up was my dog, with a low growl. I sat up, wide awake. My room was dark, but I could immediately see my mom pacing back and forth in my room. She seemed to be looking for something, and kept her head down. She was wearing the same nightgown from before I went to bed, with a little heart on the chest. "Mom?" I called out to her 3 to 4 times. She didn't lift her head or acknowledge me. No reaction at all. I was fully awake and very confused as to why my mom was in my room, looking for something in the middle of the night. Also, why would my dog growl at her? I kept looking at my mom without blinking. Then I reached over for my bed lamp. I switched it on, still not blinking once. Then, the figure I thought was my mother was gone. It disappeared before my eyes. I turned around in my bed and got on my stomach, wondering what the heck just happened. Suddenly, I heard my door opening slowly and some low gibberish in my dad's voice. Still on my stomach, I didn't have the chance to lift my head. My dog jumped off the bed and went into my closet. Then, a heavy weight crushed me on my bed. Keep in mind, the light was on now. I saw myself literally sinking into my mattress with the pressure of something on top of me. Something was holding my whole body and pushing like there was no tomorrow. I'm a 6-foot, 200-pound woman, and I could not move, nor could I scream or call for help. I was paralyzed, terrified. Then, all at once, it went away. The pressure and the presence, all of it just left. I was still scared, so I jumped out of my bed and ran into the living room. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I waited for my parents to wake up, and I told them everything. Of course, they didn't believe the story, and thought it was an excuse as to why I didn't sleep during the night again. I'm 27 years old, and now I'm still having trouble adjusting to sleeping in the dark. When I looked this up on the internet, I found the story of the rake. I know it's a creepypasta, but it looked exactly like the thing from my dream, which I think has everything to do with what happened when I woke up. I'm still shivering to this day when I think about it. It doesn't feel like I'm alone when I try to sleep, and I'm hoping I'm just paranoid. Were they dogs? From Wendigo Lover. This happened quite a while back when I was 8 or 9 years old. At the time, my family and I lived in a wooden house in the mountains, though we later moved into town when I was 10. Back then, whenever my dad worked the second shift, coming home around 8 p.m., sometimes Mom and I would bring my aunt and younger cousin to hang out. You know how it goes. The younger ones play, the older ones stay. One afternoon, we were slowly getting ready to go, planning on dropping off the guests. Afterwards, we'd wait for Dad to arrive at Grandma's so we could all get home before the cold hit. Winter was approaching, hence the fact that we didn't want to get home to a freezing house. Having a fireplace with a chimney as our only source of heat didn't exactly help. It was near sundown, everything still lit by barely any sunlight. I remember my mom letting me stay in the car to wait for my relatives to finish packing up. I don't know why I even wanted to do that, but I'll chalk it up to kids being kids. So I was inside the car for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, a brown blur appeared around one of our trees. It was approximately 150 meters away from the vehicle. It looked like fur from what I could see. Beautiful light brown fur. And I say blur because it looked like a dog jumping around the tree in a very fast motion. The strange thing lasted for about 2 to 3 seconds, leaving an image in my head that is still clearly present to this day. I didn't really react in a certain way. I was thinking that the wind blew some dirt around, as we had a lot of gravel in the same area where I spotted the apparent dog. Interesting thing was, a canine, or whatever it resembled, couldn't be seen anywhere, even though I looked around the yard as best I could from the car's window. The occurrence was left unmentioned to anyone else at the time, because I didn't think it was worth telling anyone. My parents probably wouldn't have believed me. Fast forward a few months later, we woke up to chewed up toys that I'd left outside the night before. There were also teeth marks on the large plastic bag near the fence. It covered a big amount of dirt that my parents bought a few years prior. That night, I vividly remember hearing howling sounds, multiple howling sounds. They didn't exactly sound like those of a dog. It sounded like that of a wolf. But we don't have wolves in those mountains, not even foxes or smaller predators. Sometimes I still remember the face of my rubber duck, seeing its mouth completely chewed off, leaving a significantly big hole in it. Another event that I believe was somehow related to the previous two happened one summer. I was having a sleepover with my best friend, as summer break had just begun, and we wanted to get away from the city's loud atmosphere. The first of the 3 nights we stayed there, I could hear heavy breathing outside the window. At first, I thought it was her, my best friend. She lay right beside me, occasionally laughing. However, she heard it too. Then, a few minutes later, I heard footsteps. They sounded too light to be considered human, but far, far too heavy to be that of a pet, like a cat or dog, as cats were a common sight, as our neighbors did own one. On the 3rd night, my grandma joined us for a movie in the living room. Rain started to come down, soon turning into a heavy drizzle. That didn't bother us, though. Actually, it added to the atmosphere. Unfortunately, something else did occur. Along with the raindrops, scratching noises could be heard from outside. I felt unnerved, trying to find their source while walking around the rooms, but with no luck. My friend and grandma didn't seem to be fazed by it, brushing it off as small sticks falling from the tree above the roof. Something told me not to look out the biggest window in the house, opposite of what my curiosity wanted me to do. To my luck, everything stopped after a few minutes, and I hoped we could sleep in peace that night. We did, in fact, hearing nothing unusual throughout the whole 8 hours we slept. This series of events has me wondering, what was that fast chunk of fur? Why did those howls sound so weird? What did those footsteps belong to? And what was scratching at the house's walls? It could have been dogs, but I don't think so. I can't help but think I saw and heard something else. Werewolf in Canada. From Dark Raven NFFC. This is a short but scary encounter. It is a story from my Canadian friend, so I'll share it from their point of view. It was a late Friday afternoon. I was taking a walk in a forest near my house. There was barely anyone in the woods at the time, which was perfectly normal at the time of day. Everything was fine for the first half hour, but after that, the sounds of nature suddenly stopped. The woods were far too still. I tried to ignore this. I kept on walking, but then I heard rustling and twigs snapping in the brush to my right. This was followed by a sensation, like someone was watching me. It was an odd feeling, but once again, I did my best not to pay too much attention to it. I started to walk again. The next weird thing that happened was a distant howl. I say again, it was distant, but it was still quite loud, and this was followed by an even louder roar. That was when I ran. I knew that something was trying to find me. My instincts were confirmed when, from my right, a huge, fur-covered creature jumped out onto the path. This creature had glowing amber eyes, a tail, sharp teeth, with a build like a muscular man, but with wolf-like features, like a muzzle and pointed ears. It was standing on two legs like a man too, except its joints were bent weird. I looked at the thing for what felt like hours. I waited for it to do something, or for me to gather the courage to move again. Eventually, I think it decided I wasn't worth the time, and it began to walk back into the woods where it came from. My heart pounding and my mind returning to me, I sprinted quickly towards my car, and I sped away from that place. When I looked back in the rearview mirror, something that I still regret doing, I saw that thing from earlier chasing me now, on all fours, almost matching the speed of my car. I was absolutely terrified. I eventually lost it, but when I got home, I heard yet another howl. Luckily, I was already in my house. I tried to get some sleep that night, and eventually I did. But sometime after, I awoke to sounds at my window. When I opened the blind, sure enough, I saw that same creature, or at least the same kind of creature, sniffing around outside. It was trying to find me still. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. This thing was at least 8 feet tall, and I knew that if it got in, it would be the end of me. But I guess luck was on my side, because once more, it walked back into the woods behind my house. I haven't seen it since, and I hope I never see it again. It grew. From Slytherin Serpent 287. This happened when I was around 12. My mom had taken me to her office for the day. My siblings were at summer camp, and I didn't have anything to do at the time. My mom told me that she was going to be working late that day, so she said we would be staying until around 10 or 11 that night. Being a night owl, I was totally okay with this. In fact, I thought it'd be super cool to stay awake this late, as my usual bedtime was 9 o'clock. I had a pretty good day. My mom let me sit in the old office of one of her former coworkers and let me choose whatever I wanted for lunch and dinner, so I chose the most unhealthy options I could. Around 9 p.m., all the other employees at the office had left for the day, except for me and my mom. At that point, I was just staring out the window of my own little office. That's when I saw an old man staring right up at me. He had the biggest smile on his face, like a little kid in a candy shop. Immediately, I was creeped out, because the last thing I wanted was to be stalked by a creepy old man, and this was an industrial area. Not necessarily an amazing place to be walking at 9 p.m., especially when it's pitch black outside. There were barely any street lamps out there. Suddenly, the man began to walk towards the building, and I kid you not when I say this, I saw his legs beginning to grow, and before long, he was level with me. I was on the 3rd floor. He must have grown around 30 feet in 5 seconds flat. I was scared out of my mind, and I wanted to run so badly, but I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't do a thing. I remember him saying something along the lines of,
What a precious little 12-year-old girl.
This freaked me out even more. How did he know my age? Before I could react, he shrank back down to his original height, and when I looked back out the window, he was gone. When I got home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about what just happened at the office. The man chased me through my dreams, and even though I never saw him again, I'm still too scared to go back to my mom's office at night. The Creature in the Cabin. From P&W Samwise. To begin, I'd like to say that this is my first time writing and sharing about an experience I've had growing up in the woods. You don't have to believe me, or any part of my story. I know what I saw, and I know it was real. Growing up, my brother, T, and I were adopted into a family of 8 around the time I was 4 and T was 6. I would say it was a fairly normal adoption, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The family that adopted us lived in the Pacific Northwest. They had a property of around 70 acres with nothing but woods around. The cabin they built was quite literally in the middle of the forest. You'd have to drive a considerable amount of time, 30 to 40 minutes, to get into the nearest town. On this property, my family built several shop buildings to store wood for the cold seasons and to hold random equipment and machines. These buildings were spread all around the property. Some of them are even older than the cabin my father built, only held together by old rotting wood and rusted steel. They always seemed to give off ominous vibes. You could oftentimes feel something watching you if you ever went into them alone, and even with other people sometimes. I give all this context just to give you perspective on the size of the property and the feelings it gives off. This specific experience I wanted to share today started on a night in the late summer, early fall. I was about 11 years old at the time. The evening was slowing down as I laid in the grass on the lawn outside the cabin. Feeling a breeze pick up and observing the sunset, I decided it was time for me to head inside. I got inside and brushed my teeth. I then headed to my mom's room to say goodnight. After that, I went to T's room to say goodnight. We joked around and talked for a bit before I headed off to bed. As I was stepping outside to go down into the cellar, where my room was, I couldn't help but feel like something was watching me. I quickly observed a deafening silence that accompanied this feeling. It was odd for the woods to be quiet at night, especially in the summer. You'd expect to hear the crickets and croaking of frogs, but at that moment, there was nothing. I took note of this, and with great haste I ran down to the cellar. I kicked open the cellar door that was made of solid oak slabs. That was the most efficient way to open it, because it didn't have a traditional doorknob. I ran inside my bedroom, slamming the door behind me with such force it shook my room. I hate it when that happens, I said aloud to myself. Deciding to try to calm my nerves down a little, I began to sing some goofy little tune, not knowing what was going to happen in just a few moments. I took off my shirt to put on my nightshirt, then I hopped into bed, where I would think I was safe from whatever was peering at me. As I was walking towards my bed, only 2 paces in front of me, there was a snapping pop in midair. Taken aback, and quite frankly on the verge of soiling my pants, a figure appeared with the pop. Right in front of my eyes stood this being, pitch black, like he had been hiding out in a chimney his whole existence. His eyes were void of color, or any human emotion or expression. I'm not quite sure how long he and I just stared at each other. It could have been 2 seconds or 10 minutes, because it felt like a lifetime. The absolute terror as I looked into this thing's eyes ate me up inside. It was like staring at something you knew could kill you in that second, but it somehow chose not to. Something with such emptiness that all there is just a void. Feeling as though my soul was violated, I scrambled to run for the door. I grabbed the door handle, I swung it open. As I was making my bolt out of the cellar and into the dark, I looked back and I saw that thing staring at me with those empty eyes. I ran swiftly across the gravel on my bare feet until I got to the back door of the cabin. I ran inside to my brother T's room, sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. The first thing he asked was, "Did you see a ghost or something?" He quickly came over to comfort me. To this very day, he still says he's never seen me or anyone else look so scared. After he was able to calm me down some, we decided to go tell my parents. They were both very much Christian. My father was to the point of being cult-like. I told them I saw a demon, and they saw how shook up I was. But quickly they both denied it, completely dismissing whatever I saw. They never brought it back up to me after that night. My parents were gracious enough to let me sleep in one of our guest rooms for the night, probably because I refused to sleep in my bedroom after that. Nothing more happened that evening, besides me tossing and turning, wondering what on earth just happened. I feel as though this was my most bone-chilling encounter. Animus River Monster from R&CO. This happened when I was in 6th grade. My family and I live in a small mountain town near Farmington. My dad and I enjoyed the outdoors. We love to fly fish, hike, and ride motorcycles. One day, my dad and I went fly fishing in the local river, called the Animus, also known as the River of Lost Souls. As we were setting up our fly rods, I heard something in the water, something that sounded like breathing. As my dad and I stared into the water, we saw something very big swimming through. A massive fish then jumped out of the water. We both sighed with relief. "Looks like fishing's gonna be good today," my dad said. But no, it wasn't that. Something wasn't right. That fish was not normal. The more I thought about it, the more I realized it looked as if something had taken a big chunk out of it. Not a big bite, I'm talking a huge chunk. My dad continued to set up his rod, and I decided I was just seeing things, because I would always listen to scary podcasts and things like that. So maybe I'm just paranoid or on edge. I finished setting up my fly rod, getting it ready to go before my dad. So I wandered down the riverbank a ways until I heard it again. That breathing sound like the time before. This time, it was coming from the water behind me. I spun around on my heels and slipped on a rock. As I looked up, the breathing had stopped, but there was something touching my hand. I looked down and I saw a fish head and innards spilling out under my hand. "Oh God," I muttered, half talking about the fish and half talking about my fall. I quickly got up and checked on my rod, which I had dropped when I fell. Just then, I heard breathing and water splashing from the middle of the river. I looked over, and I saw this strange humanoid-looking being emerging from the water. It had nails like long claws, with strange webbing in between the fingers. Its eyes were those of a snake. I shook my head and took another look, but by then, it was gone. Whatever it was unnaturally fast. I got up and ran to my dad. My dad was a believer in the paranormal as well as me, but he just didn't think it would be possible. Later that night, we'd gone to my favorite restaurant, Home Slice Pizza. As we drove home in my dad's Tacoma, I looked out my window, though it was kind of dark out, and I swear I saw it again. That humanoid fish-like thing. It was standing on the side of the road, with those tiny snake-like eyes staring at me. The way its mouth stretched open then reminded me of a smile, showing bright yellow teeth and revealing black blood around its mouth. And then, I swear I saw it wave. That was the last I saw of the thing, but I still feel those freaky eyes watching me sometimes, although it's never been there again. If you're listening, you should know that there are weird creatures out there that exist. Be careful when you're near a river, because you never know what's below the surface. My Haunted Road Story, from Responsible Ad 7305. The name of this road is Lick Road in Cincinnati, Ohio. A group of my friends and I went to Lick Road while we were in high school. The story of this road is that a girl named Amy, no one knows if this is the actual name of the girl, was assaulted and killed at the end of the road. People got the name Amy because a sign was spray painted with the name using reflective paint next to that road. So the name Amy took off. Legend has it she supposedly haunts that road looking for help. Another thing about this road is, of course, you have to time your headlights. At 12 a.m. exactly, you're supposed to flash the lights 3 times. The windows are said to fog up, and the words, "Help me," show up in the fog all over the car. Sometimes you gotta wait a few minutes, and I swear this actually happened to us. On to our story. We arrive at said road around 11:30 p.m., and of course there's patchy fog down the whole road, which put everyone on edge already. The road itself is somewhat long with privately owned land at the end of it. Where you're supposed to park is kind of a dirt turnaround kind of thing, with a gate at the other end. The good stuff happens on the other side of that gate, of course. So we split into 2 groups of 3. 3 of us sat by the car and tried to get evidence, while the other group of 3, me included, go past the gate. Past that gate is a dirt path that takes you to a small bridge where the body was supposedly dumped. We all had flashlights, recorders, and cameras, just regular snap cameras. We got a few feet into the path, and the first oddity that happens was my flashlight dying. This thing stays charged for up to 6 hours, but it just died, even though I had just charged it all the way, right before we left. It just freaking died, and it didn't come back on until I plugged it up back at home. Then something creepy happened to me, and only me for some reason. I saw this face about 8 or 9 feet in a tree. It didn't have eyes or a mouth. I turned away to make sure my mind wasn't playing with me. I looked back, expecting maybe the moon or something, but there was nothing. The face I'd seen was now gone. I kept it to myself, not sure if I was just tripping. We kept going until we got to the bridge. Once there, it was dead quiet. You could barely hear the water underneath the bridge. My friend Jay and I went out onto the bridge together, trying to get some pictures. I thought he was behind me the whole time, but it turns out he never went as far as I did. At a certain point, I felt breathing on my neck. I told Jay to stop messing around, but when I turned and looked at him, he was still at the start of the bridge. It couldn't have been him. I had a minor freakout, walking right back to my friend. Now, while we were up there, another friend of mine, P, went underneath the bridge. We were all extra terrified when P comes running, hauling tail back up the hill, saying that he saw a shadow figure in the woods. So all of us booked it back to the car. While we're running back, we hear what sounds like a set of footsteps running past us. Then, all 3 of us see 3 huge shadow figures running through the woods right beside us. They darted past us in almost a blur, but slow enough to see them individually. They tore through the woods, and thankfully that's the last we saw of them. We get back to the car, and we begin to leave. Only that's when we saw that the words, "Help me," were written all over the car. The 3 by the car were swearing up and down that they hadn't done it, and seemed as scared as we were. We hear footsteps outside the car then, but we didn't see anyone. Even so, we booked it away, going around the corner to the nearby UDF, where we parked and tried to collect ourselves. We shared our experiences of the night together. No one else saw or felt anything as much as I did. We also think that whatever was out there may have followed us home, because we all were awakened at the same time of 3-ish in the morning that same night. Our clocks were flashing and the power didn't go out. So how could that have happened? Thank you for listening to another unsettling episode of Unexplained Encounters. You can send us your story to have it narrated on the show at darkstories.org. Unexplained Encounters is an EerieCast original series. You can find other horror-themed podcasts at EerieCast.com, such as Redwood Bureau, a fictional anthology series, Freaky Folklore, a documentary-style series about myths and cryptids around the world, Destination Terror, a show about the most haunted places, and Tales from the Break Room, another show I host all about the scary things that happen to people at work. Again, that's EerieCast.com. By the way, if you want fewer annoying ads and you want to support what we do, consider going to EerieCast.com/plus to sign up for EerieCast Plus. That unlocks all our podcasts with all but host-read ads removed. Until next time, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. You're tuning into this episode because you love the creepy aspects of folklore. So I think you'd love our other show, Freaky Folklore, which takes a documentary-style dive into monsters like the Wendigo, La Llorona, and the werewolf. Search for Freaky Folklore on your favorite podcast app and give it a listen. And if you don't mind, leave a review for Freaky Folklore on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Thank you. Don't let me keep you from this tantalizing 5-hour compilation of folklore horror goodness any longer. Enjoy, and don't forget to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org so I can narrate them in a future episode. Now, let's begin. Camping Tales from Grade 7. From Anonymous. I live in Australia, and my school was pretty big on doing campouts and such. They had taken us out to some camping grounds at the base of a mountain. When we arrived, there was no one else there. We set up our tents and found the toilet block up a driveway. That first night, something strange happened. I woke up seemingly for no reason. As I struggled to go back to sleep, I heard heavy breathing right outside our tent. It was right next to my head. I looked over to my best friend. She was also in the tent with me, but she was fast asleep with her mouth closed. The heavy breathing was not coming from her. Not to mention, I'd been awake for about 30 minutes before I heard that breathing. The tents made quite a bit of noise when they were unzipped, yet I'd heard no one else unzip their tent. Whatever was outside, they were not part of my class. I was paralyzed, lying there praying that it would leave. I was scared it would open the tent and take me and my best friend. But after what seemed like forever, it finally went away. I never heard it walk away. It simply faded away. The following morning, I told all my friends what happened, but they all said the breathing was probably my friend sleeping next to me. The following night, my friend needed to use the bathroom, but I didn't want to leave the tent. It was very early in the morning when she had to get up, but there was a bit of light out. I forced myself to get up to join her. As soon as we step outside the tent, we see this massive footprint, followed by a tiny one. They didn't appear to be from separate creatures, but one. Something with one large foot and one tiny one. They were the only footprints on the dewy grass. My friend tried to ignore the weirdness of the situation, claiming it was one of the guys playing a prank. I pointed out that there were no return footprints, so how did the guys get back to their tent? She ignored me and started walking up the dirt driveway. That's when we hear this ear-shattering shriek. We were both immediately on edge. We continued up the driveway, slowly, quietly. As we turned the corner, we saw what caused the shriek. There were 3 freshly killed possums in a line on the road. Blood seeped out of their necks. My best friend turned to me asking if I think a dingo did that. I shook my head. There weren't dingoes around these parts. If there were, there would be a warning at the entrance of the campgrounds. My friend was now panicking. "Then what did that?" she asked. "I don't know. I still don't know." We made it to the bathrooms, and as we began to walk back, we bumped into a woman. She appeared to be in her 30s. She smiled at us and walked into the bathroom. As we walked back, I realized I didn't know where she could have come from. The only people at the camping grounds were from our school. There were no other tents or caravans in the open space, and the grounds weren't that big. They were surrounded by mountains, creeks, and national parks. We would have seen her tent or caravan. But no, there was nothing no one knew there. To this day, I've never told anyone about the woman or the possums. Minehune in Hilo, Hawaii. From Sea Philly 100. Hilo is the easternmost city on the Big Island, which is the easternmost island on the Hawaiian archipelago. Vastly different from the semi-arid Kona side, Hilo is a lush tropical climate, teeming with pristine virgin rainforest and wild jungle terrain. This encounter took place some 20 miles north of town at Uma Uma Falls State Park. There is a very sketchy route you can take to get out on top of the falls, but it is extremely treacherous, and I would in no way, shape, or form recommend it. So with that said, don't try this at home. Imagine, if you would, a 300-foot waterfall cascading down into a severe jungle basin, chock full of bamboo forest, coconut groves, and wild ginger. This story is told from the perspective of my friend from Hilo. Let's call her Jessie. I arrived at the trailhead right around dusk, as I was trying to catch the sunset out there. So I hurriedly gathered my things before throwing them in my day pack and hitting the trail. Right around 200 yards in or so, you can cut off to the left and get up on the ridgeline, leading down to the waterfall. So I hung a left and started climbing up into the dense jungle foliage. It was slow going through the bamboo thicket, but I gradually made my way out into this raw, exposed patch of hillside. It was incredibly steep, with nothing but ginger roots for handholds. To slip and fall would surely mean death here, and I remember thinking at the time, if I die, at least it's one heck of a way to go. Sweat beading on my brow, I finally crossed the open field, and I found a nice little ledge to post up on at the base of a cliffside. I stopped there to sit and rest for a while, enjoying one of the most brilliant sunsets I've ever seen in my life. Deep, majestic hues of purple and pink that we just don't get back on the mainland. I was taking a moment to collect myself when a tiny little pebble hit me square on the top of my head before bouncing off down the hillside. What the? Another pebble bounced off the top of my head. "Hey, cut it out, I shouted. What puzzled me, though, was how someone could even really climb up above where I was perched. It was simply too dangerous. I stood up shakily and tried to look around. I didn't see anyone. The light was failing fast, so I started making my way back out across the open field. I was about halfway across said field when something caught my eye. I almost would have missed it, except for the fact that it moved slightly, kicking loose a bit of dirt and causing me to look up. What I'm about to say is going to sound crazy, but there it was, this little person standing there. Only they looked more like a garden gnome than anything. He was quite short, probably right around 1.5 feet, 2 feet tops. The first thing I noticed were his eyes. They were small and black, but full of curiosity, almost as if he was seeing something brand new for the first time, trying to process what it meant to him. He had this stubby little nose and pointed ears that sat very close to his head, suggesting the appearance of 2 small pointy horns. His mouth was closed, but I could see 2 tiny little teeth sticking up over his upper lip, right where the canines would be in a human mouth. He wore braided leaves for clothes, covering his tiny body and providing the perfect camouflage. His skin tone was a dark tan, but covered with what appeared to be elaborate stick-and-poke tattoos. He had a small pouch slung over his left shoulder, and he was holding a tiny little walking stick with an arrowhead on the top in his right hand. I went to shift my weight when suddenly he turned heel and sprinted up into the forest so fast it was hard for my eyes to track, giving him the appearance of a trippy little blur. It took me a minute to get over my shock, but it was now pretty dark, and I knew I didn't have much time left. I shimmied across the sketchy traverse, praying not to lose my grip. I finally made it back to the bamboo thicket, breathing a sigh of relief before entering the darkened grove. Ouch, ouch. Something pinched my ankle. I looked down, just in time to see a tiny little arm recoiling back into the shadows. "Leave me alone, alone," I screamed. It was insanely steep, and I knew if I fell, it was more than likely no one would ever find my body. Heck, no one even knew I was out there. What an idiot, I thought, chastising my entire life's choices leading me to this precise point in time. Not to mention I was distinctly aware of tiny little bodies moving through the bamboo. Another pinch, this time on the small of my back. I turned around to the sight of one of those little buggers running off into the forest. "Hey, you little jerk, I exclaimed. That hurt! That was it. I knew I had to haul tail back to the car. I began jumping from pole to pole through the bamboo, only pausing to swat at the occasional hand poking out from in between the branches. I could hear this weird high-pitched laughter all around me, as well as the sound of broken pidgin and native Hawaiian, though I couldn't make out the dialect. I was crying by then. I truly thought I was going to die, and those painful pinches just kept on coming. The laughter was at a fever pitch now, like these little guys were all riled up, whooping and hollering and carrying on. At last, I finally broke free of the bamboo thicket before sprinting back down to the trailhead. I fumbled for my keys, jamming the key in the keyhole and throwing the door open to my car. I briefly turned back to see the bamboo shaking violently. I jumped in my car to the chorus of those little pebbles raining down from overhead. I turned the key in the ignition and went bouncing down the road back down to Hilo, silently mouthing "what the heck" the entire way back. It took me a while to talk about it, but when I did, I was confounded by the rather casual, matter-of-fact attitude that people seemed to have about my strange encounter. "Oh yeah, but Minehune," they would say. I looked it up, and apparently the Minehune are essentially the Hawaiian equivalent of Irish leprechauns and predate the Polynesian settlers there. Highly efficient hunters and trappers, they build complex traps for wild boar and crafty little fish ponds to capture fish. They tend to prefer remote jungle terrain far away from humans, but they have been known to make their presence felt when defending their territory. There's actually some really cool academic research regarding these little fellows, as well as several other forest-dwelling Hawaiian races. The Nawao, who are large-sized wild hunters descended from Luanu'u, the Mu people, and the Wa people. My understanding is that some of these creatures are similar to Australian howlies or Vietnamese rock apes. Overall, I wasn't too scared. Rather, I was fascinated by the ordeal as a whole, and I've actually been back to that spot a couple of times. Unfortunately, I haven't seen those little dudes again. Or at least, not yet, anyway. My Sister and the Vampire. From Anonymous. You know, I never really thought I'd be sitting down writing an experience like this that involved me. But after a while had passed since this incident, I figured now I can tell this story. Now I should explain that I'm adopted. My parents were both unfit to be, well, parents, and so my aunt and her wife both adopted me and took me in as their own when I was about 12. Being adopted, I gained a brother and 2 sisters. My brother Roger was a Marine and was constantly away. My sister Felicia lived about 6 hours away from us. My sister Crystal was the only one of my aunt's wife's kids to live nearby. Anyway, at the time of this story, I was a senior in high school. It was winter break and I couldn't wait to relax for 2 whole weeks. Being the loner I was, I decided to stay home all break. My days mainly consisted of binge watching Netflix and playing a crap ton of video games. That's just how I liked it, staying up until 5 a.m., then sleeping until 2 in the afternoon. One afternoon, I woke up to loud knocking at my door and the calling of my name. I reply with a groggy, "Yeah." Crystal's gonna be staying the night with her kids, while me and Sherry hang with an old friend tonight, my aunt explained and walked away. Great, I thought. Me and Crystal didn't hate each other, we just didn't have a single thing in common, so we didn't have much of a relationship. She was really into witchcraft and voodoo stuff. Stuff I thought was just junk she wouldn't let go of from her goth days in high school. She always seemed so normal during the day, but at night she'd get really weird and start blabbering on about summoning things. I never gave it too much thought, other than she's probably crazy. 6 p.m. comes around, and I hear my sister Crystal and her kids swing by. I happened to be eating cereal on the couch when they came in, so I greeted them right away. "Hey guys," I say as pleasantly as I can. The kids respond with their cheerful noises and 1,000,000 hellos, but my sister didn't seem to notice. She didn't so much as look at me as she walked in and dropped off her kids' stuff on the couch next to me. Now, like I said, we weren't close at all, but we weren't on any bad terms. I expected her to at least smile and nod like she normally would. But no, nothing. Somewhat annoyed, I directed all my attention at the kids, listening to the tales of the museum they went to the other day. After some time, I felt as if I got my fill of social activity for the day and went downstairs to the basement, where my room was. It was around 7 p.m. or so now, so I knew the kids would be getting ready for bed soon. I decided I'd keep it quiet down here, as their room was directly above mine. I put on some Arrow and began my night of Netflix. About 5 or so episodes later, I hear a noise coming from upstairs, sort of like someone moving furniture or something like that. It wasn't like a table or anything, though. To me, it sounded like a rug being pulled around. Whatever, guess she's doing some moving around up there, I think to myself. But then it kept going. It sounded like she moved it all around the darned house. Annoyed, I walked up the basement stairs and opened the door which led to the kitchen, closing it behind me as I walked in. I walk into pure darkness, except for the lighting of 3 candles all grouped together on the kitchen counter. Save for the small area by where the candles were, I could not see a thing. I turned to my right and began shuffling my hand on the wall, looking for the light switch. Not having much of a sense of where in the kitchen I was, it took a moment. I want to say a solid 5 seconds after searching for the darned light switch, I heard a whisper coming from the darkness. It was subtle, and obviously directed towards me. "What are you doing?" I heard it say. "Looking for the light switch because you only got candles lighting things up in here," I replied, obviously annoyed. Before I could even finish my sentence, however, she cut me off as the last word left my mouth. In what I could describe best as a whisper shout, she replied with, "He doesn't like that. You'll scare him off." I ignored her nonsense and eventually found the light switch. Flicking it on revealed the rest of the kitchen, but boy did I wish I left the dang thing off. Felt as if my heart stopped. My eyes widened in pure disbelief as what looked like the body of a dead dog lay on the floor in the middle of the kitchen, sitting in a pool of blood. "What the heck?" I exclaimed, unable to muster anything else. I backed all the way up against the wall, my back hitting the door as I did. It was the most horrific thing I'd seen in my entire life, until I took my eyes off the body. Turning to look for my sister, I saw her in the doorway that connected the living room and the kitchen. But she wasn't alone. Standing next to her was a man with a hood over his head. Thanks to the light now illuminating the room, I saw his face. He was a pale man, no older than 30, and his mouth was covered in blood. But that wasn't the first thing I noticed. What I first noticed was the way his face was formed. It was weird and unnatural, his forehead huge, his eyes just slits that didn't seem natural at all. He didn't look human. Feeling like I was going to lose my mind, I turned and opened the door behind me and began running down the stairs, fear taking over my body. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. Halfway down, I heard the chilling and adrenaline-inducing sound of loud footsteps following me down the stairs. I didn't close the door behind me when I left, so it would be easy for whoever was behind me to begin chasing me. This only made me speed up and sprint the rest of the way down, running as fast as I possibly could. At the bottom of the stairs, I didn't even think about turning around to see if I was still being chased, as I could still hear those footsteps following me. I ran down into the basement and quickly into my room, slamming the door behind me and locking the door as I did. Not even 2 seconds after I locked the door, a loud bang came from it, as if someone had run directly into it full force. The flimsy door instantly showed signs of giving in with the assault. I screamed at the top of my lungs, not sure what the heck I was supposed to do. Loud banging and knocking came from the door, and from the sound of it, it was 2 sets of hands knocking. Thinking on instinct alone, I grabbed my BB gun that sat in the corner of my room. Sure, it was a BB gun and it wasn't even loaded, but it sure as heck looked like a real rifle. Anything to defend myself was good. I never considered calling the police as I entered self-defense mode, ready to bluff with this gun the moment that door came down, and it sure as heck seemed close. The banging and yelling increased as I heard my sister yelling things like, "Open this door," and "We just want to talk." But I didn't hear anything from the voice of the man she was with. He remained silent, banging on my door with my sister. "I'm armed. Come in here and I'll blow your freaking head off," I replied. I didn't believe my own threat. It was just a half-cocked yelp in fear. No way someone would take it seriously. But oddly enough, it seemed to work. The banging stopped abruptly. The door, now cracked in the middle, seemed to hold, to my surprise. Everything just stopped. Everything had been so heated and intense, then as soon as it began, it just stopped. There was what I thought to be silence for a long while. I then realized the kids had woke up and were now crying out loud. They could be heard clearly even down in the basement. Other than that, there was silence. Then there was a voice so cold, so chilling that thinking about it to this day strikes fear into my heart. "Our blood isn't the same, but you're still family. I wouldn't consume you, and neither would Thor." I had no reply to my sister's words. The word consumed echoed in my ears, not leaving for the rest of the time we stood at opposite ends of the door. She attempted to sound pleasant, but it only came off as sinister. After a few long moments, I guess they realized I wasn't going to answer. I heard them leave, out of the basement and back up the stairs, the best sound I had ever heard in my life. I dropped the BB gun, and I sat on my bed, attempting to figure out what the heck just happened, and if I'd been dreaming the whole time. Obviously, I hadn't been. I couldn't believe anything that just happened, I just couldn't. I didn't sleep for what seemed like hours before the sun came up. I waited for my aunt and her wife to return home and see the mess that was laid out in the kitchen. But to my dismay, that never happened. Instead, they came home to find nothing in the kitchen. It was cleaner than it was when they left. I couldn't believe my eyes. I frantically explained what happened, but without evidence left behind, they didn't believe my story. They assured me it was just a dream. I tried showing them the busted door, but they shrugged it off as the door being flimsy and old, just wear and tear they didn't notice from over the years. There was no way it was just wear and tear. It looked like what one could only explain as a door that almost got busted down on purpose. I saw my sister Crystal only a couple more times over the next year. Each encounter, she acted as though the events of that night didn't happen, and in fact, slowly seemed to try and make an effort to become closer to me. Something I was not down for. That fall, I applied and got accepted to a college about 2 hours away, which is where I live currently. I haven't heard from her since the day before I left for college, where she told me to stay safe because there are a lot of crazies out there. Yeah, trust me, I know. To this day, I wonder if it was all a dream. But thinking back to that busted up door, I know it was definitely not a dream. This past winter break, I decided on staying with a friend as I knew Crystal liked staying at home with my aunt during the holidays. But right around the corner right now is spring break, and I have no place to go but home. I'm hoping it was a one-time deal, and I'm praying not to see what I saw that night again, nor the man that she was with. To better understand the next story, I'm going to have to put the first entry to the story, which I narrated over 5 years ago, right here.
Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Submitted by Josh P. Whenever I hear a Mothman story, it tends to be rather personal to me, and even sometimes frustrating, as I've had my own encounter with this creature, which is quite different from other stories you may have heard. For context, I grew up in the suburbs of northern Ohio, right outside some big cities. The thing with Ohio is that you're never more than 20 minutes away from some rural parts. Therefore, I was well versed in both city and country living. My parents, on the other hand, were amateur ghost hunters and frequently went out of town to ghost hunt. One spot they came across was a small city in West Virginia named Point Pleasant. Any fan of cryptozoology or the paranormal would know of this place. So it was no surprise when my parents fell in love with that area. So much so that when I was about 13, my family bought 100 acres of land, a mere 20 or so miles from the town, right along the Ohio River. It was our little retreat where we would go every other weekend to escape the drag of everyday life. Now, our property has much history on it, allegedly. According to legend, a now dead Shawnee chief cursed our land and the surrounding lands. Ever since we got there, I've heard of a werewolf sighting happening in town just last October, and my mother herself swears she saw a little boy roaming our campsite. But none of these come even relatively close to my encounter with the ominous and legendary Mothman of Point Pleasant. As most of you probably already know, Point Pleasant is one of the first locations the Mothman has ever been seen, for the most part, so it was a must for my family and friends to go out and explore the areas he is said to roam. As practically everyone in our town has had an encounter, we asked around town first for some good leads, and a lot of good online research shows that the Mothman lives in these old World War II bunkers just a few miles north of town. Allegedly, the bunkers were old bomb warehouses in the 40s and 50s, but after the war, the government closed up the bunkers and turned the surrounding land into a state park, patrolled by park rangers. Naturally, we sped through the back roads until we found the park, and after an hour of driving around the forest in broad daylight, we decided to get out and finally walk around. Immediately, we came to these paths with chains going across, eliminating vehicular travel, so we walked through. About 100 yards down the trail, we came upon a small clearing. Immediately walking into this clearing, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my heart seemed to skip every other beat. There, on the other side of the small clearing, stood a large concrete bunker, overgrown with the forest around it, like nature had reclaimed its territory. I honestly did not expect to find anything there, so upon seeing this, the story suddenly became that much more real. Gathering our courage, my friend and I walked up to the bunker together, which was clearly padlocked with one of those really heavy solid steel padlocks. The first thing and probably most intimidating thing we noticed was the bright caution sign on the door, warning us of highly explosive contents. That was scary enough in and of itself. But being the idiotic 16-year-old I was, I laughed to my friends to try to impress them, and I put my ear against the solid metal door, listening in for anything. But it was silent. I then grabbed the long metal door handle and shook the door with all of my might, but of course it barely budged, despite being probably 60 or 70 years old. We took plenty of pictures, and then moved to find more bunkers all on separate paths down the road a bit more. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, But for some reason, my mother refused to return to that first bunker we came across. All she would say was that it gave her an uneasy feeling of dread, and she desired to puke the closer she got. This was honestly kind of unnerving to hear. My mother has dealt with far worse things many times before, often with the supernatural, and she has been barely fazed by those. But something was different about this place. Beyond that, nothing happened regarding the Mothman for a while. That was until this summer, nearly 2 years later. This happened about a month and a half ago. Myself and 5 of my closest friends all went on a camping trip to my parents' property near Point Pleasant, in the hopes that we could enjoy one last outing together, as most of us were leaving for the military relatively soon. At the time, we were all 18 except for our friend Dylan, who was 25. It was our first night there. We were sitting around the campfire telling jokes and stories, just being average teenagers. All in all, our night was going really well, until about 3 in the morning, when my friend Dylan excused himself to go to the bathroom. The rest of us continued on hanging out and laughing, when a few moments later, Dylan returned with a concerned expression on his face. When we asked him what was up, he told us it sounded like a deer was wounded down the slope a little bit. He was a big animal guy, despite being a stone-faced Army combat veteran, which made us chuckle a little bit. I told him that as we're on top of a mountain, the sound travels very well, and that it was probably nothing, but he insisted that it was nearby and that we had to go check it out. So, admittedly a little curious myself, I agreed, and our friends Brian and Luke stayed by the camp, while Dylan, Han, Mickey, and myself went over to check it out. As soon as we left the vicinity of the fire, we could hear the groans of a wounded deer carrying through the trees. It did indeed sound close, so we followed the noise until we reached a large ravine with no way across. We stopped to assess our situation, and we noticed the cries of the deer had suddenly stopped. In fact, every night creature had stopped making any kind of noise, and only the gentle flow of the wind through the trees remained. This creeped us out, wondering if there was a predator nearby, as bears, mountain lions, and coyotes, and all sorts of poisonous snakes roamed these woods. Dylan and myself thankfully brought guns. He was carrying a 12-gauge Remington shotgun, and I had with me a semi-automatic Colt AR-15, both very capable of handling a bear or mountain lion. After 15 minutes of searching for a way to cross the ravine, we gave up, and we began to head back the way we came. But the moment we got about 5 steps away, the groaning of the deer started again, louder and more drawn out than before, so we turned around, but again it stopped. This irritated my friend Han, who then stomped down toward the edge of the ravine, shining his light below. Just then, his flashlight cut out, and before anyone else could react, we all felt a massive gust of air, along with an enormous presence looming before us. But we could see nothing but black. Then the ground beneath me gave out, and Han and I found ourselves tumbling down the ravine. We both hit the bottom hard, and we got up quickly. We scrambled for the flashlight or the gun, or anything to use to feel less defenseless. We could hear yelling and running above us as I scrambled for the rifle. Then it all went by like a blur, until we found ourselves back at the top of the ravine, gun in hand, running back to our campsite. We ran for what seemed like an hour, despite only hiking 15 minutes down the ravine. We both dropped instinctively when a shotgun blast rang through the air, and as we got back up, another shot went off, and another, and then silence. It was only then that I realized my leg was bleeding, and Han was crying. We sat for a few moments listening and scanning the trees around us, when suddenly Han grabbed my shoulder and yelled for me to shoot it. Just shoot the thing. At that, I sprung around to see 2 red eyes staring at us from a tall tree. It was only about 200 feet away and 30 feet up. I froze, and I was unable to shoot. I was mesmerized by those blood-red eyes. They seemed to have a glow about them. My sense of ease scared me even more, and it clearly shook Han as he just grabbed my shoulder and ran. We ran as fast as we were humanly capable of, until we finally broke onto the ridgeline into the camp, where everyone else was already scrambling. Immediately, we packed our things, got into the truck, and peeled out of there as fast as possible. No one spoke the whole way home, and it was only after 3 days of being back that we asked Dylan what happened with him and Mickey. He said that they began to run back, and upon realizing we weren't following, they turned back, where this thing, as he said, stepped into their path. He said he didn't have time to study its body. All he noticed was its immense height, wings, and those damned red eyes. He said that he thought it was a man, us perhaps, before he noticed those eyes. He said he didn't think, he just reacted, and shot at the thing multiple times, then turned back. But Mickey never had a chance to see it like he did. None of us except Han told our parents, and Hans didn't believe them apparently, and now he won't ever bring it up. Since then, I've been obsessively researching the Mothman, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is what we saw in those woods. Since then, my family has returned to our property multiple times, and we've had no weird encounters with the Mothman, surprisingly. Was he hunting us for stalking too close to his home at those bunkers? I don't really know. But I do plan on returning to the bunkers to find out more about this creature. So maybe there will be another tale to tell soon. Though I admit, I get cold sweats now when I simply think about going back there.
Mothman follow-up. A while back, I posted a story detailing my encounter with the ominous Mothman of Point Pleasant. I promised to return to the bunkers from the encounter, and I did. This happened about 3 or 4 months after the first incident. None of my friends from the first encounter went back. They either didn't want to go, or they left for the military. So my good friends Alex and Jess volunteered to tag along. Both Alex and Jess have had paranormal encounters of their own, so you could say we were all more or less prepared for the trip. We brought flashlights, a professional-grade camera, survival gear, and paranormal equipment, including my parents' K2 EMF detector, which picked up on electrical and magnetic impulses, generally given off by paranormal entities. At least that's what I read online. We got down to our property, which was about 20 miles from Point Pleasant and the Mothman bunkers. It was about 1 a.m. when we pulled up to the campsite, so it was pitch black. The first thing any of us noticed was the way it felt. The usually peaceful hilltop was silent and eerie. It felt distinctly like something was watching us from the tree line. We grabbed our bags and immediately crowded into the camper, where we locked the doors and drew the shutters. After about an hour, we settled down, forgetting all about that creepy feeling and managing to catch some sleep. At about 6 a.m., I woke up to make some coffee, and I found that Jess was already awake. She asked if I would go outside with her, so she could smoke a cigarette, as we all three agreed not to venture out alone past dark. We sat there watching the sun barely begin to shed its rays over the trees, and we just made small talk. As she finished her smoke, we suddenly heard a light tapping coming from behind the camper, about 15 feet or so to our right. This freaked us both out, and we jumped up, immediately wishing we hadn't left our guns in the camper. As soon as we jumped, the noise stopped, and we heard crashing amongst the bushes behind the camper, as if something was running away from us back into the tree line. We bolted inside and locked the door, not venturing out until the sun was well above us in the sky. For the next couple of days, we wandered the town and our property, learning about colonial history and just enjoying the gorgeous sights. In town, we came across an obelisk where Chief Cornstalk of the Shawnee tribe was buried. He had been murdered by the early colonists, and is said to have originally cursed this land, and many believe his curse gave birth to the Mothman and the tragedies he invokes. We also noticed a prayer stone which was used by the Shawnee to ward off evil spirits with an offering. We kept that in mind if something were to go very bad. Later on, during the third night there, we were looking through the photos we took on the land, and we came across a picture Jess took of some cows on the land. The cows seemed disturbed by something, and as we zoomed in and enhanced, it became overwhelmingly clear that something was there. Something was watching us from the trees, and we hadn't even noticed. This shook us with fear, and we stayed up all night researching and pretty much just freaking out over what we have on photo. We decided the next evening we'd go to the bunkers. The following day, we rolled up to the bunkers with all our gear, ready to investigate. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sun was just beginning to set. We hiked up to the first bunker, where my mother felt the most disturbed with the K2 meter on. It was on the lowest level, meaning electronic and magnetic impulses were low, which was normal for the middle of the woods. As soon as the bunker came into sight, my heart nearly ripped from my chest. The closed and bolted door to the bunker was wide open. At that moment, the K2 meter spiked to the maximum level, meaning there was an extreme presence nearby. All my instincts told me to run, but our curiosity pushed us on into the bunker. Inside, the bunker was ice cold, and so dark my flashlight barely cut through the thick air. Jess sat near the door to take pictures, while I dared to venture a little further in. It was super quiet, and every little noise we made was amplified tenfold, echoing throughout the complex. Every picture Jess took sent a shiver down my spine, and we couldn't shake this morbid feeling of dread. Suddenly, there was a crashing of branches from outside. Alex yelled we had to go, so we hurried our way back to the entrance and out to the car, where we finally shook off that feeling of being followed. We decided to try a few more bunkers before we left, but none felt anything like the first. We couldn't shake that eerie feeling, and Alex became increasingly paranoid, which made Jess and I very on edge. As we got back in the car to finally leave, we saw headlights behind us, and as the truck passed by, it slowed to a crawl, but it was too dark to see who was driving. After they passed us, we pulled out to leave the woods when suddenly we saw the truck's taillights disappear. They didn't shift like it was turning or fade like they turned off. They simply ceased to be there. I didn't believe it, so I floored the gas, speeding up to nearly 60 miles per hour to catch this truck that was going no more than 25 on a straight, flat, narrow road. We made it to the end of the road in no time, but there was no truck. We all felt tingles down our spine. There was nowhere this truck could have turned or gone to escape our view. It just vanished. Nothing made any sense at this point, and as we drove back to the property, we went over every possible scenario that could have happened. The truck, the bunkers, the thing watching us in the distance by the cows. The bunker door looked as if someone or something had ripped it open from the inside, which would have taken an immeasurable amount of force, as outrageous as that may sound. We returned home the next day and looked at all the photos and recordings we took, now completely sure there's something stalking or flying through those darned woods in Point Pleasant. Hat Man, from Anonymous. I was 7 years old when this happened to me. My family and I had just moved into our new house. It was my mother, father, sister, and 2 brothers. My parents' bedroom had a broken window, so my dad thought it best to sleep in that room by himself, while my mom and us kids slept on a mattress on the floor in the living room. We were really excited to be in our new house. We'd had a long day, so we called it a night and went to bed. A few hours later, I woke up to a noise. It sounded like someone was trying to break into the house. I was so scared I couldn't move. I was able to slightly lift my head when I saw a figure of a man. He had no distinctive features save for the hat he wore. I would describe it as perhaps a fedora. All I saw was a silhouette of a man. He had no other dimensions to him, but I felt evil radiating off of his presence. Fear engulfed me when it felt we had made eye contact, even without actually seeing his eyes. I realized he was aware of my presence, just like I was aware of his. He was standing in the hall staring down at me. In the hall was a window. He started to bang on the window with one fist, all the while his body and head were still facing my direction. I was able to nudge my sister awake. She was a bit annoyed, but I quickly told her what was happening. I pointed towards the figure. The look on her face was sheer terror. She quickly hid under the blanket, and I followed suit. We continued to hear the noise until sleep caved in. I woke up the next morning, and everything seemed normal. I asked my sister if she remembered last night. She looked at me in a weird and puzzled way, telling me she didn't know what I was talking about. I don't know if she was in denial or truly didn't remember. All I know is after that experience, more paranormal experiences soon followed up, even to this day. Ghost Hound, from Anonymous. This happened a long time ago, so my memory of it isn't super clear. But I remember being quite frightened after something strange happened in my own backyard. I was about 8 or 9 years old at the time, and my friend and I were hanging out at my house. We were having lunch in the yard on a beautiful sunny fall day. The fence at the time had seen better days, and there were lots of fairly big gaps in it that rabbits and stray cats often went through in and out of the yard. Seemingly instantly, a cloud covered the sun, and a huge gust of cold wind came through, blowing leaves everywhere. Our attention was then drawn to the back alley, where we saw a large dog behind the fence of the yard. The dog's appearance seemed odd. There weren't many dogs in the neighborhood either. If I remember correctly, it was brown and white, and it looked like a smooth collie. Something about it wasn't right, though, and my friend and I were both frightened by its presence. We watched this dog as it walked down the alley, when, all of a sudden, it began trying to get in the yard. It wasn't barking, which in hindsight seems very odd, due to its abrupt aggression. It was viciously snarling and clawing at one of the gaps in the fence, shoving its head inside. This was when we noticed that its eyes were a bright, glowing red. With the only barrier between us being a rickety old fence, we both panicked. We got ready to sprint back inside the house, but as soon as we got up, the dog just stopped clawing at the fence. It then turned away calmly, and just as it appeared, another huge gust of wind went by with leaves everywhere, and it was gone. There was nothing left in the alley besides dead leaves and garbage cans. No trace of that dog, no sounds of it running away. And trust me, it would have had to run to not be seen by us, due to the length of the yard. After it was gone, we took our food back inside, and we did not go back out without our parents with us. I saw the Grim Reaper, from Anonymous. My name is Magnus, and I'm from Iceland. I saw the Grim Reaper. In the year 2014, I was 13 years old. My family got a puppy because we thought our old dog was going to pass soon. She was getting weak. She didn't do much anymore, until we got the puppy, who we named Lori. Our older dog, Rose, got better and happier after Lori came to us. It was like Rose thought of Lori as her own pup. After around 6 months, Lori began having problems. She always had to go to the bathroom to either pee or poo, and I'm talking more than 20 times a day. Her stomach became bloated. We took her to the vet and she gave us some pills, but she didn't get any better after a month or two. We found out that her liver didn't grow. It was apparently infected and was not doing its job properly. We had to take her to a better vet or animal hospital since we lived in a small town. There was just so much a small town vet can do here. Once there, we were told she would have to stay the night. I believed we would take her home the next day or the day after. However, the last night we stayed there, she was put down since the vet could not do anything for her. We discovered the problem with her liver a little too late. Now, the very same night she passed, I had a very strange slumber. It didn't feel like sleep. It didn't feel like a dream, but I knew I'd fallen asleep at some point. Some believe it to be astral projection. Maybe that's what it was. I was in my kitchen all of a sudden. I went to look through the window and I saw Lori running up towards the house, but she wasn't on the ground. She seemed to be floating. She was also transparent. I could see through her. But what I saw coming after her I did not expect. Keep in mind, I had no idea the dog had passed that night. The figure I saw I knew instantly was Death, the Grim Reaper. But it wasn't your typical look for the Grim Reaper. It was shorter, like a child in height. It had a white hood and cloak. I could not see any legs either. It still had some flesh on its face and hands, but most of it had rotted away. Lori tried to hide behind me. It didn't seem to notice me. It just went after her. This made me very angry, so I lashed out at the Grim Reaper, trying to punch it. But I was pushed back as Lori ran away. That's when I woke up. I had a weird pain in my back as if I'd just fallen on it. I told my mom about this a year later. She's a little superstitious, and I didn't want to worry her at the time. She thinks it appeared white and youthful because Lori was young and had a pure soul. The dream and the picture of that Grim Reaper is always in the back of my mind. No dream has ever been as vivid and clear as that. Bloody Mary Disaster. From Anonymous. It was a typical summer day. Me and a few friends of mine were playing late-night football in my backyard. Our parents were over at a neighbor's place for a house party. After a while, we decided to go inside. We were browsing the internet, seeing a few people doing the Bloody Mary challenge. It was the usual, people saying her name in the dark bathroom, screaming as they claimed to see her, and then the video ends. My best friend, Josh, smirked and suggested we do the challenge ourselves. "Are you crazy? No way." One of my friends, Paris, said. She sounded pretty scared, and I shrugged. Don't worry, it's not real," I stated. Josh chuckled and grabbed a few candles as his cousin Daniel grabbed my dad's camera and turned it on. We got ready and headed into my basement bathroom to make it more creepy. I lit the candles with the lighter I had, then we closed the door and turned off the lights. I sat the candles on either side of the mirror. By then, Josh and Daniel were so excited they were bouncing uncontrollably. I had Paris hold the camera. I still had the football with me and gripped it hard as Josh, Daniel, and I all said her name in unison. After a few seconds, nothing happened, and I sighed. "See, Paris, nothing happened," I said. I looked at her. She looked pale, and I looked at her worried. "Paris, you okay?" Josh asked. We then heard ragged breathing, but it wasn't coming from any of us. It was coming from the mirror. Shakily, we all turned to it, and we saw her. A girl in the mirror, another figure in the room with us, only in the mirror. The girl banged on the glass from the other side as we all screamed. Then I swear she reached out, her nails digging into my football and popping it. We hauled tail out of there, escaping to the neighbor's house. We told my parents and they came straight back to the house. We saw shattered glass from the mirror and a broken camera. My parents were mad. They told me to just stay at Paris's house for the night so they could figure out what to do with me. It's been years since then, and I just started college, sharing a house with Paris, Josh, and Daniel. I'd be lying if I didn't admit the feelings of being watched we all have even still, especially when we stand in front of a mirror. The Black-Eyed Boy. From Anonymous. It happened when I was about 8 years old. There were always strange things happening at my grandparents' house, but this one experience still haunts me. My mom had taken me and my brothers and sister to my grandpa's house. Naturally, all of us kids were outside playing, being loud and running around near the woods. As the sun began to go down, I suddenly got a strange feeling that we were being watched. I told my older cousin, but he just brushed it off, telling me to come inside with everyone. So we all hung out in my Uncle Sean's room, playing his old Nintendo or Atari, I can't remember which. After a couple of hours, when it was completely dark out, I got that strange feeling again, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked over to my cousin, and I was about to say something when we both looked towards the window. That's when I saw him. A little boy with pale white skin and deep red hair was staring at us. The most horrific part about this was his eyes. They were solid black as coal, staring back at us. Whenever I looked into his eyes, I felt a wave of negativity, and a deep, almost primal fear took hold of me. Just as I was about to scream, my grandpa came running into the room. He glanced at the window, then charged outside, yelling at the boy in Cherokee to go away, that he's bad, that he's not welcome here. I had never seen him so angry in my entire life. After that day, we were not to play outside after dark. I've listened to several Black-Eyed Kids stories, and the one thing that's missing is an accurate description of the fear you feel when you lock eyes with one of these creepy little guys. Sleep paralysis experience with the Reaper. From Anonymous. A few years back, in my late teens, I would suffer from frequent episodes of sleep paralysis. Most of these cases involved me seeing dark, featureless figures, commonly referred to as shadow men, in the corner of my room, accompanied with a heavy feeling on my chest, and I would feel pinned to my bed. The worst of these experiences happened roughly 2 years ago, and was perhaps the only time in my conscious or unconscious life where I was thoroughly convinced I was going to die. I was sleeping in my bed when I was awakened by the sound of my bedside alarm. This initially confused me as I didn't remember setting an alarm, and it felt way too early in the morning to be waking up. My room was still pitch dark. I removed myself from the warmth of my blanket and rolled sideways to turn off the alarm, which surprisingly was set for 4:30 a.m. I shrugged it off and began to roll back over to sleep. Usually, I sleep on my side. I was rolling over to sleep on my opposite shoulder. However, I was unable to reach that position. I soon realized I was pinned down on my mattress the moment my back was flat on the bed. Unable to move my torso and struggling to breathe, I turned my head back towards the alarm. That's where I saw a figure that I thought was the Reaper himself, floating an inch or two above the alarm. In retrospect, this dark thing looked and behaved more like a Dementor from Harry Potter. I began to shake and fight violently against what felt like an invisible 3-ton truck on my chest as the dark figure began inching closer and closer to me. I remember feeling a sense of dread, convinced that I would forever be stuck in this nightmare if I didn't manage to escape before this thing reached me. Thoughts of my family and loved ones waiting for me on the other side of my consciousness flashed before me, motivating me to fight harder against the weight on my chest. The thing was now right next to me, and it began to whisper something in my ear, just as I was able to break free from the invisible chains and wake up from my nightmare. I awoke in a panic to find myself in my pitch-black room, my bed and body soaked with sweat. I immediately rolled over to check my alarm, and was horrified to find that it had indeed been set to ring at 4:30 a.m. A cold feeling of utter dread suddenly filled my body, and I didn't manage a single minute of sleep for the rest of the night. The most horrifying thing about this so-called dream was that I felt the Reaper-like thing had used the alarm to bait me into its ambush. It was like it knew I was safe from its clutches, so long as I was wrapped up underneath my blankets. It used the alarm to lure me out of my safety. Fortunately, this was the last of these experiences I've had in a while, but I still often check my alarm before going to bed to see if it had been set at a strange time by something. Skinwalker in Tuba City. From Anonymous. This is my true Skinwalker story. At the time of this experience, I had no knowledge, nor had I ever heard of a Skinwalker. I was 19 years old at the time and lived in Phoenix, Arizona with my parents, while attending community college. My sister-in-law had asked me to go with her to Tuba City, Arizona, to visit with her mother and pick up some papers. Her mother was a school teacher there on the Navajo reservation. We would be staying there overnight. Her mother lived in one of those small government houses on the reservation. There were about 3 or 4 houses near her on a small paved street. Except for a few buildings near there, it was pretty desolate. My niece and nephew were with us. We'll call my sister-in-law Mary, my nephew Mike, and my niece Amy. Mike was 10 years old at the time, and Amy was 9. It was early evening when we finally arrived in Tuba City. We had stopped at a fast food restaurant on the way to pick up dinner to go. Upon arriving at the house, we all ate together at a small kitchen table. We talked and visited a while before settling in the small living room to watch some TV. There wasn't a lot to do there, so Mary and I decided we would take a night drive and explore around the reservation. I know what you're thinking. It was a very bad idea, or a dumb idea. 2 white women who are in a strange place have no business driving around at night on an Indian reservation. Whatever. We drove around for about an hour and a half. Surprisingly, nothing weird had happened yet. We were just laughing, talking, and listening to music as we drove up and down dirt roads. After a while, we decided to head back. When arriving back home, we stayed up a little bit later, then decided it was time to go to bed. I slept in a small back bedroom on a twin bed next to a window with horizontal blinds. My nephew Mike slept on the floor in a sleeping bag in the same room. Mary and Amy were in the other room, down the hallway. During the night, I was awakened by strange scratching noises outside the window by my bed. It sounded like something was making long, deliberate, slow clawing sounds down the window, like when someone runs their nails down a chalkboard. I am a light sleeper, so this woke me up right away. I whispered loudly to my nephew Mike to wake up, asking him if he was hearing the same thing I was. Mike was sleepy and groggy, being awakened from a deep slumber, so he seemed confused at first. I asked him again if he had heard the scratching noise. He didn't answer. He was just out of it. He then lay back down and was out like a light. I was perplexed and a little frightened. I thought to myself maybe it was just a stray cat or dog, but I couldn't figure it out. I did, however, have no inclination to look out that window, so I simply lay there, listening. After several minutes, the clawing stopped. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. I mentioned this at the kitchen table during breakfast, but no one seemed very interested. We left later that afternoon, and I never gave it another thought. 6 months later, I was attending one of my college classes called Indians of the Southwest. The teacher was lecturing us about different legends and stories of the Navajo people. He touched upon tales of evil medicine men, or witches, called skinwalkers. He began telling us that they are very dangerous and harmful. They have the ability to turn into or disguise themselves as any animal. They could take the guise of a coyote, wolf, or even a bear. They've also been known to follow people home at night. That's why you should never be out on the reservation after dark. You're never supposed to make eye contact with a skinwalker because they can possess your soul. You should never talk about them because you can draw them to you. They can cause havoc and bring evil into your life. An icy chill went down my spine. I remembered that night I'd spent on the reservation. I wondered if a skinwalker had followed Mary and I home that night after our drive. The realization that a skinwalker had targeted us fills me with fear. I think of this often, and I'm so glad I didn't look out the window that night. I'm also haunted by the fact that there was just a very thin pane of glass separating me from such an evil entity. And now I guess I know why no one in the family wanted to talk about it. My Mother's Haunting, from Fallen Angel. The year was 2004 in Southern California. I was 16 years old. I am Native American, Navajo. My grandmother was a medicine woman and at a young age was in the process of teaching me her ways. When I was a child, she always told me to not be afraid of anything I might see, that I was special. Ever since then, it was like a gate opened in me, and I began to see things and feel. I do hear them sometimes, cries and screams like whispers in my ears. This causes me to have to wear earbuds to sleep, playing some music, in order to drown them out and sleep. I've been through a lot of hauntings through my childhood, till this day in 2021, but this haunting was one that has upset me, as something attacked my mother. One day my mother came to me, and I could see she looked so drained, like she hadn't had good sleep in a long time. I asked her what was wrong, when I noticed she seemed scared. She said to me, "I'm terrified to sleep. Every night I get woke up, and I can't move at all, and all of a sudden I see something dark slowly crawling from the edge of the bed by my feet, climbing up my legs all the way to me. All I can do is cry. I feel hands on my neck starting to choke me. I try to move to wake up your dad, but nothing happens." I kept my eyes on her, listening to her story, to her every word. I'm no stranger to the supernatural, and I know ways to keep things away. This angered me that something in my family's home was hurting my mother. I tried to calm her down and assure her she would be okay. "Mom, come sleep in my room tonight. I'll stay up and watch you as you sleep, and I'll see if I can catch it." I have a little dog named Princess. She was a very good dog. She would sleep with me in my room, and she'd always growl when she felt danger, tangible or supernatural. Through the night, she would keep watch of me all the time, and she made me feel safe. That night, my mother came into my room, lay on the bed, and I told her to sleep, reminding her that I'd be here so she didn't have to worry. It was around 10 p.m. at the time, and she fell fast asleep. I stayed up right next to her with my dog in the middle of us. The dog soon fell asleep too. At around 2 a.m., nothing had yet happened, so I got up to use the bathroom. As I was coming out of the bathroom, I looked at my bedroom door, which I kept open just in case, and a dark figure ran past inside. In my head, I thought, well, here we go. I walked back into my room and closed the door behind me. I lay on the bed and waited for anything to happen. Before long, I was getting bored, since nothing was happening. I lay on my stomach with my hand holding my head. I let out a long breath, folded my hands, and lay my head on them, facing away from the door. Not even 1 second passed and I heard my door open. I had a quick conversation in my head, and it went something like this. Did someone else wake up? Maybe my little brother? He must have woke up. As I was saying this in my head, I felt like someone was shaking the bed, but only by our heads. They were shaking it in a way as if they were testing to see if a person was awake. I said again in my head, it must be my little brother. I better get up to see if he's okay. But when I tried to move, I couldn't at all. My head, my hands, nothing. I was completely frozen. The moment I noticed I couldn't move, I began to feel something climbing on the bed and on top of my mother. My heart began to pound, and I was thinking of what I could do. I felt something like a leg on the side of me from this thing that was on my mom. The bed felt like it was sinking in the middle. And whatever this was had its foot on my dog. My dog didn't even move either. Didn't make a noise this whole time. I fought in my head, saying I had to do something. I need to. Think. At that moment, my side began to feel like it was on fire. It hurt so bad, making me lose focus on trying to think. But I endured it all. I blocked out the pain, my fear, my panic. I said to myself to pray. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't remember any prayers at the moment, nothing. I couldn't even make one up. I was blocked, so I looked at my hand that was close to my face and I tried to focus on it, saying in my head, "Open your hand. Just open it." I tried and nothing was happening. I kept saying it over and over. It felt like hours now, but I needed to fight this and save my mom from this evil spirit. But then I felt the top of my fingers. I took that and I began to try and open my hand fully and slowly. I could feel it moving. As I felt my hand open just a bit, this thing jumped off my bed and ran out of the room. I heard my bedroom door slam shut, and as it slammed, I felt this surge go through my body, and I could finally fully move again. I looked at my mom, and she was okay. I let out a sigh of relief and tears just started flowing. My mom woke up, asking what had happened and why I was crying like that. I told her, let's get out of the room. So she and I went to the living room, and I told her everything that occurred. After that, she looked so scared. As I finished the story, we heard something that sounded like something running on hardwood. We looked up, and it was coming from the attic. But this time, it sounded like it was trying to get away. And then it was gone. We didn't know what it was that was haunting my mom, but after that night, it never came back, and my mom thanked me for helping her. The Woods of Yosemite and Stanislaus, from 3rd GR2T. I'm a local to the Mariposa and Yosemite National Park area. I've lived here as far as I can remember, and in my time here, I've definitely experienced weird things. While I have several stories, I'll tell the one that sticks with me the most. To start, I'm Native American, from several tribes, including Navajo and Miwok. As far as I can remember, even as a little kid, something has always bothered me about the Mariposa and Yosemite area as a whole. This particular event took place towards where Yosemite and Stanislaus National Forest meets. It was deer season, and my family and I went hunting within the Stanislaus National Forest. We had heard about an area that had decent-sized bucks. We decided to set up camp and to head out the next morning. The area we set up camp at had a clearing to our left and a hill in the distance, and a forest and brush to the right. This was the first time I'd ever hunted this specific area, but according to some family, the hill in the distance across the clearing was an old Native American burial ground. This I never proved or disproved, no matter how much I researched. The first night was very uneventful and quiet, like dead quiet. No owls or coyotes, nothing. We spent the next day hunting with no luck, besides spotting a few birds. As we came back to camp and night settled in, we noticed once again it was dead quiet. Later that night, I was up alone thinking to myself when I heard footsteps. I tried not to think too much of it. I mean, we were in the woods, right? It was probably just an animal. But then, I heard a sound. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. It was standing there, looking at me. I looked up, and there it was. The night was clear, after all, no clouds, full moon, lots of stars, but the longer I listened, the louder and heavier these footsteps got. But as I looked outside, I couldn't see anything, and we were on flat ground, and yet I could see nothing. I started to think that's weird. I did a small scan in a 360-degree direction with a flashlight, and still nothing. I could definitely hear the footsteps still, and I could smell a low odor, but I couldn't distinguish what it was. Just as I began to think this was weird, I heard a howl off in the distance. It was closely followed by several more. The thing that took me by surprise is the fact the howling I heard got a reply that was way too close for comfort. The howling continued as well as the footsteps for most of the night. It seemed to get close and then distance itself several times over. I get most of you hearing this story probably think it was just some animal. I myself thought that until I realized coyotes don't have heavy-sounding steps or a weird underlying smell. I definitely felt watched, but tried to rationalize it to myself, but I just couldn't find a good explanation that suited my mind. The following day was quite uneventful, just more hunting with little to no animals seen, though it did seem almost quiet again. No birds, no anything, just the occasional breeze. That night we broke camp and went back to Mariposa. While the day was fine, that night was not. When I was home that night, I had the overwhelming feeling of being watched. I felt super paranoid. This feeling seems to happen every time I am back close to Yosemite and Stanislaus's border, or when I'm in Stanislaus National Forest, even if this event is not on my mind. I know this story may not seem exactly scary, but it has bothered me for a long time. I just don't speak about it. I understand some people may have explanations, but certain things of this event don't make sense to me. My uncle's skinwalker suspect, from D the Beast 14. My uncle is a cop in Salt Lake City, Utah. One night on March 12th, 2016, he and his partner were sent to respond to a call. The call was made by a husband and wife driving by a forest. They saw two hikers dead and partially mutilated. So my uncle and his partner were sent to go check it out. Coincidentally and thankfully, my uncle's partner is of Navajo descent. If he wasn't, I don't know if either of them would be alive today. The two of them arrived at the scene. Two men that appeared to be in their early 20s were, in fact, mutilated. The bodies were about 200 feet apart from each other, so my uncle and his partner decided to split up. While my uncle was examining one of these bodies, he heard a whistle off in the darkness to his right. He shined his flashlight in that direction and called out a warning, telling the suspect to keep their hands up. He then heard a voice in the same direction that sounded like a cop that sometimes worked shifts with him and his partner. The voice said, "Come over here, please." Hesitantly, he begins to move toward it, with his gun drawn slowly. He realized something that hit him like a bullet. That cop didn't work late shifts that day of the week, and if he did, they would have been told. Plus, he shouldn't have been on that scene anyway. He then gets a call on his radio from his partner saying, "We have to go now." He then sees an old man who looked to be in his 60s exiting the forest. He orders the man to stop. The man runs off, but my uncle chases him. According to my uncle, that man ran faster than anyone in their 60s should be able to run. He ran down a steep hill. Once my uncle reached the hill, the man was just gone. Instead, all he found was a coyote running the other way. His partner came over and yelled, "We need to get to the car." So the two of them hightailed it out of there. His partner explained to him that he saw these slashes on one of the victims, and he saw the tracks in the mud, and he knew what it was. He explained to my uncle it was a skinwalker, and what it was capable of doing. that if my uncle had followed the voice all the way, he might have been taken. Then, in the rearview mirror, a wolf was chasing after the car at an incredible speed. My uncle shot at it, but it ran off into the woods after that. My uncle's partner took them to the nearest Navajo reservation where a medicine man blessed the two of them. They were given some weird object as protection. When they got back to the station, they explained that the hikers were killed by a pack of wolves. Someone was sent out to recover the bodies, but by the time they got there, the bodies were gone. The medicine man's blessing must have worked, because neither my uncle nor his partner have seen the skinwalker ever since, and hopefully never will. Creature in New Mexico, from Tiffany M. My husband, mother-in-law, myself, and at the time our 3 children were moving back to Oregon from Tennessee in early 2015. We were bound to have a terrible time as soon as we started. I mean, right away we began having serious car trouble. After getting through slowly to New Mexico, we got temporarily stranded at a small settlement on the Navajo reservation. At first, everything was fine. The people who lived there were amazing, kind, and overall some of the best people I've ever met. We had some dogs at the time and were told under no circumstances to leave or let them out after dark, as being in the middle of nowhere, there were several types of predators around, among quote-unquote other things that would love to get a hold of your dogs. That was fine with us, as it was an unfamiliar area. In the meantime, we did what we'd been doing all along, and began trying to find a new water pump and thermostat for the car. This took almost a week, and the closest place was the next town over, which was about 20 miles away. While searching for these items, and how to get there, things began getting a little strange, to say the least. The people began to get more nervous around us, aside from the children who lived in the small community. Cats and other house pets started turning up missing through our stay, things of that nature. Well, the kids decided to take us out exploring one day, with their parents' permission, of course. They decided to take us to a short cave they knew of. We left around 10:30 a.m., and it was about an hour walk to the cave. Nothing was overly strange about the cave, or the half-hour walk through it, from one side to the other. There were a couple of bats, some low-hanging pieces of rock we had to belly crawl under, pretty much normal cave stuff. However, when we got out on the other side, it was getting dark. That in and of itself was extremely odd, and shouldn't have been possible. However, it was. So we decided to take the road back, to make sure we wouldn't lose our footing if it got dark. Then the really strange things happened. There was no wind, and it was eerily silent. The kids we were with had begun to almost run back to the small town, and we were all doing all we could to keep up with them. It felt as if we were being watched and stalked at the same time. There were no sounds of crickets or other night insects. Then we began hearing what sounded like coyotes howling and yipping quite suddenly, and they were close. Then came the voices of some of the tribe members. The kids told us to ignore the voices, to not look behind us no matter what. All the while they kept their heads tilted slightly down. We did as we were told, as the voices continued to call our names one by one. When it began to use my mother-in-law's voice, trying to get my attention, I knew this was all wrong. It even used the whistle she uses to call us when we're out and about, to let us know something is up. After about 20 minutes, one of the adults showed up in their car to pick us up. When we got inside to go back, we were asked what we heard or saw. We explained everything. We could see the color drain from his face. He floored it. But before he could, I looked everywhere for a source of the calls, but saw nothing. Though I did smell sulfur and death, which were thick in the air by this point. The following morning, we were told we needed to leave, as we were bringing devils around by being there. We were told it was nothing against us personally, and they wished they could do more to help us out, but they wanted us gone. We had until sundown, but even then, that was more than enough time. We got all of our things, and we were in the next town in less than an hour. My mother-in-law asked what that was all about. She and I are believers, but my husband is not. We both told her the same thing about the voices, and she went pale as well. None of us could explain it away. We decided there was only one thing this could have been: a skinwalker in the New Mexico desert.
Navajo Skinwalker in Colorado. Submitted by Hunter L. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and forest surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her, and after a few minutes of idle conversation, I headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get set up for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted, like if you recorded the howl and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. That's how it sounded. It was very creepy, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, assuming it was some animal I wasn't accustomed to. Soon the sun began to set, and I was exhausted at the time, partly from the really long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, but again I brushed it off, telling myself it was just weird to sleep in an unfamiliar place, and soon I drifted off to sleep. I woke up around 10 in the morning feeling really well rested, and I looked through my window. I could see that it had gotten foggy, as there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees outside, and it was raining too, heavily. It was a bit difficult to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water outside. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked into the kitchen, there was a note on the table. According to the note, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma, and that they'd be back in a couple of hours. So I settled with eating some frosted flakes. I was sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window, watching the rain and fog roll in. Then again, I heard that eerie howl, the same howl from the night before. It was so slow and thick, so deliberate. As that happened, I noticed a figure creep forward through the fog. Of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick. I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window, and I could barely make it out. But it looked like a dog or a wolf, almost anyway. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with this animal suddenly hit me. Slowly as the form of this thing came through the fog, I realized why I was feeling that way. The creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs, I thought. I was shocked and confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted, bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Of course, up here by the cabin, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around, and on its 2 hind legs, sprinted. In moments, it disappeared into the thick fog. As it turned around, though, I could see that it had no tail.
Literally no tail, like it was ripped off or never there. The moment I snapped myself out of that trance, I instantly ran back to my room, shutting and locking the door. I hopped on my laptop, trying to Google and find out exactly what I saw. When my family finally got back, around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents would never believe me anyway. She was part Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker. Supposedly, it's a shape-shifting spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people. However, it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. When we left 3 days later, I was happy to get out of those foggy woods. After researching the legend of the skinwalker further, I honestly believe that that is what I saw. So to all of those listening, be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I met that creature outside of that cabin, I don't think I'd be here to share this story.